Oh. Mm. Oh. Here we go. Hi, Red Pendex. I'm looking at my list of to-dos. Make a to-do list. I'm gonna do the mem thing first. Yeah, we need to get the mem application start. Actually, no, I need to finish my application for where did I put that? I need to finish my application for a group for freedom, for not freedom, free node. That's rwxrob. I don't think I'm going to do transparent backgrounds today, so I can just see the code, stay focused. Where did I put that? I think I made a note for it. Yep. About your project. Hi, Kronos. Lots of things going on. So I'm probably going to, I don't know if we're going to call this RWX Free Knowledge Exchange. I don't know if we should call it. It's basically just the community that's focused on like freeing knowledge, actually, just like letting it out. Freaks, FKE. Read, write, execute, free knowledge exchange. I like that better than open. So, what would Aaron do? How's it going, VMT? Just a sec. Now there's something I would love to work for. I didn't realize that Lawrence Lessig had given him his job at Harvard. Software research on institutional corruption. God damn, I would love to work there. He founded an online group, Demand Progress, known for its campaign against Stop Online Piracy. Trying to think if I what do we want to do there? I don't know why this is making me think about this so much. We had the Association for Federated Knowledge Workers, and that's more an organization of knowledge workers themselves. rwxGG is really an application. It's not. It's an open knowledge project. And progressive knowledge app. 27. Knowledge as source. Capturing, maintaining, and sharing knowledge as source. So rwxGG is a knowledge app. It's one knowledge app. It's not really a community. It's more of a project. rwxGG is one specific project to have skills and learning in it. It's like one knowledge based. It's not really I want to call it a progressive knowledge app. Open knowledge project. It's an open knowledge project. That's what it is. RBX Open Knowledge Project. That's what it is. All right. I want to get the scope really limited. I don't want to have it be too big. It's one specific open knowledge project. For your staff members, we talked to Jess. Maybe you can find out more about your project. rwxGG, which needs a lot of fixing. Some of the links are not working. About you and your staff. Oh, whoops. Your Nixerv account. That needs to be. Your Nixerv account. Primary group contact. That would be me. Relationship, I'm the founder. There's multiple founders, but Nixerv accounts of alternate group contacts. Alternate group contacts. I already have that, so that would be it was on my thing. So that would be Vivera. What am I doing? Whatever. Live coding right now. I'm working on an application for a group in our IRC news group. I'll be coding on some. I'll be coding some Go to do some parsing a little bit later. Accounts of alternate group context. I think that's probably it. I should probably put Diwu as well. Well, no. That's probably it. I'm just going to stick with Fair for now. Channels you'd like to claim. I only want RWX. That's the only one I want. Because I don't want to have it all over the place, you know. Channel namespaces you'd like to claim. So, yeah, pretty much anything in RWX dash. I would include our offline and everything. Collect namespaces. Wait, why is that doing that? That should not be doing that. Why are you not happy? Oh, is it up here? Oh, yeah, there we go. Typically, I'm going to cut and paste this all out of here so I can put it in the app. The application. Collect namespaces /RWX. That's it. That's it. That didn't take very long. Yep. And that's just one group. And then Pagans Cone is another one, and then MemWorks will be another one. All right, then. Let's see here. I need to send that to somebody. Who do I send it to? I'm supposed to send it to... is it Group Rag? Oh, hi, Vera. Group Rag dash... I can't remember. I know it's in here, though. What, do you have stuff you want to add? Here it is. Group Rag email. Projects at freenode.net. How's it going, 50? Barrett, do you see anything else you want to go in there? So let me save this. Wait, Vera, are you 22 now? I can't tell who you are. I'm from home. That's fine. My question is... Oh, you're on your cell. That's cool. IRC Freenode Group Reg. I think this is all we need. RWX Open Knowledge Project. Project description, the Freenode staff member you have discussed this registration with. Links to places of the project. About you and your staff. Nick server account. Primary group contact your founder. Nick server accounts, alternate groups. Contacts Vera. About Freenode. Project name RWX. Channel name spaces you'd like to claim. RWX-star. Cloak namespace is typically project name. Got that done. I don't know what else I need. That's it. So go ahead and send that in an email to projects@freenode.net. So if you have something else you need, speak up. You have something specific? I'm gonna pandoc you into text. How about that? Bull crap. I know you know how to do this. There we go. Nope, that's not it. Full list of output options. 2 options. 2 markdown. ASCII doc. Nope. I can just do it with links. You are knowledge. So what? Open knowledge project. This is what this is. This isn't software. I'm not registering as software. I don't have any software under this project. Right. So there's projects that are spinning off of this, but this is not. This project has no software in it. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons I was like struggling with it. I probably should change the main page actually. What type did I pick? I haven't picked any type yet. It didn't say type. Did I miss something? Project description. Oh wait, your project description, your project name. Freenode staff member you have just got. Okay, let me go put that under project description. I think I misread what that is. Oh wait, here we go. Here, this doesn't have anything in it. Okay, so yep. Links rwx.gg. I am gonna rename this. This has been really good to do some scope fixing. He makes notes. Who makes notes? This AM that you are a knowledge sharing and teaching group. Yeah, that's what I am. So, yeah. Yep. I don't know if we need to even put web app. I mean, the progressive knowledge app is the thing. That's what MemWorks is going to do. But I'm going to say, is let's see, is an open knowledge project. Is open knowledge to fix practical technical to address problems with practical Provide practical, technical, and technical skills education to address to address problems with traditional education models. Problems excuse me. Burp, 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 burp. So I ran for nothing. Why? OSP. What does OSP stand for? Open Source Project. RWGG. Open Knowledge Exchange. Open Knowledge Project. I don't think I said software. Well, it has software related to it, but the more we get into it, I realize that it doesn't have software in it. Right? Guten Morgen. Did you take me on your run, Vera? I am so impressed. Guten Morgen, 54. Oh my God, Vera, thank you. This is why I need a smartphone. I'm going to take you guys on the run with me too, so we can talk stuff out and do things. This is fun, man. And all 37 people in the chat. Is there 37 people in the chat? Just do Peloton. I know. I would love to do Peloton. If that existed, I was a big cyclist in my younger years. Guten Tag, Juicy Bit. Fastest way to learn Go? I wish I knew that answer to that. I don't have an easy answer for learning Go yet, because the books that are out there suck. Here's a good place to start. It's a very good place to start. I list all of the resources I've ever known about on that page, so you can go pick your own. Yeah. I heard you had a Golang issue. I read that. It'd be a good idea for me. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go running or not, but I definitely have to do something to burn more calories, because I just sit all day, do yoga. Yoga's good, but it doesn't burn calories. I mean, unless you do Ashtanga for 90 minutes like you're supposed to, which I need to start doing. I have the room for it now. I feel like I need to just tweak this a little bit before we send it, because I'm going to go there to read it. RWX. RWX is an open knowledge project. Is it RWX or RWXGG? I can fix my template. I really need to fix all these templates. I have so much to fix. That's why I'm just going to do it here. Where do I publish everything? Good question. This is on rwx.gg. The rest of it, that's actually one of the things I'm doing right now, is I'm consolidating a bunch of my writing into a personal knowledge base. I also put all my LinkedIn knowledge there on my GitHub. And then I have to update my robs.io, which has been my personal notes over the years. And then I have rwxgg, which is the new main knowledge base I've been building with 800 or 900 knowledge nodes that I've collected over the last 8 years teaching and mentoring for education that I've been doing. So, the last couple of years have been dedicated to really, really honing in how to manage a knowledge base and not have the problems with wikis and stuff. So the short answer is rwxgg right now. rwxgg and github.com/rwxrob. Those are the two best places to get everything about me right now. And the community. The really great thing about GitHub, I'm realizing, is that people can actually subscribe and be notified. So I don't have to set up RSS or any of that stuff. Yep, I do Pandoc conversion for everything. And I'm going to cover that in the Pandoc series coming up pretty soon. So, yeah. Ooh, I need to fix that. href boosts is now... Wait, do we have a boost thing still? No, it's boost. Yep. Beginner boosts /boost. What do I think about tools like Obsidian, Roman Foam? Don't know about those, but they probably suck. I for the last 8 years, I've looked at every possible approach, and every single one doesn't hit all the bases. And I got to get my elevator spiel down more, but the world needs a solution that encapsulates sharing, decentralized sharing and publishing that has no, anyway. What's that? Going once this is done. What's the question? All right, let me see if I can figure out this one really quick. This is... practical, technical skills education. Learning. Learning from labs, not lectures. Certain parts of the YAML out of the unstructured YAML. Forget that, man. I cannot help you with that. Nope, because you're gonna lose the structure of the YAML file. Yeah. No way, man. Because how are you gonna specify that they're gonna be at the same spot? Yep. Out of an unstructured YAML file, modify them, add them back. If you don't care about the format, then just parse the YAML and be done with it. If it's valid YAML, you go use the here. I have a tool that does this actually. I'm trying to think of what it is. You should be able to unmarshal YAML, no problem. Why can't you unmarshal it? Yep, use go YAML and just unmarshal it with that. You don't even have to add YAML tags. Then just unmarshal it as a map string interface. Yeah, that's the answer to that. Yep, if you unmarshal as a map string interface, then you have to go find the thing that you want, and you're gonna have to cast. You'll have to cast the value when it comes time to do the change. But if you already know what, you can do it. You can't search for image. You can. Yeah, you can. What are you trying to do? You're trying to search the entire tree for anything that has .image on the end? Yep. You could, well, first of all, you'd have to unmarshal it as a map string interface, just starting with that. Yeah, do you know the layer it is? If you just have to do something to every node in the thing, then you could just walk the tree of the map string interface and look. You're going to have to cast each one as a string and then trap it in case it has an error, because some things might not be strings. Actually, no, because all of the keys are guaranteed to be strings, so you can actually look for that no problem. You're looking for keys with the value of dot string of dot image, not values, right? Yeah, that's actually easier, a lot easier. You just have to walk the tree. Yep. So I'd unmarshal it as a map string interface, and then I'd walk the tree. When there's lots of ways of doing that, but there's libraries for doing that if you want to use it. And walk the tree and then look for every key and every master helm charts values of it. Yeah, I see. Man, I want that URL thing. This is making me nuts because it's so inefficient. Yep. It's fine. I'm not that bent out of shape for it, but I hate using my mouse for this. Let's see. Can I there you go. I should put my things back on so people can see. Shielded core modules. Values.yaml. You're looking for all the images? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not showing it very nicely, but... yeah, I see it. No, that's fine. I see it. I can pull that up over here pretty easily, too, if I need to. There we go. That's fine. Yeah, this is actually not hard. So you just need to unmarshal as a map string interface, and that you can do the whole thing as a map. You have to call marshal. You don't use tagging or anything, right? You have to actually call JSON unmarshal. And you create a map string interface struct. You can even do it inline, so you don't have a type definition if you don't want to. And then you do unmarshal into the map string interface, and then you walk the tree looking for keys that have a word image in them. And then when you get to that, then you can look at the value is, and you can make you can do a type switch on the interface for the value, and then assuming you know what the value is, if it's a string or something, or you can just cast it as a string if you know it's always going to be a string, and then you can operate on the value, and if you can work on the map string interface in place, and then you can do JSON.marshal, and that should write it back to YAML. This is my current JQ file. Yeah. I mean, why would... So you're doing a JQ analysis on it, and then you're doing... Yeah, I would... oh, God. I'm so sorry. Why are you so bad? Come on, give me dark mode. Give me dark mode. GitHub, you made all the rest of my site dark mode, and then you decided to make just not dark mode. Trolls. You big trolls. God damn. That like hurts my eyes. Yeah, I probably wouldn't use JQ for this. So anyway, I think, so step one, unmarshal step one, create a struct, a map string interface. Step 2, unmarshal the whole file into that struct. Step 3, walk the tree looking for IMG and do whatever you want to the value using pointers. And step 4, write it to, marshal it back to either JSON or YAML. Marshalling to JSON is super easy. Marshalling to YAML is a little bit harder, but you can do that. Originally there were 2 different formats to the image, now there are 5. Interesting. So that's how you would do that. All project seeks to provide practical educational learning from labs. Variables that are used. Night. This is one of the best things about these attributes right here. These are called header attributes, and this is actually a common mark proposal that came from Pandoc, which I really, really, really love. It lets you put attributes on headers. So you can do all kinds of things. You can do CSS. You can do overriding. Slug identifiers, stuff like that. Yeah. They're really. All right, looks good. Can preview. All right, RWX is an open knowledge project. How's it going, Mr. Cat? Is an open knowledge project. Applications. Is an open knowledge project that seeks to provide practical technical skills education to address the problems of traditional education models, learning from labs, not lectures. Ancient autodidacts. Yay. I like it. All right, save. Succinct. Is that even a word? I have to see. I think that's funny. Succincter. It is a thing. Succinct adjective, 2 point concise. Succincter. Concise, compact, condensed. And if you will, it's just worth to make sure your word is rambling on wordy. Succincter. A succinct history of succinct. The history of succinct might not be short, but it's succinct to remember. Succinct trace still out verb. Succingere. It's actually a word. Okay. We will go with that. Succincter. Just sounds funny. Succincter. Opening page. Intro. So that should be published now on rwxgg. Reload. Gonna take a while. It's getting pushed out to Netlify. Eventually it'll go. See how long it takes. I should have counted how long it takes. I know. I'm just like banging on the door here. Come on. Netlify is not as fast as it used to be. Unless I broke it. It might not be pushing anymore. It might be... GitHub Actions. Yes, but I don't like GitHub Actions. I'm not using GitHub Actions for builds. I don't like it. I don't like GitHub Actions for builds because people tell me to use it all the time. They try me to say, first of all, it burns CPU cycles that they end up charging you for eventually. Secondly, it's unnecessary. Third, you can't preview the code. You should be previewing your entire stuff before it gets published. So that's the main reason. Everybody tells me to use actions. I'm like, no, This kind of stuff doesn't need an action. It needs to be rendered in advance, and then the final product needs to be pushed. Because, yeah, the only legitimate argument I've heard towards doing actions is that it supposedly lets everybody contribute at the same time. But in my model, if I have multiple collaborators on authorship, I want them to preview the whole site before they push it, including its render. Because the rendering is a part of the debugging. You can't trust the rendering. So sometimes, for example, something as simple as like how many characters or words are in a paragraph, or like that shows off the screen or something like that. Those are all things you need to preview before it goes to press. It would be like having a newspaper say, "Oh, you just need to write the article. You don't need to check the final rendering of the newspaper." It just doesn't fly here. That might work for software testing and things like that, but for auto rendering, it doesn't. So it uses, the main reasons against it are it uses unnecessary CPU cycles. It overly complicates the system unnecessarily, and it actually encourages a lack of editing and debugging at the view level, after you've got the content in there, ahead of time before you commit. And so that's why I'm against it. Yeah, they keep reducing it, and GitLab did the same thing. So first of all, you don't even need to do that because, so, those are the main reasons. In other software projects, I could see doing it, right? But it's one of those things that's an unnecessary complication to the whole thing. People love actions for their main purpose, right? The CI stuff. I just think I don't use it on Netlify either. Netlify has a rendering thing. Yeah, that's a good one. RWX. Okay, so I think we're ready to submit this thing now. I guess so. Your project description. Welp. You know what I could do? Links. rwx.gg. Was it that's T? Yeah, you can do links to render text, right? I can't remember the switch for it though. Yeah, I don't remember. I think it's -T. I think it's -T. Nope. Nope. I can't remember. There's an option to we'll just put it as text. I could curl it. Curl would give me HTML though. I don't want that. Truth is, I'm already doing this as Markdown, so I have my answer. Okay, so another reason to use README, by the way, we're going to curl rwx.gg/readme.md. Boom. Really? Why would you put that crap in there? Why would you put that? I should have put Q. Let me do that again. Or I think is it S or Q? I think it's S. Yeah, it's S. So now I just pulled it in. That's why I have README on there. So the knowledge base on the knowledge net, it will be all Markdown and HTML. The HTML is extra. Markdown is the primary format for the knowledge net. Thing is, I don't need RWX to be SPI format. That's an inline span. I love that about Pandoc. Anyway, I can get rid of all this stuff. I mean, I could have just got the first paragraph, I guess. Good to gig. Play the page. Replay the page. I should probably remove the formatting. Just cause. Oopsie. RWX is an open knowledge project that seeks to provide practical technical skills. Traditional education models learning from labs, not lectures. I think that's better. I'm glad you stopped me on that. Made me rethink that. So, but I think we're kind of ready for that to go into a document. Links. God, I want. What is it? I know there's a way to do it as just text. Color. It's I used to do this all the time with Mutt instead of like W3, which is good for pulling down stuff for Mutt, but not much else. Anonymous. He's been. It's DU. It's. Should I put him on there? It's Quint, but he changed it recently, so it's DI. Yeah. Dibu, yeah. Yep. I think it's going to be hard because he's going to submit it and he's going to have to put his role and he'll put founder there, but you know what I mean? So technically he's not the project founder, but he'll be the founder for that project. That actually kind of, he's probably here. He'll be here. If he's not here, he'll be here pretty soon. He gets up about this time. So the reason I'm questioning this is because Quint, yeah. Oopsie, sorry. Here it is. Here, yeah, sure. Nah, it's fine. I'm much less worried about that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand your concerns. If that did happen, I would make a case with the Freenode. I'd say, look, these people are camping on this thing. Have nothing to do with the project. I'm sure they would be reasonable. I can provide overwhelming proof. All right, great, yeah. Yeah. All right, all right. Just as long as, great, yeah, we need to be founders as well. That's the only concern I have is it's not really a concern. I have a problem with control. I'm learning to let go of control, let people help me, so we can get stuff done, because I can't get stuff done unless I give up control. So yeah, dumps the format in the document. Yep. All right, that's what I want. I want to dump. That's it. It's dumped. Of course it is. So, wait. Well, no, I need to render that first of all. All right, so we got our group registration. I need to put that in. Actually, I can do this. I can do pandoc group reg. Wait, where am I? Oh. I can pipe that into links. Dump to get text. Yep. Recaptcha. Oh, that's the Z-type thing. Oh, I know what that is. That's like all the links at the top. Yep. I don't like this mode. I know Pandoc has a text thing. I know it does. I just can't remember it. Is it ASCII? It's not text. I know it has something. Formats. Specifying formats. .txt. To markdown. Performance. List input formats. List input formats. Input formats. Medium, MediaWiki, ODT, OPL, org, RST, Textile, TikiWiki, TWiki, VimWiki. Oh my god. CSV, EPUB, GFM, HTML, CarMark, JSON, LaTeX, Man, Markdown, Jira. Native, no. OPL, RST, Textile. It's not. There's nothing. There's no plain old text. That is interesting. I swear. Get a flavored markdown. DocBook. Bib latex, DocBook. No, none of that. None of that. I mean, this isn't that bad. I can just go ahead and save it and copy and paste it. All right, I'm going to send this email, so stay tuned. I'm going to take a break. Oh no, you can see my email. Let's see. All right. Compose. Who did we say we were sending that to? Projects at freenode.net. Projects at freenode.net. My other screen's a little bit far away. Projects. Subject. Group registration request. RWX or rwx.gg. I really hope we get RWX. I really do. That would just like really make my day. As founder, I haven't. No. I decided I was too much of a squeaky wheel. What does that mean? I mean, you've helped a lot, but if you want me to go back and work on it some more, I can, if that's what you're saying. Do I have to do that, or can you do it yourself? Oh, okay, fine, yeah. I mean, I don't, yeah. All right, so let me see here. You know what? I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do this. From being a pain. Oh, right. Yeah. I don't think that way. We gotta remove him of being a pain. Sometimes I worry about losing. I'm not as bad as others. I've met other people that, get really freaked out. There was one case a while ago, actually, that somebody, to be involved, that was like signing NDA, even to look at their project at all. And that was a while ago, though. But yes, there's your issue. Yeah. Let's see how I have a stupid cold sore started. I forgot where I put this. There we go. All right, so I'm filling out this email here, and actually I should just Xclip this. Can I just say how much I love Xclip? I never am tired of saying how much I love Xclip. It's just so freaking awesome. You know? Why did it do that? Why are you doing that? All right. Let's see. Xclip, yeah. That's super cool. Yeah, it's just one of those many things that you can leverage for so many really great things, you know. Yeah, and this says, yeah, I wish I really should have used Mutt for this mailer. They probably would have liked me better. I need to go back to using Mutt. I use Mutt for everything, and then I'd stopped. I need to go back to using Mutt. I have to set up my SMTP bridge on my system with Freenode with ProtonMail. Using Mutt's actually safer. Yeah, it's actually safer to use Mutt than it is to use any of the other web interfaces or interfaces for ProtonMail because they can't hijack your JavaScript or anything. The browser can't hijack anything because you're directly using Mutt. And the only thing between you and ProtonMail is the bridge, which is a secure encrypted connection. So yeah. Open Knowledge Project, RWX Open Knowledge Project. I used to tell that. Don't tell people that out loud. Don't tell too many people that. Send projects. Is it projects or project? Projects at Freenode. You can totally do it. Craig, what are you doing up? Greg just woke up. Hello, email server. What's the language that one of the languages that gets credited for that? Sleep schedule doesn't exist. Exactly. Welcome to my world. We're just about done with this application for our new yeah. Factorio. Wow. So so for 20 points, I happen to know this esoteric fact that I watched a video from there's a guy at Oxford, Martin. What language was first in the habit of reversing words to mark the end of a block, such as if, phi, case, esac? That was actually inspired by another language. What language inspired the reverse? I saw hello, EHLO is like Espanol. I think I know the answer to this. You guys can check me on this. he was like one of these matter-of-fact things that somebody mentioned in a presentation about procedural programming, actually. A guy from Oxford. I can find the video. It's really good. This is true. The upside down. No, we're talking about, it was a programming language. Yeah. Shell was not the first language to do phi, and yeah, he got it. Greg got it. Ding, ding, ding. Yep. That's the one Martin, I don't think it's Martin Fowler. It's a different Martin. The guy from Oxford, he's a computer scientist from Oxford, presents a lot. He was the one who said that. So, all right, I'm sending this off. Send. Do you know how confused people are going to be when I tell them my email is rob@rwx.gg? They're going to be like, you can't have that email. Yes, I can. Hello was because it had to tell the client it was extended syntax. Yes, which is a different thing. It's not reversed, but yeah. Yes. A lot of people don't know this, so if you're just tuning in and you don't know what they're talking about in chat, they're talking about all the fun we used to have talking directly to SMTP mail servers. So back in the day, you could make a terminal connection to the mail server and write a message. And then you would end your message with a period on a line by itself and hit enter. And that would send the email. There was no email client. Your email client was the shell, and you would use Telnet to connect directly, unencrypted, to a system and type your email. And you would write your little key value pairs at the top and then a blank space, and then you would do a thing. That's why, and by the way, that format for email is still the format used for HTTP requests, which are based on email, they have a protocol line at the very top, and then they have a block of headers, key value pairs, a blank space, and then they have the body. And if they're a multi-part, they have a body that has a delimiter throughout it, so you can pack an image in there or whatever you want. In fact, most email is multi-part these days because it sends the text, the plain text version, and then it sends the HTML version, which gets some people really bent out of shape for all the right reasons. HTML and email was a horrible idea that has caused more insecure hacks than ever. You could blame HTML enabled emails for, I'm just going to guess 50% of all the troll attacks like out there, because they can place, I use Neomut. Yeah. Neomut and Mut's are the same. Yeah. At least 50%. Yeah. So people work on all these other things to secure the network. And meanwhile, they don't care at all about sending HTML, which phones home. Every time you open an HTML email that has an image in it, it phones home to who wrote that email and tells them all kinds of information about you, where you are, what your IP number is, what time you access the thing. And if you're really stupid, they'll put something in there that you click on, and you've just given them a backdoor into the entire corporate enterprise or whatever enterprise you're in. It's the single biggest security flaw of any organization. And it would all go away. It would almost entirely go away if they disabled HTML email, but they won't do it because you can't send your beautiful, shitty spam messages from Mailgun or whoever the fuck to everybody with that, because it's not as engaging. So we have sacrificed our entire internet security because we want happy stock pictures of people doing things in our emails that we send to everybody, which, not to mention, all the bandwidth lost on the email. This is why people aren't using email. It's actually more secure for you to use Slack or Discord than it is for you to use email, HTML email. So yeah, you can track so many people using this. Image data along with the email. You can send the image data with the email. That's if you know how to do that. Most don't, right? To locate person X, sure, give me 10 minutes, give me their email address. Yeah. Fights I had with marketing. Yeah, it's insane. The things that marketing will do, they will put the entire enterprise at risk, and they just do not care. And you can cite troll after troll after troll, and they don't care. They demanded I turn HTML in my email client. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I just don't have words for that. Oh my god. I don't have words for it. If you really want to be safe, use something like ProtonMail. I know people have problems with ProtonMail. Some people do. I don't. Use ProtonMail, and the default is to have the images off. And then when you pull up the images, you can click on a button and you can see the images if you want. But you don't have to load them by default, so you're not going to get trolled. And it's just so yeah. If you actually care about these things, most people don't. Like 0.05% of people in the world actually care about this stuff, and that's why we get completely and totally owned constantly. Because people who understand this stuff know how to own the rest of the dumb fucking sheep, because they'll do it. They'll do it. The marketing people matter more than the people who actually care about security. And then you know what happens? All the hackers in the world are like, okay, all right, yeah, keep your HTML email. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we want you to keep that. We definitely want you to keep using that. We also want you to use WordPress as much as you can. Please 50% of the internet's on WordPress. Yeah, let's keep that. Keep doing that. It's just, nobody cares. They really don't care. Nobody cares about security until it hits them, and then they really, really care. So, like, oh no, my site's completely down. I didn't know. No one told me. Oh, you used some like cheap ass like calendar plugin from WordPress, true story, and somebody infiltrated your entire database and blew up your website. Oh, I'm sorry. Carries a gun until they get robbed. It's probably true too. I think that's true of what's her face in the political arena. Didn't she get? Yeah. Anyway, time for me to take a break. I'm getting ranty. I really like that we isolated that. Hello, friend. RWX is an open knowledge project that seeks to provide practical technical skills education to address the problems of traditional education models, learning from labs, not lectures. The earlier you learn to learn, the better. Become an autodidact. So it's an essential skill. Master Linux terminal. Code all the things. Get good to gig. Researcher, reach out. Yep. Play this page. He gave me an hour, and I can show how insecurity is. Wrote up a sample 0-day that may or may not have used a script that happened to have been signed by a search server for the company, so Windows allowed it to run. Oh my. Sent it to the marketing team and had it use a GTS program to yell out, marketing got hacked. You bet. It's right. You had to make your point, I see. It's like, I got to make my point here. That's you're bad, Vera. Bad. You never heard of he's doing. See, that's a great story. You gotta write those stories down. Seriously, you need to start like writing blogs or notes or something. There's a guy here who wrote the IRC bot a long time ago, or anyone else RFC wording savvy. The IRC bot, no. RFC wording is, I've prepared a couple RFCs, but I've never submitted them. I always get close to submitting RFC, and then I think I'm going to have to go through the IATF crap, and then I decided not to do that. Why do you think I use POFH? Right. Yeah. Kronos is trying to exit. /exit Kronos. We're going to be doing some coding. I'm going to take a break. After this, we're going to be doing a little bit of Go coding. If you want to watch it, if you want to come back. But otherwise, I'm going to check in with our stream, and then I'm going to take a break. Oh, advisory boards, yeah. Yeah, advisory boards are fun. to decipher the last paragraph. Oh, you want to understand an RFC? Yeah, well, that's different. I do that a lot. What do you got to say there, Swizzer? Holding available in stock, hacked by Nigerian hackers. And then someone in the process approved it and went through. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. These are stories that need to be written down anonymously so people can see them, so we can make our case. Channel modes. Oh, you're looking at the IRC protocol itself. First of all, my first question is, why are you using the protocol and not OB modes? Channel modes? I'm just wondering why you're not like sending commands directly to a FIFO or something, and using a client for this. Almost 2 million euro, really? Wow. That is insane. Oh my God. Were they really from Nigeria? Yeah. I had no clue what I was going to say. It's probably not Nigeria. I'm going to guess either Russia, Israel, or China. Or baguettes. All they found were baguettes. They ordered baguettes. That's crazy. When using the O and B options, the restricted total 3 per mode command has been imposed. I don't know what that means. A combination of O and something. You'd have to know more about the thing. Everyone read the most current. Yes, that's hard to find. It was an easy to figure out as a manager password. Oh gosh. Yeah. That stuff always scares me every time I read those stories. You know, the most insecure piece of the system is the person. If you want to get good at hacking, get good at social engineering. That's what Mitnick did. Mitnick got famous as a big hacker. He was really more about social engineering than anything else. He just manipulated people, which is going on today, right now, on the news all over. People are being manipulated like crazy. Yeah, there's so many trolls out there. Problem is you don't know what's real anymore. You don't know what's real anymore. Because everybody is either getting, the whole troll thing, which has been overly and over has been confirmed through the Cambridge Analytica scandal all the way through to today. So you just don't know what's real. That's really, really hard. I took down a guy with some other internet sleuths who was pretending to be a troll during the election. You guys remember him? And then it was crazy. It was this white politician from some tiny state that lost, and he went on a rampage as a black trans person, and it was just like doing all kinds of stuff, and they uncovered his account, and then he tried to cover it up by hiring a guy to pose as him. It was just this huge scandal. It was trending big time on the internet, and they totally outed the guy. But it's like, that's just like one case. There's so much trolling going on. All the records to the FBI yesterday. Yeah. Well, they kind of had to after they got hacked. Parler had to. They'd already been, the FBI already had all that data because they'd been hacked so badly. So like, fine, here's the rest of our data. We're going to be helpful. I know, they did it on their own after they got majorly hacked though. So yeah, I don't know. You just don't know what's real now. People can say that they are one thing and then be completely and totally different. And the more they make you think they're actually that thing, the more successful they are. That's the whole nature of trolling. You guys know this better than my generation does. My generation, the generations older than I am, are completely and totally owned by trolls. Because someplace in the back of their mind, they can't believe that people would lie so much about this. So if you look at the documentary about what's his face, Mr. Transformers, you know, that whole site. And there were like people who weren't even Nazis. They would claim themselves as Nazis, and they would go. It was like, "We will not be silenced" or something like that. It was the "Don't Let Your Dreams Be Dreams" guy. What was his name? Shia LaBeouf. There's a huge documentary. It's not that long, but it's long enough. There's a documentary on Shia LaBeouf and how his project just got completely and totally owned by trolls, and he couldn't. It just became nothing. And most of the people that showed up there were not. They weren't Nazis. They weren't all these other things. They were just pretending to be that. But at the same time, you have legitimate Nazis who get. Or the thing that's sad. The thing that sucks about trolls is when people are trolling, they inadvertently gain momentum because the people who actually believe those things, the TikTok kids, yeah, the people who actually believe those things start to jump into the camp with them, and so sometimes the trolls are trying to push up to inflame the other side, but in the process what they're also doing is they're also inflaming the side they're claiming to be from, because they're like, see, these people are all having this. All this stuff that's going on in the Capitol, there are definitely, I think the overwhelming majority were actually people that felt like they could do what they did. But I'm not ruling out the possibility that the fuse was lit by trolls. Trump is one of the biggest trolls of all. He just amps everybody up and sells stuff and makes money off it. That's what he does. He made so much money off sales that day. Q is a known troll, really? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So the thing is that the trolls are sitting back watching the mainstream media and watching people yell at each other, and they're just like, oh, and all trolling is just social engineering for fun, for the lulz, and they don't even have any concept of it. There's a whole episode in Cyber War dedicated to trolling, and it covers the 2016 election itself. And 8chan and 4chan and Gag. Yeah. There's actually one of the episodes from Cyber War. It's really interesting. You should probably watch it. It talks about how the trolls put Trump in power, and they're like talking about everything they did to control the situation. And between that episode and watching the Cyber Analytica documentary, there's no doubt that most of society is being dragged around by whatever the trolls want. And not all, but and the thing that makes it so complicated is you can never isolate the trolls. So you can't say who's a troll and who isn't, because they're such good actors. And if you don't believe me, watch the extremely disturbing Don't Mess with Cats. I can't even talk about it. It makes me just so... Don't Mess with Cats is the ultimate in evil trolling. Murderous evil trolling. And I even want to talk about it. It was psychotic trolling is what it was. Ugh, it's just so disturbing. So the real danger is that stuff is on the rise, and I don't know where it comes from. I think it's people just feel helpless, so they start to do that kind of stuff. That's the real danger. I think much more dangerous than the reason that we're getting all inflamed is not just because, look, the Fox Newses and the CNNs and all them, they're getting inflamed because they're reacting to the trolls. Do you remember when Oprah Winfrey went on and read comments on Oprah Winfrey saying that I've sexually assaulted over 9,000 children, and she had no idea she was reading from a troll, and she did it on the show, and everybody was like, because she's just pushing everybody up. It's the level. So mainstream society still doesn't understand trolling, and I feel like the only time we're going to be safe, if we ever are safe, is when these people grow out of it, or they get to the age where they know how to fight it, and they're in our institutions if they choose to be, and they're actually trying to take out the other trolls and identify the trolls and say, okay, this is we're being manipulated here. Project Veritas is just one big fucking troll organization. That's all it is. It's just a troll organization. Nobody identifies it as a. And then you have trolls like turning into state intelligence officers because people made so much fun of Q, so they went for it, right? Yeah, I don't know. Being who, I mean, yeah, it just scares me. I don't want to run around my whole life terrified every day, but there's a certain faction of humanity who does not care. They just want to see everything burn because they feel like that nothing's ever worked for them. So they don't vote, and then they're intelligent, and so then they just destroy everything, and that's not going to fucking help anything. I mean, seriously, it's not going to get better for you inflaming the whole world and watching it burn because you don't care. I mean, if you, they don't, yeah, like Shaq, they don't, I got to stop talking about it because, I mean, do something with your life. Be productive. Build something. Don't tear stuff down, Use that intelligence for something besides, having the whole world chase you around and ultimately end up killing someone for the lulz and for the hits and the likes. With your pairs all the time. Also teaches competition. Yeah. Yeah, the whole A, B, you get it, this and that. It like sets each other against each other. Plus it also takes away our urge to be creative. So, because, you're not supposed to be creative in a system where, you're supposed to comply and learn what I tell you and that kind of thing. So early on, people don't experience the joy of learning. I know that sounds cliche, but it's true. So they don't experience the joy of learning and growth and all these things that life is about. And so then they end up getting even more frustrated. That's why we have so many teenagers that are depressed, because teenagers are when they start to break out. Paulo Freire talks about that. And if a teenager doesn't go through some level of rebellion, they're probably not going to make it, because the system that they're in is so screwed up that they have to realize it if they don't, where is it? I'm going to go get some more coffee after this, but, yeah, it's kind of like, it talks about the whole system. Okay, here we go. I think I read this before, but for example, a rigid and oppressive social structure necessarily influences the institutions of child rearing and education within that structure. These institutions pattern their action after the style of the structure and transmits the myths of the latter, the oppressive social structure. Homes and schools, from nurseries to universities, exist not in the abstract but in the real. Within the structure of domination, they function largely as agencies which prepare the invaders of the future. The parent-child relationship in the home usually reflects the objective cultural conditioning of the surrounding social structure. If conditions which penetrate the home are authoritarian, rigid, and dominating, the home will increase the climate of oppression that's outside of the home. As these authoritarian relationships between parents and children intensify, children in their infancy increasingly internalize the paternal authority so that they learn to be oppressors. Okay, and it says, presenting with his customary clarity the problem of necrophilia and biophilia. Fromm analyzes the objective conditions which generate each condition. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. This is from Fromm. If a child reared in an atmosphere of lovelessness and oppression, children whose potency has been frustrated, if they do not manage during their youth to take the path of authentic rebellion, not you know what I'm talking about, they will either drift into total indifference, alienated from reality by the authorities and the myths of the latter that the latter have used to shape them, or they may engage in forms of destructive action. So if they don't authentically rebel, and that's not, oh, I'm going to wear these different clothes, get a piercing, and do things my parents don't want to do, even though those are forms of rebellion. It's authentic rebellion. It's like internalized, I'm thinking about my world and I'm finding my own my own reality in this that's detached from this authoritarian paternalism that I've been trained my whole fucking life. The atmosphere of the home is prolonged in the school, where the students soon discover that, as in the home, in order to achieve some satisfaction, they must adapt to the precepts which have been set from above. One of these precepts is not to think. Internalizing paternal authority through the rigid relationship structure emphasized by the school, these young people tend, when they become professionals, because of the very fear of freedom instilled by these relationships, they tend to repeat the rigid patterns in which they were miseducated. So they become the oppressors. They become, this is why the boomers went from being hippies to lawyers, a lot of them. This phenomenon, in addition to their class position, perhaps explains why so many professionals adhere to anti-dialogical actions. They're basically oppressing. Whatever the speciality that brings them into contact with the people, they are almost unshakably convinced that it is their mission to give the latter their knowledge and techniques. I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna show you, because I'm a paternalistic asshole who's been trained well at home and then in school. And yeah, they see themselves as promoters of the people. Their programs of action, which might have been prescribed by a good theorist of oppressive action, include their own objectives, their own convictions, and their own preoccupations. So psychologically, they grab on to all of these things and turn it into this paternalistic charity that they're going to give you. I'm going to school you. I'm going to give you what I know because I'm awesome. And you're going to pay me for that shit. They do not listen to the people, but instead they plan to teach them how to cast off their laziness, which creates underdevelopment, according to them. To these professionals, it seems absurd to consider the necessity of respecting the, quote, view of the world held by the people, because the people are dumb. The professionals are the ones with the world view. They regard as equally absurd the affirmation that one must necessarily consult the people when organizing a program of education. Why would I ever talk to my students about what I'm going to teach them? They're just stupid. They need to be taught. They don't know anything. I need to teach them. I'm not going to go to them and ask them what we should teach them. They regard as, they feel that the ignorance of the people is so complete that they're unfit for anything except to receive the teachings of the professionals. When, however, at a certain point of their existential experience, those who have been invaded by these people begin in one way or another to reject the invasion to which they might earlier have adapted, the professionals, in order to justify their failure, say that the members of the invading group are inferior because they are ingrates, shiftless, diseased, or mixed blood. Mudbloods. Yeah. Well-intentioned professionals, those who use invasion not as a deliberate ideology, but as an expression of their own upbringing. So there actually are professionals who aren't as outright about this. Eventually they discover that certain of their educational failures must be ascribed not to the intrinsic inferiority of the people around them, but to the violence of their own act of invasion. Those who make the discovery face a difficult alternative. So if these professionals figure it out, they're like, oh shit, I'm doing this wrong. They feel the need to renounce invasion, but patterns of domination are so entrenched within them that this renunciation would become a threat to their own identity because they've been learning it since they were a child. This renounced invasion would mean ending their dual status as dominated and dominators. It would mean abandoning all the myths they've nourished, that which they have used to nourish their invasion, and start to incarnate dialogical action. For this very reason, it would mean to cease being over or inside as foreigners in order to be with. And so the fear of freedom takes hold on these men. During the traumatic process, they naturally tend to rationalize their fears with a series of evasions. Yeah, I don't know. It's a part of the entire system, and that's why it's so like perpetually annoying, because it's going to be here forever. Let's see. Have you seen Jim Lee's Golang Toots on DSA on YouTube? She streamed today. Oh, awesome. No, I should probably watch. She made Apple's keynote presentation software look super easy and slick to make animations. Very neat. Yeah. There's a lot of really great people out there. Yeah. Put her on the list. If you give me a link to her page, I'll put it on my Go resources list. Do you have her? Yeah. Well, actually, Swizzer, he talks very not so indelicately talks about the mythologies of the oppressed. And he doesn't say religion is bad, but he says that, dogmatic religious stuff can become really bad, actually, because it's they stop critical thinking. They refuse to question things. They don't even use the word why anymore. No, do you just have her account? I'm going to put it in my Lango list because I want to go add it. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's a video, right? I'll just go add her. I want to add the channel, I mean. The maximum point of profit. Making Golang tutorials. Yay. Hey, there's Mastermind. Build an open source course building platform where people can create structured learning courses using a free content that is out there. Sounds familiar, Mastermind. The problem is I am trying to develop an input format so that people other than developers are able to easily publish courses. Yeah, that sounds really familiar. Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. Copy. I mean, he's doing good things. I love what he's doing. So. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, I'm too much of a variety streamer for people to peg down as just a Golang person or just a tutorial person.
How are you all?
This is really cool. We need to put her up here too. Data structures as graphs. Yes. Do you really understand pointers? But she's doing actual stuff, like not so much freeform stuff, which is fine, Really good stuff. Everybody should go sub to Jumin Lee. I like promoting people that are doing this kind of thing. How come she doesn't have a short name for her site yet? She needs to add a short name. She's got more than 2,000 people. Someone needs to tell her. She can actually add Junmin Lee and it would go right to it. Yep, it says she still has her long-winded one. We need to help her with that. Someone tell that to her if you talk to her next time. Junmin Lee. Yep, I'm going to do that. Go tutorials. Can be. You work with kids from 6 to 12 that I've tutored kids from the ages of 6 to 12. What I've seen is the kids that don't get taught respect for your neighbor and empathy at home will get it from the non-religious part of religious teaching. Really? Let's see. Let me see if I can unpack that. So what I'm seeing is the kids that don't get taught respect for your neighbor and empathy will get it from the non-religious part of religious teaching. So they get it anyway, right? See, I think that that's true. And you know what? That's the fear, though. The fear is the lie, if you ask me, is that people won't be moral unless they have religion. And Sam Harris directly takes this issue on. I have yet to read his book. It's over here. I got to read that one. But I, you know, added to go sources. So yeah. The real question is, are we innately good people? Are we innately, I think we are. Whether or not you think there's something bigger going on and there's, you know, some sort of draconian God, whatever, or you think there's like stuff, morality is a bit intrinsic, I'd say, but we take morals out of education when parents teach how school is important and then education escalates it. Yeah. I wonder if kids misunderstand when they're told that education is important, and what they intuit from that is that the format of education that is happening in the school is important. The content is important. Chemistry, math, you know, sociology, what all that is important. But if they indirectly associate the way that they're learning it as being the one true way, because mom and dad say education is good for me, and then they don't have a chance to say, you know, draconian models of education are bad. The content's good, but the way that I'm learning it is really broken. And so they might inadvertently think it's a good thing. You're an A student, all hail the egg. Exactly. And they don't help him out. He needs to figure it out by himself. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So people are told that education is good, getting A's is good, when the emphasis is not directly on the content, right? And it's definitely not on mastery. Salman Khan talks about this in his book a lot. He talks about learning to mastery. It's like if you get 92% to get an A after you've had, you know, 20 classes at 92%, then you have 20 times 8% lack of stuff, because who do you want to do the heart surgery on you? The person who has 100% mastery or the person who has 92% mastery? And he's like, we need to stop, you know, thinking that some amount of measurement of mastery is okay in society, and just say, no, we need to master these things before we do them, and we, you know, understand what mastery means and how to maintain mastery, not just get the fucking A and move on and get the certificate and then, or get the law degree and then become Rudy Giuliani. You know, I mean, it's like, yeah. We are fighting till we got good people. I don't know. That's really what that's a huge question, right? I mean, that is a real big question. That's like a Skinner versus, I don't know. Who's the other guy? He wrote, what did he write? He's the one, he survived Auschwitz. What's his name? Skinner says you can predict everybody's behavior down to like a bumblebee. You can predict the path of a bumblebee if you can get all the variables in line. And what's his face? The other guy. He's one of my favorite authors, and I can't remember. Unheard Cry for Meaning is the name of the book. I'm going to have to go look it up. Great book, by the way. Oh my God. One of the most important books I've ever read. I need to read it again. I read this in college in my honors class, in history class, and history of all places, right? My history teachers were so awesome. They said, we're not going to learn dates and figures. We're going to, you know, take a largely, you know, Joseph Campbell approach to history, and we're going to learn the sociology that influenced history instead of history. And we're going to talk about history along the way, but it was really interesting. And so one of the things we read about was this book. Actually, was it there or was it the general ed honors class? I can't remember where I read it, but I'm so happy I did. I'm just spacing on his name. I have very good memory. Why is his name not listed here? Well, that's the wrong place to go. It's like right on the tip of my tongue. And he's Frankl, Viktor Frankl. Yeah, Viktor Frankl. He's written some other stuff too. The dude survived Nazi concentration camps, and he talks about how he did it. Ultimately, he never let them take him over, and it pissed him off. You should read his stories, dude. It is, or dudes, or dudettes, or everybody. His stories are so amazing, because he knew that going into the concentration camp, I don't know. He knew going into the concentration camps that the one thing that he was never going to give them was his will. So he did everything else. He knew that that's the one thing they wanted to take from him. And that's the one thing he said, I am never giving you. He tells stories about how they would kill people next to him to get him to break down. Yeah, I know it's really sad, but he talks about, he talks about psychological strength, and it's just really cool. It's, at least it's so deep into activities of situation. Meaning cannot be the goal in and of itself. Need to aim slightly away to hit the target. Yep. Anyway, I'm definitely on break here. Hey, Lunmar. The war within us, that's not a natural thing. If humanity is where it is today, is by cooperation. Yeah, I agree. I think innately we want to cooperate with each other rather than compete. I think that is more innate than anything. But if you watch penguins, and one of the penguins will steal the rocks gathered from the other penguins, it's like a part of. There are so many more dangerous animals out there that we survived and controlled during working as a team. Yeah, I agree. I think it's true. I think the ultimate level of it, the common position that life forms. Yeah, we're definitely social creatures. What? Why do I have this sleep schedule? I just sleep when I'm tired. And so I have two sleep cycle, my sleep cycle split in two during the day. Mostly I get a lot done at night when everybody else is asleep and the world is kind of asleep. It puts me in a weird time zone though. Yeah. Master your aggression. That's true. So what's this about? What are you posting, Vera? Space Worn. Oh, are these the things that are going to hit us? We're going to get wiped out by an asteroid. Launched. Oh, no. What are these? Space Worn. Oh, this is JavaScript. Oh, I had a computer. I see. No, I haven't seen that. A screen had Perl on it. Yeah. Good old Perl. There's a lot of Perl out there. This looks like a Perl site, to tell you the truth. Yeah, this looks like it was made in the 90s. It still has the whole I'm a shadowed thing. Space Force. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, she's using a Mac. I'm sorry. This is so great about Go is everybody uses it. Windows people. I'm going to check in with YouTube. Oh, only one. Node versus Go for backend. Ready, go. Go, obviously. Just go to go.dev and read all the case studies about all the people who left Node for Go. 20 humble viewers. Thank God you're streaming. I need help. Hey, Gary. Damn. We filtered somebody on accident. How's it going, Gary friend? It's like someone forwarded my message. I can't be on IRC at the moment. What's your question? Man, I got the feedback from an interview I had last week. They sent me a pyramid scheme for a response. I got a feedback from an interview I had last week. sent me a pyramid scheme for a response. Oh, that's not an interview then. Oh, the Sesame Street stuff. Yeah. Yes. It was mana. That was a while ago though. I hate that you don't have timestamps in the chat in Twitch. This is still the stuff from like 2 streams ago. Even trees react when threatened. Yeah, good point. How's it going, LGG? Do I have any idea how to fix this system? Yeah, I have some idea, but I don't pretend to know all the answers. The first thing is we need to stop looking at everybody as teachers and students. To me, that's the biggest flaw in the system. I really do. I think that's the biggest flaw. The biggest flaw in the system is that we don't. It's this oppressive idea that the people who and teachers don't really think that they are there for their students. They don't consider themselves to be their students, to be their clients, let's say, right? In any other system, in many other systems in society, you have clients who pay you, and in the education systems over here, people are not thought of that way. They're looked at. There's really, it's really bad to generalize. There's so much out there, but in general, teachers take sort of a superiority role. Even if it's really politely and paternalistically, they still think that they're better than the people that they're teaching. And until we can change the base thought process, and this is what the central theme of Pedagogy of the Oppressed in Paulo Freire, until you can enter into a dialogue and understand the world of the people that you're working with, you're never going to be able to teach them and help them change, because they need to do the learning on their own. And that's another thing. Saying that's going to get me shot. In most traditional education circles, for me to say that you're not teaching them anything, they're learning it, and you're helping them learn that by guiding them and finding their way through the thing. People get pissed at that. I've had people leave my school because their parents were teachers, and I suggested that. The thing that's killing this system, look, all you have to do is think back and find every one of those fantastic learning experiences you had. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be because the person who was your teacher didn't even consider themselves your teacher, so that you respected them, but you looked at them as a peer. They got you to think of them as just another peer. I remember a history teacher in high school who received all kinds of awards, and he would, teachers help them get unstuck. So the thing of it is that teachers don't see them. Teachers have been trained to see themselves as the source of authority, and you're going to bow down and take this knowledge. I'm going to open your head and stick it in there. It's a very violent act, and we have to stop doing that. And that's Freire's main point. Banker education, depositing information. The only people who learn in that system are the teachers. So we have to get we have to change the perception that the person being taught is less than the person doing the teaching. They're all humans. One just got there a little bit earlier. One is here to help you. One happens to have experience and study things more than you. They're not better than you. They are the same as you, and they're just here to help you facilitate your learning. And they are pushing you to make the answers. Instead of giving you the answer, what they say is, okay, go figure the answer out. Instead of saying, don't Google that, I'm going to punish you for cheating, you say, let's see who can Google it the fastest. The whole approach changes when you put the responsibility for the learning on the person, and you encourage them and you give them hope, and you say, no, you really can do this. I know you can. And you support them more than that. And it sounds sort of hippie, but it's not. Social skills, cooperation, respect. Yeah. And if you look at the successful educational systems that are out there, like Finland, that's exactly what they do. There's no homework. They give them huge recess so they can experience the world and come back and share. And then they talk about the world around them and say, well, what did you experience? It's very Socratic. Socrates did this. He's the one who said, I'm going to be the fool. I'm going to help you teach yourself. You're going to find, and then in the process, they learn the method of learning, and they get the most important thing is that in the system where you're promoting the learning on the part of the person gets the joy of the learning, and then they get filled with dopamine for figuring things out. And there's this, the most wonderful noise that ever gets made in any classroom I've ever been in is, I wish I had a montage. I wish I had a montage of every single time someone has done that, because that moment, it gives me goosebumps, is worth more than any money ever. When somebody has a learning moment and you have guided them there, you didn't give it to them, you guided it to them, and then they're like, oh, you mean, yeah. And they're like, exactly, you got it. Or they go, oh, you mean like, yeah. And you look at their face when somebody actually has that visceral learning moment where the light goes off and something really sinks in. It is very rewarding. It's rewarding for that person, and it's rewarding for you because you've brought them to that place. And I don't mean that to sound, sexual in any way. I'm just trying to say that's what you literally are coaxing the learning out of people. You're not giving them the learning, you're coaxing the learning, and you're making them able to control their own activities for learning. And if the problem is that this idea, you're brain feeding your jizz of knowledge. I didn't mean it to be inappropriate like that, but that's exactly what it's like. And it is. Your brain gets that shot of dopamine. You feel wonderful. You get adrenaline and serotonin rush at the same time. You're smiling and you want more. You want more. And so what do? You crack open the book, you look at more, you're like, now you're into learning even more. The problem is that nobody has this experience in their traditional system. Very rarely do they have this experience, and they definitely don't have this experience early on. And Sir Ken Robbins would say that his words exactly in Out of Their Minds, it's mandatory reading for any educator, if you ask me. Sir Ken Robbins was knighted for his work reforming English education for over 10 years. He died a couple of years back. Out of Their Minds, his words are that this rewarding satisfaction from creative learning that he associates it with creativity even more than education, that it's beaten out of us at a young age. And that's completely consistent with the description I just read to you about what Paulo Freire says about learning to be the oppressed. Because the model in our home and the model in our society is being dictated to us by our societal structure outside, which is oppressor. And so our school systems reflect that, and then you get a Pink Floyd situation, right? So, but if you can get people to have those moments of absolute sheer pleasure from learning, the joy of learning, the more of those you can have, the better your whole society is, because now they will independently seek those learning opportunities. They will become educated. And like Nelson Mandela says, you will change the world. Because when people have these positive learning skills, guess what they do? They naturally want to become critical thinkers. And as soon as they're natural critical thinkers, are they going to be subject to trolling on the internet? Nope. Because now they're naturally critical thinkers. And now you've made people that are immune from propaganda and from trolling and all of the problems that we have today. The problem we have today is it's not just that people aren't educated. It's that people don't want to be educated. They don't want to be educated. They want to get the minimum necessary and go, because they haven't associated education with the pleasurable joy of learning at any point in their lives. They have associated learning with having a ruler thrown at them if they don't sit down and do what they're told. And it's yes, sir, no, sir. And so that they've got these massive negative associations with learning that we have to overcome. And the only way to overcome that is to become their equal. And that's what pedagogy of the oppressed is about. It's about becoming equal as a human being with the person who's being oppressed and they're not learning, and then helping them, helping to understand what's stopping them from not wanting to learn. Well, my mom's, not employed and we're having sad. One time I was doing lateral entry for education, and a very caring teacher that I had met through Twitter, she said, if you want to change education, you need to help change the situation at home for these students, because these students come to us and we can't do anything with them, because it's not our role, according to the traditional education model, to do anything on the sociology front at all. They can't, but the thing that's strange is the most successful educational models that are inside the traditional education are the ones where they throw the kids away and they said, you just need to be at school for 8 hours. And so they put them in that school, that classroom where everybody just has to sit there, and then the teacher can do whatever they want, and they become their friend, and they can deal with these, facilitation issues, and so get into their social life a lot more than they could. And the other one is when people are intelligent, GT Quest kind of identified as being so smart they don't fit into the traditional education. They're also given the equal sort of freedom, whereas the mainstream in the middle doesn't get any of that freedom because it's not conducive to a successful capitalistic society for people to think and ask the question why, and experience pleasure from learning on their own, and saying, not accepting people's commandments, and so the only way the system changes is if we can start having educators look at the people that they're working with as equals, and that is a huge gap. You look at the inner city sometimes, places like that. No, you're going through a gun detect. It's just, yeah. Anyway, people struggle with the learning process, start to hate it, and then they quit or give a minimum pass. Yeah. And then what do? Then they fail over. What are we doing right now? If you look at the average mainstream person right now, what are they doing? They're either obsessed with inflammatory news, and they're not doing any of their own judgment on it, or they're escaping and they're playing a video game, 10 hours a day. Very few people are engaged in trying to do something because there's nothing in it for them. And there is something in it for them, but they don't realize it because they've been so beaten over the head with education. They don't understand that taking a moment to read a book while you're on the toilet is actually pleasurable experience, and I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. They just don't get it. So they fail over to the things that give them a quick hit. And I'm not saying, that, video games or even, video, Netflix videos and stuff I enjoy them just like anybody, but I don't know. Somebody set me off on that because they said, how would you change the American system? And the fundamental thing I would do to change the system is I would figure out something to do. I would figure out some way based on Freirean to get educators to actually connect with the people that are in their classrooms. And there's so many barriers to that. The first barrier is they have 250 people to deal with. How are they ever going to have a positive connection with any one of them? They don't even know their name. I actually did this. I wrote a model down. I really want to test it, but I don't have the backing to do it. And they don't understand, right, the axiom of humanity. I want, just for fun, I wrote down a model for a full school just for fun. I was like, what if we created an experimental school where every single person in the school is taught one-on-one by every one of the teachers, and we don't call them teachers, we call them mentors and facilitators. I said, is it economically viable? Could you actually pull that off? Immediately people throw that out, and I was really surprised. It came in at like 1/5 the budget of some of these private schools that are out there right now. And in this particular model, every single person in these schools, these collective learning communities, would be educated one-on-one in every single subject, and they would have one-on-one time with them 3 times a week. And can you imagine? Can you imagine if a teacher was given, I don't like the word teacher, but if we took our system right now and instead of loading up one high school teacher with 500 students sometimes, you can get to a 1-to-1. I feel like you actually can get a 1-to-1 ratio. The problem with the 1-to-1 ratio is not a problem it's not even an economics problem. Because I made it, I came up with a system where you could have 1-to-1 and it was actually cheaper than 40 people in a single class. It is possible. It is. I did the math already on it. It's not what you would think, and I should probably pull that math out for you again. I have my whole notebook where I went through this. It was just a thought experiment. I was like, how could I scale what I'm doing? Is there some way that I could scale my 1-to-1 mentorship that I have? You know what's really crazy is that you could do it. This thing that's really, this is absolutely batshit crazy. I actually ran the numbers. Most of the people who are working in education right now, if some of those teachers were to quit their jobs and go to a one-on-one thing and create their own mentor communities, and they had 26 people, they would be making 20 to 30 grand more a year than what they're currently making teaching 5 times as many people. And I was like, so actually, I still want to do this. You know what? I need to put soil on my list of initiatives. I still need to do the sustainable, open, interactive learning. The soil initiative is another initiative I had that I started to help other mentors and educators do what I have been doing for the last 8 years. So to get them off the ground so they could actually start doing it. And I chose to do that instead of scaling like a franchise for SkillStack or something, because I was like, it's more important that we give these skills. And here's another thing that's really great about this, is that when you have a one-to-one mentorship thing, that means that people can pick, they can create relationships. Some people they might not get along with, some people they might learn better from, all that sort of thing. So you can kind of build and they're already doing this in the homeschool industry. There's a lot of homeschoolers that are doing this. They organize these things and they get people who actually have the skills. So, I mean, it's a seriously radical idea. Another seriously radical idea that's just never going to take hold in America, it would take decades, centuries, is the cultural expectation that everybody who is professionally employed by society has a cultural responsibility to take on 1 or 2 apprentices. If we did that one thing, it's not going to happen in a greedy, shitty society like we live in right now. That will not happen. But the problem that this has actually been a thing in the past. There are societies in the past that have had as a cultural imperative, you're a blacksmith, you're going to take on 1 or 2 apprentices, usually your children, but not always, and you're going to teach somebody else your skill. And you're going to take on 1 or 2, the squires, right? With their farmers, they're this 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 or 1-to-3 ratio education that has been instilled. I mean, it's not just trades, right? It was also, it was also the thinking ones. So monks, okay? Monks were the knowledge workers of the time in the medieval times. They would go and they would, apprentice under other monks, and those monks were working. They were working in the knowledge sphere. A lot of, particularly the Franciscan and the Jesuits. They were like all about education. So they were following this apprenticeship style of learning, even though it was in a knowledge career in the Middle Ages. And so it's been around forever. The problem is that greed and specialization obliterates this, because everybody just wants to do their job. They don't want to. They say, I'm not a good teacher. I don't want newbies around me all the time. I don't want to help. I mean, anybody ever been given an intern? You're like, oh my God, really? I'm not going to be able to get anything done, because our society is going so fast that we can't slow down. There's no social stigma that would be a positive thing that says, no, there's a stigma against you. If you're not mentoring anybody, you're a bad person. Right? That's a culture that I would really, really love to live in. I personally would love to live in that culture, but it's I don't think it's possible. I think it's too utopian, because people are just too fucking selfish. They just are. At the end of the day, human beings are just naturally selfish. I'm sorry. They are. They'll work in a community when it serves their purposes. If it means that they get to eat and stuff, I don't believe that humans are naturally empathetic. I've become sort of a cynic on that regard. I don't think they are. That's just me. I've seen too much open violation of it that I don't think humans are naturally empathetic. I think they are naturally animals, and they're naturally selfish, and they learn empathy as a part of a communal value so that they get something out of it, and that's what drives them. I don't think there's any, I know it's very cynical. It's Western culture. I think you might have something there. I do. I think it might be related to Western culture. The Eastern traditions that I've watched about, particularly like respecting your elders and the expectation to take care of family in the Eastern traditions, and God knows I'm a horrible person. But my family's like crazy fucking wacko Trump supporters, so don't judge me. I had to sever ties because it was like, there's not going to be anything good happen when we talk. There's just nothing good is going to happen at all. So is how property values tie into school funding. Yeah, that's true. If you go where people have nothing, they'll be much more willing to share and give a little than they have. Yeah. I bet. Yeah. The Greeks did a lot of that. Did a lot of that mentorship kind of thing, didn't they? Traditions and current customs don't come so nearly always. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Eastern culture is more communal, and you got to be careful even saying that word, right? You use the word with the commune in the root in America, and they will shoot you. It's like, how dare you say that community is the best religion? They're like, what are you talking about? Jesus doesn't approve of community. I am the way and the truth and the life. God damn it. Nobody else is the way and the truth and the life except for me and the people who believe in me. That's not what Jesus said anyway. It's those Abrahamic religions, man. The Abrahamic religions are like, it's my way or the fucking highway. They have no desire to integrate with the world. Nope. They can talk about it all they want. Oh, we're all God's children, except for we're God's leaders, and you're God's peon children, and we're going to own you. Are we going to own you, or we're going to proselytize the shit out of you, and you're going to cut your head off unless you accept what we say? That's Abrahamic religions. Abrahamic religions are like scary as shit. There is no Jesus. There is only Zool. We just lost every Christian watcher ever. The thing is, it's not all, to be fair. So, like, find a random Jesuit Catholic and listen to what they have to say. Which, by the way, the current Pope was, I don't think he was Jesuit, but he was, his documentary on Netflix is amazing, by the way. The documentary of the current Pope is so crazy awesome. It's just so good. It's him talking to Pope Paul, and they're like trying to change the guard, and it's just really good. It gives me goosebumps. So there is hope. Even Mother Teresa was atheist. You knew that, you guys knew that, right? Mother Teresa was atheist. Yep, she kept it a secret. She did. She kept it a secret, and they sainted her anyway. You ever read that story? That is an amazing story. She lost her testimony or her religion like 10 to 15, 20 years before she left the earth. And she just decided to go with it. She's like, I'm going to still do it anyway. But she wrote all about it. I'm pretty sure the current Pope is Jesuit. Yep. Yeah. Greeks, is it false? No, it's not. Go read about it. Look, don't take my word for anything. Was a mob queen. Yeah. So don't take my word for anything. Go do your own research. I'm just a stupid asshole up here talking. So I'm a pseudo-intellectual trying to make his way. Don't believe what anybody says. Go do your own research, make your own opinions, make your own conclusions. You know what I mean? But go read about Mother Teresa. It's really funny. It's not funny. It's, yeah. How can you back up my claim, Lundmar? Oh boy, here we go. So again, we're sharing here. We're not attacking. All right. So, and I'm not attacking any individual. I'm attacking beliefs, and that's different. And that's really important because in our offensive society right now, everybody gets offended and everybody is offensive, and we don't talk about anything because if you don't agree with what I believe, then we can't talk. I can attack an idea believing that Jesus is the Son of God without attacking you. If you believe Jesus is the Son of God, great, more power to you. Until you believe that belief makes you say you have to kill me or take away my life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, in which case we got a problem, and I'll go grab my gun, because those things are sacred and we should not be messing with those things. The burden is on the claiming that there is a God. Yeah, that's a good conversation. Great fights. Yeah, go fight. I used to be the sort of militant atheist. I just completely quit talking about 10 years ago, and it works great. There's no burden to anyone. It's a belief. Right. Right. And that's, I wish, I beliefs are fine until they start oppressing others. As soon as beliefs turn into ideologies and dogmas that oppress others, that's not okay, in my opinion. That's something that any society should fight to preserve. Because humans can't progress unless they're able to be free of intellectually free, as well as, free to live and have health. They can't, the whole point of being here is to get through this life. And if you can't get through, if anything, society needs to be sure needs to get together on that one thing. We need to get through this life. How are we going to do that? Well, we all need to be healthy. We all need to be able to talk and explore things, because we don't really know what's going on. Nobody does. We need to figure it out, and we need to give everybody else that ability to do those same things. The end. That's all we really need to agree on. And until what you believe means that I'm going to pay more taxes, or I can't come in your country, or I'm not going to eat as well as you, or I don't get as much education as you, or, until that starts happening, those things, we need to stamp that out. All of us need to. And that's not communism. That's just being in a community of human beings. And that's, anyway. And most religious, because they turned religion into a business. Oh God, they really did. I love this Robcast channel. Thanks, LGG. I mean, we talk about everything here. I'm going to call it a variety channel. I do need to take a quick break, though. We have separation of church and state in the U.S. We were supposed to. Jefferson talked about it. What's really crazy? So many really staunch Christians in America don't know two really important facts. One, Thomas Jefferson did not believe Jesus Christ was divine. He believed Jesus Christ was one of the most ethical human beings who ever lived, and we should follow some of his principles. And he made the Jeffersonian Bible, in which he deleted from the Jeffersonian Bible anything that referred to Jesus' divinity. So people who cite Thomas Jefferson as being the father of, whatever, they don't have any idea what he what he thought about Jesus. And most people in the United States in particular, it's true. Religion plays. And he ripped out pages angrily. And the second thing that most Americans don't realize is that "In God We Trust" didn't come to our motto, our Pledge of Allegiance, and our currency until 1950s during the McCarthy communist era. That shit wasn't even in the American motto, the American Pledge of Allegiance, or on "In God We Trust" was not on anything. One nation under God. Under God was added under, what's his face, Patton, during the McCarthy era, when there was this huge scare. And all that shit was added by the radical Christianized evangelicals of the 50s. It was not in our country's anything. It wasn't in anything. From the foundation of America up until the 1950s. How many years is that? And no Christians will even accept that. Well, they meant it to be there. As it was never there. They wanted it out of it. So, yeah. Up to us to believe, right? Right. Look, I'm not saying don't believe in God. I'm not saying don't believe in God. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, the people, even the founders, as imperfect as they were, Jefferson had 600 slaves, 800 slaves. Even the founders didn't. They just wanted rich white guys, landowners, to vote. Period. There's so many things wrong with the original founders of America that you can find, but even they understood that combining religion and government was a seriously bad idea. As dumb as they were on all the other things, that's one thing that they got right and they all agreed on. And it took us coming to the 1950s to get rid of that. And then it took Nixon to just unleash the capitalism. He's the one who got rid of the gold standard and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. We commonly call it that we taught rules. Yeah. If there's a being controlling everything, then why does my pen drop to the floor 100% of the time I drop it? So why is experiences are written down as rules of the universe, rules of God to start with? Right. Yeah. It's quite easy to contest it when you think that a certain entity that we're taught to be powerful. Yeah. Hasn't had much power and impact in the last 2,000 years. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was Mormon, so I have a Mormon script in my head that goes against what you're saying, that I don't agree with anymore. But I know the counter argument to that. Everyone expects a miracle to stop starvation or whatever, as if there was a proof of God. Right, and they shouldn't. So yeah, if so anybody who thinks that, I mean, if we're going to get metaphysical a little bit, anybody who thinks, oh, there's no God because he's not, why is God allowing war to happen and all this stuff? God can't intervene with free will. If he did, if he or she or it intervened in free will, there's just, that's not a God most people believe in. The Romans believed in a God where the gods intervened in free will all the fucking time. They come down and have sex with humans. You know, they're like, but most people don't believe in a God that these days anyway, that messes with free will. Until he wants to tell you to kill your son, just to check you out, see if you're faithful. Go murder your son. Just to prove your loyalty to me. Yeah, that's a God I want to believe in for sure. Yeah. Well, the Mormons are great. They're like, well, Abraham knew he was lying. He knew he was asking him to do that. Well, then why did he even do it? He just wanted to see if he would go through it. Well, if he already knew his heart, then why would he have him do it in the first place? No, he didn't know. That just makes a really great story, and it's a bunch of bullshit, in my opinion. Every could be written, right? I really know if we do in fact have free will. That's yes. That's Yashank. Have you seen the Black Mirror on that? Are you a Netflix person? Go watch. That is the fundamental theme of the latest Black Mirror. Yeah. Do we have free will or not? It's yeah. What's it called? Bandersnatch. Oh God, it's so amazing. It's terrifying. Be ready to be like really freaked out. It's like really freaky. The reason it's so freaky is just because it's interacting with, oh God, the first time, I'm getting like major goosebumps. The first time the character breaks the third wall, oh God, it's like scares the shit out of you. Oh, it's so good. But it's fundamentally, it's about a guy who makes an adventure game. I won't say more than that, but it's like he gets obsessed, goes crazy because, you know, there's no free will. He comes to start thinking there's no such thing as free will. I don't know what happens after death, right? Arbitrary explanation. Yeah. I used to think that. I used to think that on the other side, I used to think, how can a person live with themselves not knowing that death is not this finite black hole? And actually, Penn Jillette, he doesn't talk about it in this book. He has another book where he talks about it, but Penn Jillette talks about that, and he's like a real atheist. But I wouldn't say I'm as atheist. I'm more of an agnostic. I don't think we need to know what's going on. I think that's part of the plan, is that we don't know what's going on. That's my take on it. And I don't want a perfect recipe for why I'm here. I think we should be here to try to figure out what this thing is about, not to open the right doors and get the right answers and stuff. Personally, it doesn't seem logical to me. It's like, you know, if there's a reason, it really boils down to whether you think there's a reason for existence or not, and that's a big wormhole to go down. An attempt to explain what happens after death. I agree. And he's not suggesting that. I don't think he's suggesting that 12. Taking solace, randomness and quantum mechanics. Yes. Right. Free will. Yeah. Whether free will is a big topic, right? A kind of believer. Agnostic is sort of a believer. Agnostics basically say, I don't know what's going on. That's me. I don't know. That's an agnostic. I don't know. What's that emoji? The agnostic. Cheers to this community. We're having fun. I'll get back to coding here. I'm going to take a break and we'll do some more coding. But seriously, that's what it is. Like, it's, oh. And then you have the atheists. There's no God. Is there a spaghetti monster? Hell no. No, I have not had any Alan Watts psychedelic experiences. No, I have not. Even though that's actually one of the topics in the Bandersnatch book. Agnostic. Okay. Well, set me straight, Lunmar. Then agnostic to me means you don't know what's going on. Atheism means you believe there's no such thing as God. It's literally atheism. No God. You know. So, yeah. When physicists tell us large bodies in the universe are totally predetermined, it makes you think the idea of free will is a waste of time thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, you pulled up with the big guns. Yeah, I don't know if I would be able to do that. I don't have the mental stability to do a psychedelic if I were going to do it. I just don't. I'm too close to crazy already. I mean, let's be real. I'm crazy. I think everybody is crazy in some way, and to find your soulmate is to find somebody who's crazy matches your crazy. So I'm definitely crazy. I do not doubt it. We're all crazy in some way. Neurotic is the word I would use. I mean, look around at the average person right now. There is some level of neurosis in almost every human. And it's just a matter of getting used to it. And whether yours needs medication or not. And what form of medication yours takes. Is it Adderall? Is it a beer every night? Is it some computer game? You know, being atheist addresses the following question: do I believe there is a God or not? Okay. Agnostic says, do you believe that everything can be known about some God? About some God? I don't believe anything can be known about some. I don't know. I guess I'm agnostic by that definition then. Atheists say, do you believe there's a God or not? I don't have enough information. I don't have enough information to say whether there is a God or not. However, I feel like something bigger than me is going on. There's just too much circumstantial evidence in my life, and I know people bring in coincidence theory and all this other shit. I mean, I've gone through the whole rat race in my mind, but there are certain. I can't share my experiences with you because they won't be meaningful to you, but there's only a yes or no answer to the first question. No, I don't think that's how philosophy has to be. It's not just yes or no, and that is not the definition of agnostic. So, lawful evil. I'm a sun worshiper myself. I am too, actually. I found that when I do sun salutations, with the sun, and I pretend that I'm worshiping the sun, I'm not actually worshiping the sun, but when I'm pretending to worship the sun, I think there are many things that worshipers do that are good for you psychologically. Let me put it that way. I think, first of all, I know mantras are a balm, a psychological balm, performing mantras. And I think a lot of the things that when I do sun salutations outside in the backyard, I feel better. The rays of the sun actually make you, vitamin D brings your mood up and everything. And Americans everybody doesn't get enough vitamin D these days. We don't go outside. Reminds me I need to go outside when there's sun. Plants like it. Vitamin D is key. Yeah, but we don't get any, right? Particularly me. Lately, I don't get any vitamin D. I really got to fix that, actually. It's good for Icarus. I get sucked into talking. The only difference between genius and insanity is the genius has its limits. Yeah. Community, yeah. I think, I don't know if I even need a title. Why do we have to have a title? I'm gonna tell you what I believe, and frankly, I'm fucking tired of titles, and this isn't an attack against anyone here. I'm fucking tired of titles. I'm just tired of titles. People have different associations with every title. I'll tell you what. Stop trying to label me and give me a title. And why don't we have a dialogue and I tell you what I believe? And I tell you what I think before you go categorizing me into some definition of some particular title. This is the problem we're having with our politics and with religion. Oh, well, you're a this and that, or you're an ENTF, or you're a Sagittarius, or you're an evangelical. You know, it's like, just get over the fucking titles and talk to people about what they believe and what they want out of life, and focus on the issues of life and the facts and those kind of things. I don't know. I think that just touched on a soft spot for me because I don't fit the atheist definition, according to that, and I don't fit the agnostic definition either. You know, I don't know what I am. I'm not going to tell you what I am. I am a human being who believes there's more going on than I can put my finger on, and I believe Jesus was a wonderful person, even if he's a myth. We don't know. So yeah, that's a figure out what's happening here. I mean, that's a great title, right? Comfort in the way religion provides this means he provides an incorrect worldview based on the scripture. Your worldview informs your actions. If ultimately you do bad actions, this is how people end up doing bad things in the name of religion. I don't know if I agree with that completely. I don't know. I don't know. You believe in religion because it provides community. I tend to agree with that. In fact, when I was losing my religion, I was like, what reasons do I have to stay here? And I originally concluded I was going to stay Mormon and just not believe any of it and quietly fill rafts of journals with all of my frustrations while still being a member of the community. And then I started seeing what the community was doing to people, particularly gay people. And I was like, fuck no, I don't want anything to do with this. You believe in religion for practical reasons. You should believe in something because it is true, not because it's practical. I don't agree with that at all. You follow your heart and your mind wherever that takes you, and sometimes that takes you into places that are, that are hard to be in, and then you have to leave. Yeah. Whatever issue fits so well. I know I stopped putting whatever in there. I started putting like code in conversation because at least people wanted to find it. A piece of information sharing made the biggest responsibility is on the side of the reader. So wrong personal interpretation of something written down makes you wrong, not that is written. Right. So, yeah. I think the biggest complaint I have against organized religion, and this includes yoga, by the way. Yoga is not a religion per se, but there are people who treat yoga as a religion. There are people who treat Star Wars as a religion. So it's when people start replacing thinking. Honestly, I'm going to say something. I think dogma and just tell me what to do thinking is, and I don't dare put the word religion on that. Dogma and just tell me what to do, just tell me what to think. That ideology, that practice, that's the thing that gets my angst, because that's the thing that is causing the pain and suffering. And that's the thing that's more inclined to promote stupid people who can't get through life without being told what to do, which is very dangerous. And it's also the more likely to be the thing that says, oh, you're not complying with my recipe, therefore you can't live in my country, you don't get taxes, oh, you're not even a human, by the way. You know, that kind of thinking is the problem. That's the problem. And I call it intellectual laziness. Intellectual laziness are people who are not comfortable figuring out what this world is about on their own. They want to be told because fundamentally they're too lazy to try to figure it out on their own. They're either too lazy or they're too scared. And Freire talks about this. It's called the fear of freedom. And the fear of freedom is, oh my God, I won't be able to figure anything out, and I'll be overwhelmed with sadness when somebody dies because I don't have any answer for what happens after they die because I haven't figured that out yet. And so they get this panic sense of, intellectually, God did it, or as the worst one. And this, I'm going to pick on Muslims for a second. My ire is equally applied across the board. One of the sayings in the Islamic tradition that I hate the most is they also say this in French. It's comme Dieu veut. It means as God wills it. Or you guys know what? If there's Muslims in the, and this is Christians have a similar thing, but they don't tend to say this as much. They do say it, but it's like every day they say it in some of the Muslim traditions. It's like I forget the term, but it's as Allah wishes, and they don't even mean as Allah wishes. It's been so ingrained in their vernacular that they say it all the time. In French, they do it too. It's comme Dieu veut, comme Dieu veut. Well, okay, when are you going to see it? Well, comme Dieu veut. What that means is, well, sometime. So it's like, well, when am I going to see you next? And they say, oh, comme Dieu veut. It's like when God wills it, when God wants. That's literally what they say, but they don't mean it. They mean sometime, right? But it's built into their language. So they say it's when God wants it to happen. That's when we'll meet. You say that in Portugal? Yeah. It's an expression, right? It's an expression, but my point I'm trying to make is it's become so ingrained into thinking that it's now just a common expression. Another thing of that's a little bit more positive is the whole namaste thing. I had somebody on the stream tell me that in India, they don't think of namaste as I recognize the God in you. And as a yoga instructor, I've said that to people and I've ripped it apart. And the Indians in my stream are like, no, that just means hi. It just means hello. And I'm like, but to the Westerners, he's like, no, namaste says, I recognize the God that's in you. That's actually what it means. But, it just depends on the culture too. So it gets really crazy. Yeah, God did it. Well, God made that happen. Yeah. How about the sex ones of, oh God, isn't that the same thing? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh God. I have a theory on ecstasy that it's too crazy to talk about here. I'm not talking about the drug. I'm talking about the ecstasy from sexual climax. Yeah. I have a theory about that, but the short and sweet of it is that it's the absence of all thought. It's the total connection with nothingness. It's like your brain literally zeroes out. And so in that moment, you're actually, it's probably just a bunch of chemicals, but it's the chemicals that turn off everything in your brain from working. So you're literally connected with everything around you in that moment. I know it's a really, really weird thing to hypothesize. Obviously, I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that if there is some sort of universal consciousness or something like that connecting with the universal consciousness would equate to joy and bliss. And every religious tradition, Colt Campbell, you go through any of the stuff he delineates, all of them have a similar thought process that, joy is absolute pure bliss and absence of, it's when you connect. So it's also part of the whole meditation and nirvana idea, where like when you give up your identity and you're actually part of the infinite in that moment, that it's beyond expressible bliss, and that you get the closest to that moment during sexual climax. So I don't know. In other words, it's one of those ways where you literally connect with the divine. That's a really radical, weird thought. I'm not telling you to believe it. I just think it's an interesting curiosity that, so critical thinker that you don't believe in religion. No. Also expression in Spanish is si Dios quiere. Is there a pattern to see when people break 60 plus years of age, they become way more spiritual? The Indians, not the Indian, the Hindu thought on that is pretty solid. They actually have phases of life, and then the sannyasin life they have homemaker, they have different phases, and it's based on just observation of the human condition for years and years and years and years. And I tend to agree with it. The sannyasin phase is an interesting one. That's where they just kind of walk off and become ascetics and put everything off. I think experience just naturally engenders more. It's not a fear of death. It's more. I think it's more about perception, just more about having more information. Um, it's just really pointed. I also think that when you get older, this is going to sound really lame, but you're you're less distracted by testosterone and stuff like that. And I know that sounds really lame to say, but there's so many things controlling you outside of your power when at different stages of your life that I think that does play into it. Uh, I'm a researcher. I'm not a drug abuser. Yeah. This use seems the right terms. Scripted transfer reviews. The French call it a petit mot, the little death. Your mind goes death. I did not know that. That is super interesting. Thank you for that insight. It's probably explainable directly to evolution. Apes that don't screw up ejaculation tend to produce survive the species. Yep. You took me back to high school class. Reminded me that you wanted to go and do something. Yes, I did. Correct. All statistics tell us so. The vast majority of scientists are atheists. Yeah. Yeah. All statistics tell us so. Strongly disagree with that. Have you ever looked at the statistics that would have to be in line? All the intelligent design stuff. You cannot write that shit off as probability. You can't. Just look at the molecular structure of the flagellum of a sperm cell. Just look at that. If you're going to tell me that is an accident, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And there are a lot of very respectable, intelligent scientists who don't buy it either. I need to go and get some shut-eye. Yeah, me too. Einstein wasn't, yeah. Einstein was, I don't think, look, you're using the atheist label again. Did he believe in an angry white guy in the sky? No. But he definitely believed in something bigger. High quality dialect. Hindu philosophy actually gets a lot of things right. I agree. Just because it was trial. Hindus get a lot of things right in general because they've been around for so long. Do you know what I mean? As a culture, cohesive culture, they've been around they got a lot of things wrong too, by the way. Drinking cow piss, the class system. So, yeah. I married his cousin. Can't dispute facts. I don't have to dispute facts. That's what's so great about being human. Creationism is BS. I didn't say anything about creationism. What you and your labels, I didn't say anything about creationism. I said, try to explain to me. I said it's something about intelligent design, which falls under creationism, but it's not the same. Intelligent design and creationism are not the same thing. Trying to account for the complexity of a flagellum molecular structure is pretty amazing. And yes, I am willing to accept that possibly my human brain can't conceive of the infinite probability that created that thing, but I don't have to. Let's see. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Explained that earlier. As scientists study the rules of the universe, a need of God as a decision maker entity becomes less and less needed in the context of rulers of the universe. I completely agree with that too. The more you understand about how the laws of the universe work, there's an interesting take on this that Mormons have. Mormons, I was raised Mormon. Mormons actually don't believe that God controls the laws of the universe, which blows a lot of people away. Mormons actually believe that God is God because he perfectly and totally understands the laws of the universe and abides by all of them. And that does not just include physical laws, that includes ethical laws as well. And so the nature, and there's literally a line in the Book of Mormon that says, and if God ceased to observe these things, he would cease to be God. And that idea is one of the many reasons that Mormons are not considered Christian by all the Christian foundations that get together and have coffee and stuff. Because the Mormon idea of God is that the reason God is because he perfectly understands and obeys the laws of the universe instead of making them. I think it's complete bullshit, but that's their take. We need to discuss creationism. Well, here's the thing. Whatever, Lundmar, this is the thing. Can we just agree on something here? whatever is going on has to be attainable by every human who's ever born. So either there's nothing going on at all, or everything that's going on has to be available to every single human who's ever born, no matter what their capacity. So, which is why I have problems with things like you can't go to heaven unless you come here and get married and you're born with the right genitalia and you get married. That level of precision is opposed to what I think, any rational God would require. But who says God's rational? Peaceful and down and connected to the earth, so to speak. Yeah. Richard Dawkins talks about the giraffe. Yeah. And the creationist made the rebuttal video and got roasted in the comments. Yep. I don't have to agree with it. I don't know what's going on, but I will tell you this. The number of statistical probabilities that are there. Dawkins and the gang love to say, you don't understand science. You don't understand probability. You don't understand anything. And I do. So listen to what I have to say. And my thing to say to him is, go fuck yourself. This is a journey. We all figure it out on our own. And yes, I'll hear what you have to say, but you don't just shut everybody down and say, it's my way or the highway. You're just as fucking dogmatic as the popes who fucked kids. You're just as bad as them. You are. If you're going to be that dogmatic about your belief and tell everybody else that they're idiots because they don't believe like you, you're part of the fucking problem, just as much as the Islamic terrorists. Sorry. Dogmatism, and I'm not saying that I'm sorry, I swear a lot, but my point is we have to agree to disagree on stuff and to debate. But if you start to tell other people how they need to believe, unless it affects your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which it does. A lot of times it does. For example, if you believe that a marriage is between one man and one woman, you are directly affecting the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of another person. And that's not okay to have that belief in a society. And we have to figure that out. That's a big question, right? We can't say, when they say, well, God said to do that, well, then God's wrong, because, that gets really ugly really fast. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. No rules of physics is a misconception, scientists know. Yeah, well, I don't believe that at all. Do you think that could be a reference on quantum physics? Not to go into pseudoscience. Yes, quantum is the thing. Photonic entanglement is observable, right? But the measurement of a system does collapse the wave function, so maybe that's why Romans meant if gods weren't watching. Who knows? The reason why because they wanted to have that little death. Isn't that ironic, Switzer? Isn't that ironic, Switzer? Yeah. The one thing that's really amazing about all of this is that nobody really knows what's going on. Nobody knows. The one thing that universally connects everybody is that nobody knows what the fuck is actually happening. I mean, can we at least agree on that? Nobody really knows. And you have people tell you, I was a Mormon missionary. I testify to people all the time. I know the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the only true church of God on the earth in which he is well pleased. And I was trained to testify to that all the time. I believe a lot of it is just to convince yourself that was it. Criticizing a religion is mostly just mental gymnastics, as the majority of followers don't believe the exact same. They don't. That's VMT. That is totally, I cannot tell you how much I agree with that. I totally agree with that, because I've been in a religion where every single person believes something differently. And the religions that survive the best are the ones that let you believe whatever the fuck. Like Catholics. Catholics, you have Jesuits over here, and then you know what I mean? There's like a whole gamut of what you can believe in Catholicism. And so there's lots of Catholics, even though technically they don't go to church ever. Then you have others that go to church all the time. We're willing to kill over. This is the danger, is it not? It really is. Yeah, you feel close to God is when you're the furthest. It might be. Who knows? Rubidium atom spontaneously splits off a neutron and becomes its own ever. Yeah. Yeah. Raritan, I'm so glad you sent that to me. I had heard that and I did not know it was rubidium. It was the act, there are some subatomic particles I've read that, and this is not just in creationist writings, that exhibit, and the scientists didn't even want to say it, they seem like they were exhibiting will. So certain particles, blip out of existence and turn into photons or whatever. And I don't understand the physics behind it, so don't roast me on that. But that there are lots of hypotheses about what's going on. Half of that is 48 billion years. Yeah. And labels on atoms. Exactly. Look how pagan, by the way, email is out. Oh yes, we can hashtag pagan. Do we have to get accepted, Quint, for that? Vera, Quint's here, by the way. If you're here. Let's see, the universe isn't even that old, so I guess that has to happen. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know. Oh, what are you talking about? Did you discuss it with SAP, but did you send the email? Guess it would be enough to fluctuate in particle existence. Don't think scientists will ever want to use the term will on physics. I don't think they will either. And that's why I was so shocked. To tell you the truth, I did not go down that wormhole. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't really want to. I was too, yeah. I mean, to make the group cloaking. Okay, right. We probably should do that. So I don't know when we'll make that move, but I'll let Vera do that. If we can change chat.rwx.gg to hashtag that we know this knowledge is never absolute but relative. I don't know, man. That whole relativism versus absolutism. Pagan.dev, if you want to go read about that. That is the one that keeps me up at night. Seriously. That specific question about absolutism versus relativism is my biggest question, because everything else depends on it. Everything else. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but exactly. It's the whole observability thing. That's one of those things that I don't know that our brains will ever be able to fully understand it. It's the whole photonic entanglement thing. If you look at it, it changes states. I happen to think, based on that, I'm leaning more than ever towards relativism. And this is actually the difference between, this is like a dog trying to figure out, something way bigger than itself, or even an ant, right? That's one area where I just don't feel like our brains are going to have the capacity to understand it. And maybe we'll get there someday, but yeah, knowledge relies on context, and context changes all the time. And then you have infinite possibility, all that stuff. I will say this, we're actually at least thinking about how much we don't understand. Let's try psychedelics. Well, I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if psychedelics did put your brain into a state that was more in tune with the laws of the universe? I mean, think about it. If you can look at something, a photon, and change its behavior, then is that happening in your head, or is that happening in everyone's heads collectively? It just totally blows my mind. And then the whole simulation thing starts coming up. So, yeah, it's just it's fun to think about it, but really it just blows my mind thinking about that stuff. But I tend to side on the side of relativism these days. If you watch the documentary called Particle Fever, I really suggest you watch it. It's free these days on YouTube. Particle Fever, they go through this and they talk about the differences about the discovery of the Higgs boson particle, and they talk about the difference between what's it called? Supersymmetry and chaos theory. And it's interesting because the discovery of the weight of the Higgs boson did not lend more credence to either theory. So yeah. But in supersymmetry, all the subatomic particles make a lot of sense, and the Higgs is in the middle. And in the other chaos one, it's kind of all over the place, because this gets down to the whole, if we live in a world where you can change the gravitational constant, which I don't fully understand. I just think it's interesting that if you change the universal constant, if you change the universal constant, everything changes. Like everything changes. So at that point, you're like, well, what if it wasn't constant? I don't know. So I don't know. I don't have the brain to do that kind of math. I really love that stuff, but I don't have the brain to. I wish I did. I really wish I did. Yeah. Radioactivity in general doesn't mean it does every. Not splitting off a neutron. We might be confused. Yeah, who knows? It connects our brains to Amazon Web Services, unless what no one else does. Have you seen She with the Joker guy in it? I forget his name. Have you seen She? Well, there's theory supports these claims too. Yeah, I know. It's like I'm starting more than ever. I think there's more objective evidence today that everything is relative. Is it her? I couldn't remember. It might be her. I think it is her. It's got what's her face's wonderful voice as the voice actor. She's just such a great voice for that. She's got the perfect voice for that role. If you haven't seen her, go watch it. It's just crazy. It's really, really interesting. But I really love it because it's a benign idea of an AI that goes to the highest level. And it doesn't, we have a lot of imaginings about, malignant, whatever you want to call it, bad AIs, and what they would do to us. They thought, at best they think we were pets and stuff. But her, that story, that movie, and I won't give it away, but it entertains the idea of an AI superseding us, but in a way that doesn't affect us negatively. It's just really interesting. Because I think the thing that's interesting is that the intelligence that's gained by the AI in that movie includes emotional intelligence. And we haven't talked about that at all. And it feels to me like I haven't anyway. There hasn't been a large conversation about, what happens if AI gets out of control and gets infinite wisdom and infinite intelligence? Well, if it gets infinite intelligence, then it doesn't also get, an infinite understanding of emotional intelligence. In other words, it would know it was being evil instead of just being evil because it was the most practical way to the most efficient way to get about doing things. So, the prediction that a super intelligence would be, there's another sci-fi that goes into this really well is transporters, right? I won't give that one away either, but the whole you don't even know what's going on until like the second, third season, so I can't even talk about it if you're going to watch it. But it does talk about an AI as a benign entity, and not just a benign entity, as sort of a deity. Anyway, relativism. We don't have the tools or knowledge today to understand it better, just like the radio antenna park in the U.S. Yeah, for alien communication. Yeah, to understand. Yeah, you're always limited by the tools, right? And we're always limited by our perception. So, I mean, we tend to not believe things unless our five senses can detect them, right? But now we're finding out that there's other things out there that we can't detect. I mean, my favorite, like, sort of anecdotal version of that is the hammerhead shark. It's got electrodes, electrical sensors in its brain, in its face, and it can see things that we could never see. I love that idea that, our whole reality is shaped by how we perceive things, and our ability to perceive things keeps changing every day, right? So I recently talked about her on my stream as well. Oh, really? My conversation went more in the way of how an AI would feel at the time. Yeah. referring to the whole thing about how computer cycles work and how fast they are and how relatively slow we are. Yeah. Yeah, I was on Netflix for a while. My 2:30 a.m. TED humor. Doesn't number file or computer file have a video on the RNG thing? I think it. I should probably watch that. Probably a decay happening is governed by a QM equation. I don't know. I can't understand. I'm gonna take a break finally. So I'll be back in. Gosh, it's 5 o'clock already. I tell you, I'll come back in 6. So you guys take a big old break. I'll leave the chat on the screen though, just for fun. Yeah, it's a pretty big break. All right. I'm gonna do some codes. What does maximum lockdown mean? Oh, they're talking about something else. I'm gonna turn the chat down a little bit. Make sure you at me if you need my direct attention. Okay. I'll tend to see those more. I'm going to try to get into the zone and get some code done. Number of things I have to do today. The first thing I need to do is build the infrastructure for Vera. Since you're here, it looks like I think we have authorization to switch to hashtub rwx. Hashtub. Did I say hashtub? That is not what we were doing. So he said he got approval already for his. So I haven't heard back on my approval yet. I didn't get an email or anything. Yeah, I'm not going to sweat it right now, but no. I mean, I submitted my thing, so I suspect, Vera, I think we've probably got a solid case for being accepted. So I don't know if you're up to it right now, but if we want to start doing what's necessary to move over the other channel, next stream I want to try to connect to the rwx.gg instead of the double hashtag version. So we probably just need to set up an automatic topic that says, "Hey, we moved over here." And so that wouldn't be until several hours from now. But I think it's probably time for us to move over to the single hashtag version. No, I did it. I just did it this morning. So 5 hours ago. So I might need to wait some longer time. Till like 3. Yeah, I'm gonna write some Go here, but so the first thing I'm gonna have, I need to spec out MIM, and what I've decided to do is I'm actually gonna put this in my log. I need a tool for this. This is driving me nuts, man. This is why I had a single file before. But there's limitations on that I want to get over. It's not, unless you have a tool to do this kind of thing, this is really annoying if you want to just log stuff. God damn it. Okay. Decided to go with a separate repo for both MIM, the utility, and MIMGO, the standard library. This allows mim.js and family to be created later, so people can have a compatible API. I'm inclined to write it in IDL eventually, but not during the inception phase. All right. So that's that. Which means, lol. And put this under MemWorks. And I don't have a logo or anything for that. God, there's just lots of work. But I need this tool, so I'm going to quickly build this part of the tool, and then I'll go back to doing more of my resume fixing so I can get that application in. Logos, I know. I'm open to ideas. I was thinking about just going with a straight up pagan idea. I don't want to get sucked into this rabbit hole right now, but my favorite pagan logo to adapt for this is the swirly one. And actually, after looking at the Slack logo, which is ridiculously bad, I figured we were fine to just have a symbol as a logo. So this is the Celtic pagan. This is my favorite. And so some variation on that. I would just, it's not copyright, so we could totally straight up rip it off. Go to work, Swizzer. Is it Swizzer or Swizer? Yeah, and if having a pagan symbol on your technology bothers you, sucks to be you. I thought about that. I was like, people aren't going to use that because it's pagan. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And if they don't, fuck them. Oh, Swizzer or Swizer. All right. So seriously, if a Celtic symbol of paganism bothers you so much that you're not going to use the technology, no soup for you. No soup for you. No soup for you. This is another one I really love. I love this one. I really love it. You know what else I like about it? The whole read, write, execute thing. So if you want to put symbolism behind this, the logo, for me, it's read, write, execute. That's what the symbolism behind pagan is, even though it's kind of like, never happy, never sad. Very Buddhist. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. A Pinterest identity. Oh, wow. Look at that shirt. We're not putting devils on there, though. No, that would be too cool. This is my favorite one right there. The fidget spinner. Our logo is a fidget spinner. Yeah, we can make our logo a fidget spinner. People don't do that anymore, but I'm not using a pentagram. That's too on the nose. I'm laughing at my own jokes. Changing, growing, renewing. Look at that. The pagan festival. Fibonacci in the logo. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's hard. Wow, the pagan princess. Wow. She's cute. I don't know. That is definitely not our logo. That's like occultism. The thing that's so funny is that is a total fabrication. That was not, this right here is not the original paganism. The goat was the Catholics ripping off of the goat and turning it into a demon. It was never an evil character. Yeah. It's like, it's just so funny because this image was created by Catholics. And everybody thinks that that's what paganism is. And it's like, no, this is what Catholics want you to think paganism is. It's just, nobody does their history homework. I could probably still do even more homework on that, but, sushi. Ooh, it just makes me hungry. And this is another one. So the whole swastika thing, right? This is the symbol for good fortune. It's above everybody's doors in India. And yeah. You can't get away with doing it. Talk about cultural. Yeah. I was just going to say the good fortune one. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see how well that goes over. People are stupid. Even I'm not that brave. Mostly because I don't want Nazi skin dumbass fucks to join my group. Because they think it's... All right. Let's see. Pagan plumber. Pagan plumbers? What's that about? You'll see Celeste outside most. Yeah, I know. Just chilling. I know. An animal, a really cute one, like a bunny. You know what? Here's the weird thing. All them Proud Boys, they love their cute and cuddly animals. They're just big teddy bears who are white supremacists. Most of them are tiny little babies inside. They're terrified and scared. They deserve our pity more than our hate. They're just, if you watch them and their little clubs that they have and their little things they do and their little incel things that they're just so sad. They're so sad. It kind of makes me super sad for them because they're just, they put on this big bravado and everything, but inside they're just tiny little scared human beings who don't know what they're going to do with their lives. And so they put on all this big fluff outside of them and they make themselves look really tough and they make these initiation rituals and all this stuff. And inside, they're tiny little children who will just want to play with their Lilo and Stitch dolls. It's kind of sad. I'm telling you, it's kind of sad. Oh, wow, look at that one. The Celtic pagan logo. I keep getting drawn to that particular logo. Let's see here. There's nothing good. We're like off to the weird ones now. There's a difference between paganism and occultism, by the way. Just like there's a difference between the Temple of Satan and what is it? The Satanic Church. They're different. Jews for Jesus. Nice. Good for you, Jews. The Solidarity Pagan Wiccan Star. Oh, wow. Wear that to a Trump rally. I dare ya. Skyrim dice. I've been way distracted. We were looking for a logo. I've already lost. Quint knows better than this for me. He's like already off and running, doing something else that's valuable. Letting me like go down the rabbit hole of logo design. I have a couple logos that have a P in the center that are done. Yeah, the Trichera, that's my favorite. Yeah. Thank you for looking the name up for me. Yeah, I really love that one, but I wonder if it's going to be too fancy for a favicon, you know. I was trying to a trichurta and a triskel. What's the difference between? Oh, I don't know. Let's figure this out. What is the difference between a trichurta, and a tris? I should probably know what these are if I'm going to put it in my logo. Ooh, look at that pretty one. Ooh, pin on tattoos. Yeah, that's a fancy one. The meaning of the triskelion, according to these people, I know this is like horoscopes too. You can get a different meaning every time. Depends on who you ask. It's a symbol of the three conjoined spirals that curve outward in a flowing fashion. We can use the triskelion for mental and spiritual growth and development. Great. The Celtic spiral knot. See, look, this will have a different meaning. Watch. Also called the triskele. The triskela. This symbol is 6,500 years old. This symbol highlights the quest and deeper meaning of life pertaining to the number 3, which is a big deal. Number 3 is big everywhere. Actually, I had a logo version that was the center stuff of this thing, and it had the P in the middle. And then if you could extend out these things, depending on how much size you had to do the logo. The symbol represents the action and cycles of 3 number variations: life, birth, and death, past, present, and future. How about this? lexing, parsing, and code generation. Mother, file, child, and any other thing we could figure out that has three things in it. God, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Why is that not in there? The Trinity. We're not putting Om on anything. There isn't really present, as every photo is of you when you were younger. Ooh, good point. Use Aquila, Roman symbol. It was pagan and then Christian. Win-win. The Aquila? Let me go look. I want to see. What is it? Oh, we're looking for symbols. What? That? That is not a Christian symbol. Are you kidding me? Oh, we're not using that. Nope. Not using that one. We're not going for birds and Nazis. I'm good with, paganism. Not good with, like, occultism. And it's the symbol Russian uses. I know, it is. Wolfenstein. There you go. Yes, good old Wolfenstein. I think we should do I got to learn how to say this. The Triskeli, because I can't stop looking at it, and our swag can be fidget spinners that have a P. Yeah, so... Yeah, you can have P, E, G, partial expression grammar, and you can flip the thing, and N is just notation, right? So it's peg, and at one point I was going to have the N be smaller in the name, so it'd be a capital peg and then a lowercase n, and I don't know, people get confused. So I want to know how to say that though. In Germany, yeah, well, you betcha it is. There's no way I would ever put that on anything though. Sorry, no offense. I just how do we say this? How to pronounce Triskeli? What are they going to say? Hopefully this isn't too loud. I can't hear it. Can you hear it?
Triskele or triskele. Triskele or triskele.
Triskele or triskele.
Triskele or triskele.
How would you say it if you were Scottish? Triskele. Triskele.
Triskele or triskele.
Triskele. Triskele. Triskele. Triskele. That's kind of loud. I'm sorry. Anyway. Ooh, the lotus. Well, there's a good one. So we're looking for the triskele. Triskele or triskele? As in tri-skill. Parsing, lexing, and rendering. Yeah. Triskele. Triskele. I like Triss as in Triss from The Witcher. Makes me think of really hot redheads. They change their personality between versions. Did you notice they put all of Jen's traits? They stole lots of Triss's traits and put them in Jen in 3 versus 2. I thought that was interesting. Yep. It's a Witcher reference. Triskele. 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 A pagan symbol meaning Celtic knot tattoo. I know. I want it like now. Ooh, that's crazy, but no. Oh, this is a good one. I wonder if we turn it on its side, what it would do. Would be bad, right? Toss a coin for your witcher. There are? A new LOTR series that's doesn't have like. That's gonna be interesting. I'll tell you what, they redid Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and I finished watching that yesterday, and it was fucking amazing. It was really good. Really liked it. It's a really good book. It's really hard to turn that book into a movie at all because it's so convoluted. Mm. Talking about movie renditions of things. Triskill. Ooh, look at that Triskill. I'm going to say Triskill a lot. Triskill. Like, kill the Tris. No. Triskill. These are logos for pagan. I mean, I've been playing around with logos for a while. The one I was going to do is I was going to make a much more subtle reference to paganism. I was going to do Triskill. Yeah, the other one. So this is what I was thinking of doing. It's a little more subtle. It's not in your face. You see this, the triquetra, I don't know what that is. The triquetra, this one, I thought about having this like little shield here with a P in the middle of it. Try-catch, yeah. Idea for the logo is that you can write it down without lifting your pen to symbolize continuity. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. And I thought about doing that with a P in the shield, and then that would imply that the whole thing was bigger, right? Because I didn't want to have a really fancy logo. If we have the Triskill, we have to have it be the full Triskill because, yeah, we have to have it be the full Triskill. Plus, I just want to look at it all the time, and it's not trademarked or anything. So, yeah, here we go. Where but when. But see this central thing right here? I was going to put a P in there and have that be the logo. Just that thing. And that implies that it's the center of this. And then if you have more space, you could like make these other things. Like if you hover over them, they could like animate, and thing. That was one idea. I did another one where I have the Ankh, which I really want to look at again. Let's look at that as well. I think the Ankh would get us in less trouble because that has Christian meaning as well, which is a big. Did I spell it right? Oh, it's KH, right? This is really got really lots of meaning associated with it. Pregnant woman uterus. Fallopian tubes, and the vagina vortex. Did not know that. People will find all kinds of meanings in things, man. They really will. They're like, let's look really hard to turn this into whatever we want. It's a freaking key. I know. Yeah. I know. When I was going to do this, I was going to I actually have a version of this that has rune symbols. It says PEGN. So it looks kind of like really runic. And that would look a little satanic to if you look at it the wrong way. A sandal strap. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know about this one, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm going the wrong direction completely. I mean, we could do the whole thing where we should probably have something pagan related though, because it says pagan, right? It freaked me out. You don't like the devil ones? These ones are not so scary. Come on, the Triskill isn't scary. The Triskill is nice and happy. It's just a happy swirl. I like swirls. Swirls are mathematically pleasing. Greek Egyptian Empire's inspiration, maybe. I just like this one because it's happy to look at. Everybody loves looking at the Triskill. It's kind of universal because it's not quite the what's that mathematical thing that causes conch shells to be the way they are and everything, but it's kind of like it. It's a little bit too busy. That's a pretty one. The problem with it is it's on an angle. If it weren't on an angle, I would put a letter in there or something, but then it would be really too busy. They do. Spirals trap your thoughts, and that's kind of why I want to put one. But if we just put a random spiral there, like the Maori symbols and stuff, you know about that, right? They talk about this in Moana, actually. Yeah. This is a traditional Maori symbol. There's spirals and everything. I would love to be able to put a spiral on the logo, but this kind of spiral is not so much pagan and more about Maori stuff, which is fine. I love the Maori culture. Gotta look at that jade one. Those are nice. Whoa, that's so pretty. I like, why I like the pagan one, the Triskill, is because it's the whole point of pagan is bringing everybody together. That's literally the point of pagan. The point of pagan is to bring unity from all the different grammars and language renditions based on a common ancestor. That's literally the goal of the project. And so since that's kind of the implicit meaning of the Triskill in the beginning, tra la 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 la, say hello to your witcher. Yep. Triskill. I think that if we do this, it's just got to be the plain old one. What is that? That's on Etsy. Embroidery. Well, yeah, we could. You see what I'm saying, dude? Who is taking on regex? No one. No one's taking regex on. We could make a world free of regex. That's just as efficient and better, actually, because the AST coming out of it's more useful than some stupid fucking flat array. You can't remember what order everything is. I think I'm over my F word allotment for the day already. Quint, what do you think of the Triskill? What's your vote? Do you like it? I know. Let's go looking for some of the other one. The reason I like the Triskill is because it literally symbolizes bringing things together, and any other unity kind of symbols that we could have. Let's just go look for random pagan symbols. Yeah. The thing, if we have a Triskill, if we just make a Triskill in a particular color, could replace regex, but it would be more verbose, right? I think we need to do a Triskill, and then we need to make it a special color. We need to make it a color that if you see it up here, you'll know what it is. And I'm actually a fan of saffron. So if we could make a saffron Triskill, And that's just our logo, you know. You could make it, I don't know, tricolor might be tough to print. We could make it tricolor. We could maybe make it multiple colors. How could we do that? That might be worth looking at. We can like have some sort of chop in between each arm, so each arm is a different color. Yeah, I have raw. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've thought about one color for each leg, but then we'd have to have a kind of a you know, like a cool vector delineation between the colors somehow. Yeah, I mean, that's worth thinking about. Yeah, you could totally do that. What we could do, actually, let me think about that some more. Oh, hey, 18. We could totally do that, because look, you could do like right here. What we could do, actually, that would make the logo look really cool. You know why? Because it would look like these three pieces were coming together. We could have like a diamond right here, and a diamond right here, and a diamond right here, and it would have in the center, what that would cause is it would cause it to have this like center, you know, arrow right in the middle of it. And it would be, we're plugging the pieces in together. So we're taking pagan, and we're getting an AST, and then we're getting JSON out of it. See what I'm saying? We don't have to say that, but that could be kind of like the symbolism behind it. I'm liking this a lot. Oh, how's it going, Dennis? Dennis the Menace. Yeah. Right, I'm a big saffron fan. So one of the colors I would want to be saffron, and we could find, this is kind of fun. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's why I love saffron. I think saffron should be the color of the symbolic, probably the top one, the color of the symbolic pagan, right? The pagan notation. So let's do this. Saffron chicken. I like saffron. Saffron's hard to find, man. It's an expensive spice. Too much money. Yeah, I was going to say. Lots. There's a lot wrong with that. Since we're on this, I'm trying to decide where this goes. Mimworks. Do I have a Mimworks? Yes. We're gonna make just a repo for the logo design, and I guess we could Mimworks art. Mimworks, yeah. Let's do that. Should we do Mimworks art? Mimworks art. Not. That is my problem. Oh, GH repo create graphic design, graphics, art, logos. I would say art. Create graphics. Fine. You win. Continue. Create a local project directory for Mimworks graphics. Yes. So wait. GH not found. Okay. What is this stream about? It's just coding and conversation. It can be about whatever it's about at any given moment. Right now we're doing some stuff with this new generic grammar. You can go read about it. We're making a logo for this. We're discussing a logo for Pagan. It's this project we've been working on for a while. A meta language, one meta language to rule them all. You know, the hubris. Really? Nice. What's he working on? What's his file? What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Mim. Mimworks graphics. I don't know if I ever want to capitalize the W or not. Should we do lowercase or capital on Mimworks? I was gonna call it Mimir, but nobody knows. I like Mimworks, I think. How does SolidWorks do theirs? How's it going, Sackfish? SolidWorks. How do they do with theirs? Whoops. Advanced SolidWorks. They do the capital. Okay. Decided. That was easy. Wait. Where the freak? Rickafer. Tumuxin. Yeah. You want one? It's just an alias for duck. And duck is this. Nothing fancy. I talk about that in the FAQ if you want to know. Yeah, it's a DuckDuckGo thing. If you do 2 question marks, it searches Google. If you do 3, it searches Bing. So that's what it is. Wait, why didn't it save my last changes? You suck. Computer. Mimworks. Graphics. Logos and such. Git add readme. Ideas, brainstorming. Definitely going with symbolism from the pagan tradition, since pagan is a pagan extension of Brian Ford's original peg example from his paper. All right, so that's the thing. The Triskeli inclined to use the Triskill since it symbolizes 3 things coming together, which matches harder that is open in terms of freedom. That's cool. Hardware switches. Oh, I like hardware switches to control everything. Yeah. Like, yeah. That's cool. Symbolizes things coming together equally, which matches the combination of peg, A, B, and F, and I want to say JSON. Links, pagan.dev. How did I describe it? It's a language. Peg, ABNF, EBNF, and JSON. Yep. What is what? Pagan, ABNF? Oh, hardware. It's so you can air gap your computer. So if you want to turn off your Wi-Fi, you have a hardware switch that prevents your computer from even using the hardware, the Wi-Fi device. Purism and a bunch of things. They're starting to be phones that are doing this too. So there's no complicated software to get in the way that can be hacked. You just air gap everything and turn off there's a switch, actual switch. You click on it, turn stuff off. The problem with that's going to be waterproofness. It always has been. That's why they keep removing buttons from things. Pine phone style, yep. I'm seriously thinking of getting one when I pick up another full-time job. Because of the special hardware, yep. 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 Oh no, man, they're way more than that. There's no Pine phone or that's under like $300-400. At that point, just carry your computer around with you. I mean, really. Yeah. Yep. Hardware switches. I agree with the whole hardware switches movement. It's just going to really complicate hardware. They're going to need to do it though, because so many things are coming with when your fridge comes, it's going to be a thing though, because they'll sell more fridges if they put a switch on it that you can turn off to say this computer can't talk to the Wi-Fi. You know? Yeah. Pine phone's 150? Really? No, really? What? Man, it's come down a long way. It was not that low before. I got it. Accept. Bootable micro SD. Oh, god damn. I want this. Manjaro can get right out of town. Yeah, the problem is they always keep saying they're going to have them and then they don't have them. Purism's had its Librem for a while too, and that's expensive, right? God damn it. What carrier do you go with? Do you have to? Are they going to get carriers to use them? That's always been the question, right? Are they going to have carriers? Yeah, Librem was insane. I mean, there's no way I would ever buy one. I was so excited for it too. I was getting really excited for it. And then I was like, oh my god, no way. Comes with the vibrator. Hee hee. This is rated PG-13. No discussion of vibrating phones or the accessories available to them. Like 1 gig of RAM, really low. Yeah. So that's what I was talking about. So when I was thinking about Librem, 5 years ago, I went off the deep end on the research, and I came across this blog. I wish I could find it again. It was a guy who is in the hardware industry in phones and stuff, and he was like so excited about the Librem, but he was like, I'm sorry, people, I hate to be the voice of doom here, but the stuff that they're telling you they're going to put in this phone and keep it non-proprietary is impossible. They can't do it. He says most of the modern stuff, this is the only way they can make you this phone. Hey, Space, you're not. The only way they can make this phone is if they go with hardware that's really old, because any of the new hardware that's on the competitive market is not non-proprietary. So in order to make the phone in the first place, you have to go And he was making the argument is like he didn't think it was going to fly because people were used to their iPhone and their Android, and they're going to be like, yeah, I just don't want Java. Yeah, and they definitely excel in UI UX. Yeah. So, do I miss Steve Jobs? Me? God no. Look, I'm not wish I don't wish ill will on anybody, but the guy was an asshole at every level. Some of the things about him inspire me, but almost Woz inspires me way more than Steve Jobs. No, Steve Jobs was an opportunist. Yep. He was, he was an competitive opportunist and an asshole. Woz gets look, my wife is fond of telling me this, and it's totally true. You have to have a Jobs to go with a Woz. You can't just have the Woz, or no one will ever know about Woz. He would have been tinkering in his garage, maybe making a live stream, maybe, nobody would know him. You need marketing assholes to bring ideas to light, and I hate admitting that, but it's true. You need a Woz. Actually, so there's a combination. Let me see if I can get this right. So this is actually another combination that has been present. So this is a really great book. This is the Innovator's book, and there was another. I don't know, man. You even yeah. I don't know about that. All right, so this is they're working on the ENIAC computer. You guys know about the ENIAC computer? The U.S. War Department funded the ENIAC to do like firing solutions quickly and make tables really fast so they can blow people up faster. And but this is in what? It's 1941, but the pairing of the visionary and the evangelist with the engineer has been a thing in successful innovation all through history. There's like regular pattern through this whole book of so even starting with, you could even argue that starting with Ada and Babbage, right? Babbage was not particularly good at marketing. The difference is that Ada also knew how to code, but she was really, really good at marketing. And so, because her dad was Byron, and she got people and stuff like that. So you could argue that even though Ada was also sort of the programmer, she was kind of you always have this pairing. You usually have an engineer, a reclusive engineer who just wants to sit there and work all day, and then you have somebody else who wants to tell everybody about how awesome the thing is, and go peddle it out. It says, in June 1943, construction of the ENIAC began. So this was the pairing between Mauchly and Eckert. He actually says it like this. I'm trying to figure out. He actually, Isaacson actually refers to this pairing throughout history. And why do you care? Because if you want your really great ideas to be adopted, you need to pair. If you're an engineer or an introvert, you need to pair it with somebody who's going to market your idea. You need to find, I know Kickstarter seems like a great way to go, but you need somebody who's working full time to like, Java had a $500,000 marketing budget. Does anybody doubt for a second that it was successful, even though it's a shitty language? It had the highest, I think, language. I don't know what the quote is. I think it was the first language to actually have a marketing budget. Who that extrovert is? Oh yeah, you really do. Yeah, imagine if we had $500,000 to market Pagan or something like that. Everybody would put in all their stuff. How's it going? There's a Beaverton. They continue to work in small room. I have to go back a little bit. Elon's another enigma, right? He's a strong thinker. He's a hard one to categorize because he's also kind of a marketing guy, but he has all the same qualities of a shoot from the hip engineer, right? Yeah. I mean, he's smart, but he's not really smart. I believe that about Elon. People love like injecting intelligence into people that don't have it. Elon was intelligent, but he was also an opportunist. Oh, let's make credit cards a thing of the past. Not a particularly intelligent. Bezos, same thing. Let's put retail shopping online. It's like there are a lot of people who've just taken ideas that were out there that aren't particularly intelligent ideas. They're pretty awesome. They're just nobody does it, and so they do it and they get all the credit, and all of a sudden they're a big genius. Yeah. I can't find it now. How to build a computer would rather be a bag of ideas he had stolen from other people. Like most people, Mockley, where's Mockley? All right, here's these guys. Can you see that? So this guy, this is Mockley, and this is Aiken right here. This is Eckert down in the bottom corner. And this is them working on the computer, the Eckert computer down there. It was the first digital computer. No, that's not Turing. Turing's here, but Turing is not who you think he is. People think they know Turing all the time. I think people mischaracterize Turing all the time. They give him credit for lots of stuff that he did. These guys did more for building the digital computer than Turing ever did. Turing did important things, and yet nobody knows about them. So, I know. I mean, look, you can yell at me, but I know Turing's important. I mean, there's like this fucking Turing cult out there. Turing was one man who did two or three really important things. And yes, those were really, really critical things. But all of the other people who have participated in innovation that led us to the current computers that we have today, their stories are way more interesting than Turing's story, as far as I'm concerned. And this book has proven that to me. And I was there too. I thought Turing was like the main story and Babbage and them. But there's so many other stories. So, like most people, Mockley gleaned insights from a variety of experiences, conversations, observations. In this case, at a state fair, they combined them. Then combined them into ideas he considered his own. A new idea, quote, "A new idea comes suddenly and in a rather intuitive way," Einstein once said. But intuition is nothing but the outcome of earlier intellectual experience. When people take insights from multiple sources and put them together, it's natural for them to think that the resulting ideas are their own, but they in truth are not. All ideas are born that way. So Mockley considered his intuitions and thought about how to build a computer to be his own rather than a bag of ideas he had stolen from other people. Sound familiar? And despite later legal findings, he was for the most part right, insofar as anyone can be right in thinking of his own ideas or his own. That is the way the creative process happens, if not the pattern, if not the patent process that works. Unlike Atanasov, Mockley had the opportunity and the inclination to collaborate with a team with varied talents. As a result, instead of producing a machine that didn't quite work and was abandoned in the basement, which is what others had done, he and his team would go down in history as the inventors of the first electronic general-purpose computer. Why? Because he was the Jobs. He was the Jobs. He was in the 1940s version of Jobs. And it wouldn't be a computer without him. And the other engineers who were working in their mom's front room in the basement, which they were literally doing, they would never have been known if it hadn't been for this all these ideas are mine Mockley dude who would constantly attack people for stealing his ideas. So yeah, Mockley was an asshole. I mean, you can tell just by looking at him too. He even looks like Jobs. This is him right here. He looks like a 1940s Jobs, doesn't he? Yeah, doesn't he look like a 1940s Jobs? I mean, he totally does, right? It's like Steve Jobs gets like, he even got the glasses. You know? So, I mean, here's Aiken. Here's like the DARPANET guy, right? The DARPANET guy with the military uniform on. You know, just give me the engineering. You know what I mean? Just give me the engineering. And here's Eckert. Eckert's here's another Jobs. I mean, here's another Woz. So here's Woz. Here's like the DARPANET dude, and here's Jobs. So this is Jobs up here. Yes, Jobs yelled at his girlfriend forever. Yeah, well. As Mockley was preparing to leave Iowa, he got a piece of pleasant news. Less the hair, more the Woz. Yeah, less the hair. I approve of that message. It came from the life idea what they do with it, right? Yeah, he didn't market the baby from. Oh, that's funny. As he was preparing to leave Iowa, Mockley got a piece of pleasant news. He had been accepted into the electronics course at the University of Pennsylvania, one of the many around the country being funded on an emergency basis by the War Department. And if you were being funded, if you were like, you know, coffee late in your stream, yeah, Woz would probably join too. Woz is awesome. It was a chance to learn more about using vacuum tubes in electronic circuits, which he was now convinced was the best way to make computers. Again, opportunist. Ooh. It also showed the importance of the military in driving innovation of the digital age, which continues today, and he keeps talking about that. We wouldn't have the internet without DARPANET, which is all military. We wouldn't have Tor without military. We wouldn't have Mozilla without military. We wouldn't have the internet, anything. During his 10-week course in the summer of 1941, Mockley got a chance to work with a version of the MIT differential analyzer, the analog computer designed by Vannevar Bush. The experience amped up his interest in building his own computer. It also made him realize that the sources to do so at a place like Penn were far greater than Ursinus, which was this town he lived in. So he was thrilled to accept the instructor's position at the university when it got offered to him at the end of the summer. So this is super important in this innovator's book. This theme keeps coming up. It's like people have good ideas and they're like, that's not so much opportunism. They're like, it's like my wife, she's like, I can make these opportunities to do art here. But the reason that people get grad school degrees and stuff like that is because they want to be in the environment. They want to be in the maker lab. They want to be around all of the really great innovation and have that whole spirit, you know. Better vision in Jobs. Yeah. Jobs was not lazy. You can say many things about him, but he was not lazy. And you know, and he was obsessed. So again, it's that obsession, that drive. I think you need it. I'm not saying it's pleasant to be around. It's just you need it. You need the Mockleys. You need the Jobses. Mockley conveyed the good news in a letter to Atanasov, which also contained hints of a plan that unnerved the Iowa professor. So Atanasov is this is Mockley ripping him off. No thanks. A number of different ideas have come to me. So this is what he wrote. Mockley wrote this to the other guy who he just visited and pretty much stole all his ideas. A number of different ideas have come to me merely because of our recent ANET computing circuits, some of which are more or less hybrids, combining your methods with other findings, and some of which are nothing like yours machine, Mockley wrote, truthfully. The question in my mind is this: is there any objection, from your point of view, to my building some sort of computer that incorporates some of the features of your machine? It's hard to tell from the letter or from the subsequent explanations, depositions, testimony, legal proceedings over the ensuing years whether Mockley's innocent tone was sincere or feigned. Either way, the letter upset Atanasov, who invented the fucking thing, who had still not succeeded in prodding his lawyer sufficiently into filing a patent claim. Sound familiar? So the engineer actually hired a lawyer to go after him, and the lawyer's like sitting on it, and he's just an engineer, so he's not driven. He's like, oh, okay, whatever. So yeah, he says, this is such a sad story. I really hate reading this. It makes me so sad, but it's important. So Atanasov, who Mockley ripped off all his ideas, responded to Mockley rather brusquely in a few days and says, Nicholas Copernicus, yeah, it's a Western problem. So Mockley said, our attorney has emphasized the need of being careful about this is Atanasov writing to Mockley back. Our attorney has emphasized the need of being careful about the dissemination of information about our device until a patent application is filed. This should not require too long, and of course, I have no qualms about having informed you about our device. But it does require that we refrain from making public any details for the time being. You think Mockley did that? Spoiler alert. Amazingly, this exchange did not provoke Atanasov or the liar to make the filing for the patents. So they still didn't do it. They still didn't file the patents, and they got fucking owned over it. It's just so sad. Mockley proceeded to forge ahead during the fall of 1941 with his own new design for a computer, which he correctly believed drew ideas from a wide variety of sources and was very different from what Atanasov had built. So he built something sufficiently different from Atanasov, but he still stole Atanasov's ideas and just put him in his big mishmashed brain, claimed all those ideas were his, just like Jobs. And actually Jobs, the difference between that is Jobs actually openly and publicly admits in video you can watch on YouTube that he's been shameless in stealing ideas from other people. Those are his exact words. He says that you know, great artists, good artists copy, great artists steal. And he quotes that all the time. And so the difference between Jobs and a guy like Mockley is Mockley thinks they're his ideas. And, you know, I have all the best ideas. And Jobs is like, no, man, I know these aren't my ideas, but somebody's got to do something with these ideas because this is the way things need to be done. And I think that's where Jobs is a little bit more palatable to me than a guy like Mockley. Let's see. In the summer course, he met the right partner to join him in his endeavor. Mockley did. A graduate student with a perfectionist passion for precision engineering. Another Woz. He replaced his other Woz with a new Woz. Who knew so much about electronics that he served as Mockley's lab instructor, even though he was 12 years his younger at 22 and didn't even have a PhD. Woz all the way. Eckert. And that was J. Presper Eckert, which is Mr. Baldy here. There you go. There's Mr. PhD at 22. You know, and like lab instructor, just likes the tech, who got owned by Mr. Steve Jobs Mockley. Non-flat earther. Oh God, you talking about Copernicus? And it talks about Esker. I could read this whole book to you. It's just so interesting. Guy is amazing. I gotta read you. I am not this kind of person. I wish I was, but when you read about these people, it's just so cool. Eckert was such a genius. So John Adam Presper Eckert Jr., known formally as J. Presper Eckert or just Prez, was the only child of a millionaire real estate developer in Philadelphia. Wouldn't it be great if we were all like? The thing that's crazy about this story is it shows you what happens when somebody is totally disconnected from the realities of traditional education and they have unlimited resources. And it just makes you wonder, if that were the case for more people, would we have more Eckerts? but we don't. We have people who are geniuses despite that. The guy in the horrible documentary, Don't Mess with Cats, was a genius. He was a total genius and a complete psychopath. So One of his great grandfathers, Thomas Mills, invented the machines that made saltwater taffy in Atlantic City, and, as important, created a business to manufacture and sell them. So, as a young boy, Eckert was driven by his family's chauffeur to the William Penn Private School, founded in 1689. But his success came not from the privilege of his birth, but his own talents. He won a citywide science fair at age 12 by building a guidance system for model boats out of magnets and rheostats. And at 14, he devised an innovative way to use household current to eliminate the use of batteries for the intercom telecom system in his father's building. At 14. In high school, Eckert dazzled his classmates with his inventions, and he made money by building radios, amplifiers, and sound systems for them. Philadelphia, the city of Benjamin Franklin, was then a great electronics center, and Eckert spent time in the research lab of Philo Farnsworth, a Mormon, by the way, who was one of the inventors of television. Although he was accepted by MIT and wanted to go there, his parents did not wish him to leave. Pretending to have suffered financial setbacks because of the Depression, they pressured him to go to Penn and live at home. He rebelled, however, against their desire to study business. Instead, he enrolled in the university's Moore School of Electrical Engineering, and because he found the subject more interesting. Eckert's social triumph at Penn was created with what he called an oscillometer, from the Latin word mouth, which purported to measure the passion of a romantic electricity in a kiss. A couple would hold the hands of the device and then kiss. Their lip contact would complete the circuit. A row of bulb lights would go off, and the goal being to kiss as the most passionately possible. Smart contestants knew that wet kisses and sweaty palms gave them higher chance of winning. Eckert's also invented a device that uses a light modulating method to record sound on film. That sounds like a great Raspberry Pi project. I'm going to put that down. That needs to be a Raspberry Pi project. That really does. You know how easy to do that? My wife did one already. She made a work of art where you'd touch it and it would make different sounds based on where you touched it because of the conductivity of it. Hey, how's it going? What's my piece? Much of teens end up shocking themselves. I'm gonna do, what is it called? The oscillometer. I'm gonna make an oscillometer project out of Raspberry Pi, and I'll kiss my wife on stream, and we'll see how high I can make it go up. The oscillometer, I mean. That's a fun project. Yeah, well, there you go. Make an oscillometer and take it to a bar. Would you like to play with my oscillometer? It detects the passion in our kisses. We have to test it. I tell you what, it would definitely filter out all the boring girls in the bar. You know they're going to find the right girl who's going to want to do it. I'll test it with you. I'll test your oscillometer. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. See you, Dennis. Why invite Waz to my stream? You know what? I should invite Waz. I bet he would come. He's the kind of awesome person who would definitely come. He's so freaking cool. A corona detector. Eckert also invented a device that used a light modulating method to record sound on film, for which he successfully applied for a patent at 21, while still an undergraduate. Professor Eckert had his quirks. Filled with nervous energy, he would pace the room, bite his nails, leap around, and occasionally stand atop a desk while he was thinking. I just love him. I love Eckert, man. Eckert, dude, you know what? I am going to plaster my studio with pictures of these guys and gals. I am, because they just give me so much inspiration, even though this is a distraction, it's an educational distraction. So He wore a chain watch even though there was no watch. And he'd twirl around in his hand if it were rosary beads. He had a quick temper that would flare up and then dissolve into charm. Oh, I can relate to that. He demanded for perfection from his father. His demand for perfection came from his father, who would walk around construction sites carrying a large pack of crayons with which he would scrawl instructions using different colors indicating which workers were responsible. He was sort of a perfectionist and made you do the right thing, his son said. But he had a lot of charm, really. He got things done most of the time by people wanting to do the stuff. An engineer's engineer, a.k.a. Woz, Eckert felt that the people like himself were necessary complements to physics, such as Mockley, to physicists. So he's like, he's not dumb enough. He's like, no, I need a Mockley. Right? Daddy issues, definitely. Just the name of the machine. An engineer is one who's concerned with getting the job done. Oh, wait. He said this. See, Eckert felt... He later said, a physicist is one who's concerned with the truth. An engineer is one who's concerned with getting the job done. That sounds like a quote to go on my list that will go right next to the Bolana Torres quote. Engineers, what is it? Warriors get all the glory. Engineers build societies. Star Trek Voyager quote. ENIAC. Anyway. War, I could read this whole thing. I'm having fun reading. War mobilizes science. Over the centuries, ever since the ancient Greeks built a catapult and Leonardo da Vinci served as a military engineer for Caesar Borgia, martial needs have propelled advances in technology, and this was especially true in the mid-20th century. Many of the paramount technology feats of that era, computers, atomic power, radar, and the internet, were spawned by the military. Blah, 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 blah. Creating a table for just one category of shell shot by a gun might require calculating 3,000 trajectories from a set of differential equations. The work was done often used by the MIT machine. The machine's calculations were combined with the labor of more than 170 people. People, most of whom were women, were known as, by the title, computers. From the Fromm book? Oh, right. I could probably go back. Computer was a title. Women math majors were recruited from around the nation, but even with all that effort, it took more than a month to complete just one firing table. By the summer of 1942, it was clear that the problem was falling further behind every week, rendering some of Americans' artillery ineffective. That August, Mockley wrote a memo that proposed a way to help the Army meet the challenge. It would change the course of computing. It was titled, The Use of High-Speed Vacuum Tube Devices for Calculating. His memo requested funding for the machine that he and Eckert were hoping to build. A digital electronic computer, the first one. Using circuits with vacuum tubes that could solve differential equations and perform mathematical analysis. A great gain in the speed of calculation can be obtained if the devices which are used to employ electronic means, he argued. He went on to estimate that a missile trajectory could be calculated in 100 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry if you're on Twitch. The Fromm book? I don't remember where it was. Oh, that was from the other one. Let me find it. You're talking about the Fromm quote, right? That's from Pedagogy. That's a different book. I don't remember where it is. I'm going to have to find it. Thank God for... This is one of the reasons where, like, paper books win. I won't lie. It's, like, filled with notes and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I have to find it for you later. I don't have it right now. It'll definitely show up on the YouTube. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I don't have it right here. Anyway. Nope. I'll have to find another. I don't know. That's half my problem. Why do you think I want to make a knowledge base that has all this crap in it that I can just put in there and search? Anyway, by using iterative operations, yes. You take more than thousands of iterations. Can you imagine? Anyway, he got his money because he's the one who pitched. So Mockley pitched, got his money, and Eckert and they all set up. And then they built the thing so they could blow shit up. Porn and war drive technology. Porn, drugs, and war drive technology. Specifically beer. The internet, the world was built on beer. Yeah, the agricultural age was brought forth because of beer. How beer saved the world is one of the best documentaries you'll ever see. It's so crazy. Drugs drive economy, not tech. Probably true. It's like Walter Isaacson. I have nothing to do. These are just books I like. I'm not selling them to you. I don't have any affiliate status on Amazon. Although I thought about doing that. I don't know. I thought that might be like a non-invasive way to make a little side money from this whole streaming thing. What do you guys think about that affiliate stuff where you like go buy it on Amazon and use my affiliate tag and I get it cut? What do you think about that? It feels like I'm selling out, but I don't know. We all started this because we were looking at the specifications of the Pine and how old it is. Yeah. Or distilled beverages have saved us in the past. They did. Yeah, and that's kind of where it all comes from, right? During the Middle Ages, there was no clean drinking water, so people would go get it's just so fascinating. That whole documentary makes me want to watch it again. Even though I can't really drink beer much these days. It just doesn't sit well with me. Back to some work here. We talked about the Pine phone. We talked about pagan symbols. Man, we've been all over the place. Create some pagan art. I know. Well, she could. But I can make art too. I mean, I can do logos. I've been pretty good at logos in the past. If it's graphic-y, if it's like graphic artsy, I can do it. It's the drafter in me. I think you're right with the color thing. I'm going to give that some tries. And I'm just going to go with that. I don't think we need a letter in there at all. Disinclined to add any letter at all, but very into picking the right colors, perhaps a different color for each arm. All right. My wife's art is better. Yeah, probably. She's not into graphic art. She's into fine art. So, it's not in her being to like measure things precisely and make them, geometrically like aligned to that. That's not the thing that she gets up on. She's God, you should see some of her art recently. Did she post it? I should go talk about it. She's been doing speed figure painting and drawing as sort of practice, just to get her back. It's like to get her chops back. It's crazy amazing. It's just crazy amazing. She's just so freaking good. She woke up yet? I need to go take her coffee. I should probably take a break and go make my wife coffee. She's about to wake up here. Your Russian question? I did not. Did you have a Russian question? Let me see. Do you have a device for learning Russian? Would your degree be better on an online course? I've had people ask me that question a lot about languages, and the only advice I can give you is immerse yourself in the language. Honestly, this is not going to be a fun thing to tell you. You can't learn a language in college. You can't. Unless you go to a college that has a language house that is fully and totally immersed. The best way to learn a language is to go to that country and go to school in that country. That is how you learn a language. If I had to do over again, and I knew for a fact that I was going to learn a specific language, I would transfer my all of my education to that university. And I would force myself to learn a language really quickly, and I would work with people. And by the way, foreign universities will frequently accept English foreigners, Americans, and other English-speaking foreigners who know that they're helpful for them. Some places it's free. Is go to the country and fight the mob. It is. So look, learning a language is not enough. It's not enough. You can't just sit down in front of your computer and learn Russian or Chinese. There is so much you have to learn about language. Is just an extension of the culture. So you have to immerse yourself in it. That means even if you go to the Russian house and you live in the Russian house all semester and you're a bunch of Americans that are speaking Russian, you're not going to have a positive experience. So I actually learned this early on when I was doing this, and I started to work in Russia as a tour guide and stuff like that. And I lived there. And then when I came back, I found some Russians who wanted to be roommates with me. And so when I was at home, I only spoke Russian, and I spoke Russian 24/7 as much as I could. And my language would go down when I would go to work because I would have to speak English all the time. If you really want to learn a language, if you want to become, you've got to learn the gestures, you've got to learn the mannerisms. You can't just speak with the pronunciation of another American in the house who does. Then you just learn how to speak with a horrible American accent. And usually these universities will pay somebody who speaks the best chance of learning a foreign language in America is Spanish. It's Mexican Spanish. Best chance in America, because you can immerse yourself in cultures, in Latino cultures that are predominantly Mexicans, Mexican speaking. You can find a lot of that in America. If you go to Canada, you can live in Toronto in Montreal, and you can learn French. I mean, if I was going to learn French, and I was an American, I would either live in France or I would move to Montreal and I would live there and I would go to school there, because not only do they have a lot of tech there, they have English and French, even though they have an accent. Their accent borders on Parisian, but it's not really. I mean, and then I would go there. So people don't like hearing me say that when I say speaking Mexican. I know I paraphrase there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody. Mexican is different. When I say Mexican, I mean Spanish with in Mexican way, which is a totally different language. Dude, the difference between speaking Mexican and speaking Spanish is really pronounced. And that's why I said Mexican on purpose, because Mexican is a much, much different language than Spanish spoken in Spain. It's almost not the same language. Okay. Sorry. So if I did say that, that's what I would say, because, and again, so that really depends on what you want to learn, right? We have people that come from India, or have you ever run into a foreigner who learned how to speak English in the Queen's English in England? It's really great. They speak with the English accent. They've got an English / Asian accent, or they've got an English / or British / like Indian accent. I just really love it. That's my favorite foreign accent to hear. It depends on the language, right? Sorry, were you guys saying a joke? I should stop talking now. Classic Arabic in Egypt, and no one knew that. What the hell I was saying? Oh, did you really? Right. And this is my wife too. So my wife learns the Austrian dialect of German. And the Austrian dialect of German is not High German. They're totally different. But if you go to some dumb German program in America, they're going to teach you High German. You know what I mean? And Mandarin, there's so many versions in Mandarin and Cantonese. In other words, let me put it this way. Asking what language you should learn and how you should learn it is exactly the same as asking whether you should learn JavaScript or Python. To me, it's the same, because the next question I'm going to ask you is, what do you want to do? Right? What do you want to do with that language? Always JavaScript. If you want to go into machine learning, learn Python. Just like what do you want to do with your language? Well, I want to work in hardware manufacturing and software, and I want to live in Shenzhen, China. Well, then you should go to Shenzhen, China and speak their dialect of Chinese with their accent, and you should learn it there. Do you know what I mean? Portuguese. I'm not Rob, but yeah. 30 different Portuguese styles. Tudo bem? Muito bem. Yeah. Saki troll. So, yeah, and the culture really shapes the language. So when people ask me, how do I learn a foreign language? And then I see these like tapes and stuff, I'm like, oh my God. It frustrates me because that's not the way to learn it. But you know what? To actually learn it, if you have to ask yourself, why are you learning this? Are you learning it to be cool? Or are you learning it to connect with the culture? Because if you're learning it to connect with the culture, which is the one true reason to learn a language, as far as I'm concerned, then you need to fucking go there and meet the people and get to know them and live with them and learn to speak their language and have the little kids laugh at you and buy an extra pack of bubble gum in Russia and, give the kids the bubble gum and let them laugh at your Russian, because you can practice your Russian on, with the groups of kids who'll just think you're a silly American and you say something silly and they'll correct you and they'll love correcting you. They'll correct you for free. It's the cheapest class you'll ever have. You'll go there and they'll have perfect, exquisite Russian pronunciation and you'll say something wrong and they go, hee, and then they'll tell you the right way to say it. And so now you're building a dialogue, you're creating friends. The adults, will laugh at you. If you go to Paris, by the way, and you start to speak to adults with an American accent, they'll walk away. That's what I've heard anyway. The French are very proud about their language. And I've heard, I don't know, I've never been to Paris, but I've heard that the French value good pronunciation even over good grammar. They hate hearing like their language slaughtered. It's like, it's a cultural thing. They have this is a country that's got an entire institute dedicated to the preservation of the French language. And French is, of course, the number one diplomat. The French is the international diplomatic language, right? That's why all passports are in French as the first language. So, plus they're, they don't care about being good English speakers. Most of the French I've met are like, fuck that, I don't care. I have so many stories. I love my French friends, but I have so many stories of having good French friends who thought they were so superior to everyone else. It was just insane. And in many ways they are. In many ways the French are superior. They've learned, at least culturally, in many ways they are superior. They definitely have a better democracy than they have problems. They have lots and lots of problems, believe me. And they love, anyway, I won't get into it. You got French from France. I didn't get French from France. I got French from Martinique. So the French that I learned was had sort of a Creole accent to it because it was in the Caribbean. That's where I went on my mission. So yeah. Look at the crazy environment of French Canadians made in Canada. Yeah. I wanted to learn Russian because I've always been fascinated with Russian culture and history. Yeah, me too. That's why I changed my major. That's the actual reason that I changed my major from computer science, actually, and then to French and then to Russian, because I wanted to get to know them. You could move to Russia. Russia is I don't believe, from what I'm hearing, Russia is not dangerous right now. It's just I don't know. I'm not going to say that you're going to move there and get shot or blown up, and then you're going to blame me. The hardest part about learning a language is you actually have to go there, and that means you have to have a lot of courage, or you got to be really stupid, like I was, and you're like not know how close to death you're going to come every day. And it's just Russia being Russia. It is. So I mean, if you keep your nose clean, you're going to be fine in Russia, unless what I would do, there's the way to. I had a buddy who worked at the embassy. Actually, he took me on tour through the embassy. And the crazy thing about that is you can work at the embassy in Russia and not once speak any Russian, because it's like, it's amazing. It's like a little island of America. It has a shopping mall. It has townhomes on the roof with a green lawn and swing sets. It's insane. It's literally like someone cut a piece of America out and just plopped it in the middle of Moscow. It is the craziest thing. I feel so fortunate that I got to go on a tour inside of the embassy. It was so crazy. I mean, seriously, they had like an entire shopping mall like that looks like you're down. I mean, malls are dead here now, but IRC, you shouldn't be censored, right? I don't know what you're saying. All right. Did somebody get censored? I need to walk around for a bit and get regrouped here. I'm easily distracted, but I hope it's in a good way. All right, I'm going to go up here for a second. I think we got our logo down though. So I don't know if Quint's there still, but if you're still there, Quint, we need to. I think we're just going to do that logo, and then I'll play around with the color balances. And what should we have? So I think we should have one of them equal peg, one of them be ABNF, and the other one be JSON. So I tend to want to make peg the. I tend to want to peg like the saffron. We need to find 3 complementary colors. JSON should be some color that represents universality. ABNF should be an obscure color that nobody knows, but it's really important. And peg should be a very solid, like inspirational color, like saffron. I'm going to put this down here. And peg and inspirational foundational color. Saffron. I wonder if I can pull that off. We're about to find out. JSON should be a ubiquitous color. AB and F should be an obscure but powerful color. There we go. So now we have a reason to have a logo. Could be teal. Maybe teal. AST. JSON is what the AST is. JSON becomes the AST, so we should put JSON as the final. So we have peg and ABNF kind of being joined. Peg has already got regex in it. I don't know what JSON would be. JSON, what is I would say maybe a green. Because green means it's consumable, right? I'm thinking teal is, I don't know. I wonder how, we have, teal is already sort of a green, isn't it? Time for me to pull up the inspect element. Wait. What is going on here, you? I need a better, I need. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I know they're related on the color palette, but I don't necessarily need that, if that makes sense. So where's some colors here? Let's find some colors we can change here. Well, let's do this. Make this teal. There's your teal. Actually, teal would go really good with saffron because it's not bright green. Yeah, that's a good color. It is a very good color. Actually, I could just do something like this. Pink maybe would work. I don't know. Where's HTML? Complimenting. Right, exactly. I think it does need to be a bluish. I think you're right. Hot pink is a joke for JSON. Yeah, I'm trying to decide here how to do this. Wait, do we have browser sync here? Yep, we do. All right, nice. CD, what are we doing? Pagan. No. Mem works. Oh no, we're doing pagan logos. No, graphics. What? Why don't I have a graphics thing yet? Why? Something's not right. Where am I putting all this stuff in? Oh. I don't know. I've lost my thing. Mimworks graphics. Why is this in Mimworks? I put it in the wrong place. Oh well. I'll move it. All right. So colors.html. And we need a couple divs here. Div. Peg. ABNF. Oh, that's what I'm going to be doing this tonight. I'm going to be doing web stuff tonight. Midnight to 4. Peg, ABNF, and JSON. And I mean, let's do this. Let's do ldivs are width. I don't know. 12 em. Height 12 em. Reload. What? Oh, I know why. Slash colors. Okay. Oh, that's a little bit too big. Do like 6 em. How about 4? 4. Yeah. And main margin main. I'm just making the colors. Why? I don't need the other stuff on there. So we're going to do, this is just a quick thing. So div, I want to do, let's say main is 600 width, max width. 600 pixels, and yeah, and then this is 100%. Actually, no. Margin left auto. I think this is gonna be enough. I want to put the colors next to each other, and I need to turn off dark mode. Oh boy, now they're on top of each other. Display inline block. I mean, I'm cheating, of course. JCLI, yeah. You can't. Zach, I know, it's annoying, right? You can't. There's nothing. I've looked all over. If you find it, let me know. You can add an alias to do it, but you can't do it. There's a pretty big list alias to do it. They haven't built in all those things. That's the problem. Yeah. I think, why is that doing that? I don't know. Inspect element. It's because I don't know. What if we did this? What if we do? I don't know. This is not a good thing to do. It's not jumping out at me what to do here. So I need to look at it better. I should probably, you know what? I should have just done a flex box and color each one of the boxes. Or I should have just done a table and done that. There's like a million things. Fine. I'm just gonna leave this here and call it a day. Why are you doing that? That is super annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. So, oh, I do. Wait, no, I don't. Come on, you. Why are you doing this now to me? Oh, I feel so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. I had it right. I did what I always do. I forgot the unit. I do that. You have no idea how many times I've made that mistake. Because when you do a change, it just does the whole thing. There we go. That's what I wanted. So now what? Let's color them. First of all, we're going to make the background some color. We're all going to go blind. Actually, let's do HTML. Background. Dark gray. Reload. Turn off. Watch your eyes. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. That's not really gray, but I'm going to change it. That's black, so is that black or white? You know what? Spec element. Now I can change this stuff. Where are you? Come back here. I want this. There we go. Oh, I got it wrong. All right, let's do that one. Color that. Reload. Did I not save it? All right, we're going to come up with a color complement here. And yeah. And I'm just going to mess with them using the CSS thing for a second. So this one will make, I'll give it a, actually, let's go tag ID equals JSON. Peg, hashtag peg, background. Actually, color. Oh, we should do that for the div. The div is the color background of the peg. Saffron. I don't even think it's a word. I hope it is. Doesn't look like it is. Peg and ABNF and JSON. JSON will make some color. ABNF will make teal. Yep, saffron is definitely not a color. So, I don't know. Let's see what that is. I have no idea what that is. JSON is purple. Pink. Hot pink. Yeah, it gets better. You have to give it time. Yeah, I was able to forgive it. Take care. Good night, Sackfish. I mean, that's not horrible, but we need to find a saffron. There are so many versions of saffron out there, though. Can I just say? There's like, I've searched for this before. CSS code for saffron color. This is one of the codes that they have. That is not saffron. It's yellow. Sorry, not buying it. This is more saffron to me. It's more of a gold. It's definitely more complementary to this other thing, though. I don't know. Kind of looks like candy, like Neapolitan ice cream or something. And JSON, I don't even know what we should make JSON. Let's go look. JSON should be not pink. Some version of red, right? That's not bad. It really does look Neapolitan-y. This is where I need my wife to look at it because she does know color theory. So, yeah. I'm gonna go wake her up and make her coffee. I'm gonna take a break. I think the chat's winding down yourselves. You should go to bed if you need to. Yeah, we're making a logo for Pagan. We got sidetracked, but we already know we're going to use a Triskel, which is one of these. And we're going to make each of the arms a different color. And that will make the logo unique. So enough of that it'll be recognized. Just kind of like Slack. Slack's logo is abysmally bad, though. I freaking hate it. It's so bad. That's it, right? It's really bad. Sorry, Slack. Crappy logo. I almost think we might be able to separate out the this stuff. I wonder if there's already a colored Triskill. Color palette's trending. Ooh. Yeah, that's really nice. I agree that they shouldn't have high detail. I totally agree. They still suck. No colors there. At least nobody's actually tried to split the colors across the arms. I find that interesting. I think we might be onto something here. Not to mention it look cool on a hat. And we have swag. So open link. What are the trendy color palettes today? Cut them any slack. That's so bad. It's so bad. Are you sure it wasn't CO? If this has boobies, you are so dead. Oh my God. I don't know what I'm looking at. Ooh. Oh, I like that one. This is awesome. What is that? Oh my God, that is the best. That's just my new color palette right here. that cool front end dev stuff. This color palette is wicked awesome though. I love this color palette. I'm saving this color palette right now. I don't care. I'm saving this palette and signing up right now. Do I have to give somebody money? Export palette to a PDF? What? What if I did it to an image? I want all the things. Export palette as what? Export palette as pagan palette. Yeah, I just did it. You get kudos for that for sure. That was a fantastic palette. Along with image viewer. Okay. What? Oh, that's so gorgeous. This is close enough to saffron. This color here. I mean, this gives us some stuff to do because we can actually have, you know what I mean? We could actually put, yeah, I can see some other things we could do with it too. The one true palette. I mean, this is a great palette. This is a really great logo palette because it's kind of modern too. You notice how it looks kind of, yeah. I mean, you can tell that's where we were headed. Right, we have this kind of like subdued colors. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a subdued color palette. It's like the softened palette, right? I kind of think these three colors should be the ones. I think we should have like very pastel. But I like pastel, right? Because so I think this one. I think we should probably do this one as ABNF. This one should be the top, and then this one would be the next one, and then that one would be the JSON. Unless we're going for like really high contrast. I don't think we should use a dark one at all. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should just use another variation on this color. How's it going, L Cook? Let's look around some more. I think we need some variations in it. Those look good. Are you also catering to those of color vision? No, I thought about having a subtle contrast. You know what I mean? So I actually kind of want to see what that looks like in black and white mode. And the original Apple logo, yeah, it does. Yeah. No. Oh yeah, hey, there's the sunset thing. I mean, this would work. This is just like really bright. I kind of like pastel colors. This is too muted. These are too bright. I don't know. I kind of wish. Anyway, I think. I don't want gradient, no. I want to do flat. The reason is because the center is going to show an arrow when they come together because it's going to have an arrow on it. Yeah, I don't want gradient because then I can't vector art it as well either. So the real question is whether, I mean, you can almost do, I feel like these three go the best together. I don't know. We could be inspired by that and still pick a different colors set. Because we could do, I mean, I don't have to have saffron, but I do like, I should put this on the top. This is kind of the same. This is a little bit too green, isn't it? Whoops. Yeah, God damn it. Was it 3,000? Inspect. I think this one needs to be a little less green. A little more orange. Yeah. Free arms to be different solid colors. Yes, I answered that one. I think I like this green a little better. These are kind of dark. There's just, you know what? I kind of like the pink. It really kind of... Nobody puts pink in logos. Why are they so afraid of it, right? We really have to see what it looks like. I have to get my SVG stuff out, start open up my Inkscape, whatever. I do like teal though. And this color, I think that's pretty close to what we want. I don't know. I do like this one too. I've got mixed feelings. That's a little bit too dark. What we need to do is like check the hue or the luminosity of these things and see if the contrast is the same. There should be like a subtle contrast if we black and white the whole thing. I should put a black and white filter on the whole page real quick. No. Should reload. Yeah, that's like way too green. Except for the problem is I'm looking at it on a different. I have to look on a color true monitor. I'm looking at it on a bad monitor. That's always bad. This is where I have to get out the big gun monitors. I can pull my 4K up and so I can see it. I actually have a calibrator set to do that so the colors look true. Color picking is a hard thing to do. Yeah, I do feel like this needs to be more. Yeah, that's solid. That's really good. I mean, we're getting there. I know, it's the kind of stuff like, why would you spend time on this? Well, it's a logo, dude. Damn it. Yeah. All right. Well, that might be enough for now. I'm going to have... You're going into graphic design? I really like graphic design myself. And there's just something kind of sweet about that pink, and I'm attracted to it. I really want to see how these work together as a thing. Well, I should probably do the logo, and then we can mess with the colors palette. What would be cool is if we could actually search the color palette database to see like the color teal. What's that? Oh, right. I don't know. I just think these colors go good together. But the thing I like them is it's not fully masculine. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not again, I like masculine color, color palette and tones and stuff as well, but it's, I don't know. It just seems like it's balanced, and the whole blue and pink thing. I know we're not supposed to have blue and pink nowadays, right? Because there's just a different world now, and that's fine. So this kind of looks like saffron. This kind of looks like that. And there's that pink. See that right there? This one, and this one are kind of the same. Yeah, they really are. It's just a lighter version of it. That's kind of a lighter version of it. I twisted the logo not too far in any one direction. Right. And that's kind of what I'm, yeah. Saturated. I think saturated does look a little bit better. But this is the same palette pretty much. It's just a different form of it. It's a different variation on it, but I don't know. I'm going to let that one sit on me, but I kind of like it. It's kind of like built, kind of like grown on me. But again, the idea is in the middle of one of these really plain ones like this. So, right, it'll do this, but it'll have an arrow right there. And over here, it'll have an arrow right there. And then this one will have an arrow right there. So it'll look like the three pieces are coming together. In fact, I would even toy with the idea of having the pieces be slightly separated, like have like a tiny gap between the plugs of the pieces coming together to kind of indicate that the pieces are coming together as opposed to being, solidified and unified. We can actually animate the logo so that when you hover over it, it like goes apart, and then when you leave over it, and it like the pieces come together. Do you know what I mean? So they plug in, they plug together, like like when you hover, it like breaks it apart and then it pulls it back together. Just to imply that these things are coming together and thing. So yeah, I like that a lot. This is getting really fun. That would be an animated GIF if we did that. And I mean, animated GIFs are the thing to do for logos these days. Yeah, like if you see, like if you've seen the Discord. So like, you see these Discord logos. Why isn't it doing it? Why isn't it doing it? Where's Hammond's logo? There it is. See? When you hover over them, they will eventually animate. This one just does the whole squid thing. It's not doing it. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. Mark is red. That one normally does the filling up water. It doesn't look like it's doing it for some reason right now. I don't know why. Hack the box. Discorded. OBS community. Phaser. Yep. And a sadness falls over the land. Analytics. Every time we tried to post, I'm glad I'm not using Restream anymore. I'm sorry. It was fun while I used it, but thanks so much for Steve for doing that. Steve did a really great live interview with me just during one of my sessions, and he put it out there as a podcast. Really appreciate that. I didn't ask to do that or anything. It's kind of cool. I think I need to like let this simmer for a bit and take a break. I've been sitting for a while, so I'll be back for sure. And I really feel solidly like where I want to know where I know where I want the logo to go. So I will mess with the logo between coding exercises during my mentoring sessions tonight. That'll give me plenty of time to play around with the art while I'm in the other screen. This is how I do mentoring a lot of times, particularly when I have beginners who only code 1 hour a week. They code in one window and I watch them while I'm working on another thing. And kind of like if I was a painter and I had an apprentice, they'd be painting next to you and then you're painting, do your thing, and then you're kind of just helping each other out. That's how I do my mentoring. And so I'll have a moment to work on different versions of the logo, and so that leaves me free to kind of let go of this, so I don't have to stress about it. And yeah, and then I can go ahead and save this. Wait, did I already save the last one? I hope I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Save initial color. Or try Triskill. It already is. It's supposed to be a Git repo. Why are you not a Git repo? Oh, I know why. Yep. Hasn't been pushed yet. That's why. Colors. Status. Git. Commit. Design and color palette. Git push is going to give me crap about the origin. Yep. Is it main or master? I think it's main. Nope. Well, and that's interesting because that means the command line tool does not create repos that use the main thing, and they made such a big deal about making main versus master. Now I'm confused. So now I can leave. I can set that to bed. Oops. We can put that. We can put the logo thing to bed for a bit. Reloading my browser. That's browser sync. I cannot wait to cover browser sync with y'all. So cool. I know they did, but did you see how it didn't even see it? Please tell me I didn't change anything. Okay. Exit U. All right. So then we're going back into, actually graphics should be in Pagan. It should not be, that is in the wrong place. I don't know why I was doing that. Let's see, move graphics to Pagan. Pagan. Please tell me this is what? Oh. It is WonderMan I need to move this dagnabbit. No, I don't. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something even more draconian. I'm going to rip the git out of it. I rip the git out of it. And then I can do this. Gh repo create. Wait. Git init. Gh. For the project I tell you about. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. Is it a better curses library than the like CView or any of that stuff? Master domain racism declared over forever. USA healed. Exactly. Their intentions are good, but my God. It's like the people who check in to the pipeline demonstration from home and click like. Meanwhile, people are freezing and dying on the front lines of the whole demonstration. We want to just support you, and they mean well. They totally mean well. Total members. Ooh. That'd be interesting. Repo create graphics. Yes. Yes. Public. Yes. Yes. And huzzah. Watch this now. Remove Mimworks graphics. Boom. I added that one. As an alias I added. Thanks to Vera, who gave me shit all night. Hackathon decided, oh yeah, that's a great project to rewrite. So here's all the aliases. This is actually one of the things about the GitHub API command line thing that it's actually sort of allows me to forgive it, including listing all of the projects. You can extend the tool however you want by adding GraphQL calls to the configuration file. So I plan on building up, rather than making my own script, doing things like list all the projects and stuff like that, and adding aliases to the GitHub config file so that they're there and I'm still using the same tool, and then eventually they plan on putting those things in the main product. They just haven't got there yet. So that is what is happening. Yep. Let me just go look at the GitHub.com pagan graphics. Please tell me I didn't. Oh God, what did I just do? Did I put it under RWX? I really hope I didn't. I did. I absolutely did. You know why? Because I didn't tell it which thing to use. All right, so well, let me make sure. No, there's nothing in there. So I'm going to fix my mistake. I'm going to say remove graphics. Please don't delete my graphics. All right, you have to do super dangerous. rf.git. Wait. No, that can be fine actually. It's gh repo create mimworks. No. Pagan graphics. Public, yes, yes. How does it already exist? Huh, I thought I just looked at it and it didn't exist. Git origin. Well, I'm not particularly doing this very well. .git. Move graphics. All right, we'll move you to temp for a second. And then what? Then we'll do, make sure I'm in the right place. All right, git clone. I mean, there's nothing there. So git at github.com, pagan graphics. Oops. CD graphics. Origins. I need to fix that though. I found that there's a problem sometimes if you don't do this with the proper git suffix. It's very weird and finicky. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I can move anything from temp graphics to here. And then original initial logo ideas and color palette. No. Git. There we go. Interesting. Microsoft. Did that mess you up? There we go. And I put Mimworks graphics, but it's not Mimworks graphics. Oh my God, Rob, come on. Is pagan even a word? I thought it was pagan, Ian. Nope, pagan. Good. Type. All right. That's a good stopping point. It wasn't freezing? Oh my. That's bad. Wow. Good old Microsoft, huh? All right. That's plenty for me for today. That is frustrating. Yeah, she would definitely love some coffee. I'm gonna go get her coffee right now. I'm gonna leave the stream on. I have no reason to turn it off. I'm gonna be back here coding right after this. Meshing retracted. Sasha Dub plus. 22 still. ABNF could be teal. You like ABNF? Lauren? World in real life when we are speaking bits of other languages in everyday life. Yes. How's it going, Neochromer? Welcome, Twitch people. Mr. Bezos. Yeah. What's up? What font is that? This is mono. This is Ubuntu mono. Nerd font. Patagonia people are the worst. We are definitely the worst, aren't we? Some pagan and then Christian win-win. Yeah, I got scared of that idea. It's just fun to go back. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. If you were raised in a religious environment, you'd probably be religious. It's true. Clean Star, very good. A lot of people missed out on that interaction. I apologize, but I can't monitor 3 things at once, and I'm refused to make a bridge. Yeah. Yep. I like what Rhea said there. TNT's helping me out. TNT, I should make you a mod. Yeah, he's gonna yell at me, but he's been helping out enough. He's been around for a while helping me in here, so. Wait, where'd it go? I don't know what that means. I am out of my element. Oh, close. Shaw's path to the scroll. Wait. There we go. He helps me out enough in there. Oh, he's already moderator. Well, there you go. Noise. And the YouTube. A few people hanging on still on YouTube. It's funny, it changes over the course of the day. I'm gonna go make that coffee. I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, but this is actually really productive. I know it doesn't feel like it, but it really is. I needed to get that logo done. That's one of the last things that's holding Pagan back from really seriously hitting the marketing on it. And I'm going to use Pagan as a central part of my job applications as I go forward. Because my dream job is working on Pagan projects and getting paid for it, at least in part. So I really want that polished up and finished by the time I start really putting the resumes out there. It's where you said you wanted us. Thank you, Vera. You can go wherever you want. I know. Look. I no judgment. Do whatever you want to do. I'm just not going to look at the chat on YouTube and Twitch. That's all. All right. I'm gonna take a break. I'll put a bit of fish on for you. Because I really don't know when I'm going to come back. So when I come back, I'll come back. All right. See you in a bit. Oh, I had such a good conversation with my wife over coffee. All right. Back to some coding here. Anybody still around? Everybody's like, look at my thing, go to 0. People are like, I'm going to bed now. Good for you. Go to bed. It's just more convenient for me to leave the stream on. Plaque is the figment of the lateral media. To brush your teeth ever. All right. Yeah, that's great. You should commit to that. What we got? Oh, no, nobody new here. 19 faithful viewers of blankness. So yeah, I'm gonna be going back to write some Go code now. It'd be cool. I need to make an API that sets the. I really want to be able to. I have an API already that changes the title. But I want to make an API for YouTube that changes the title, so I can change the title so people come on into the stream, they can see what's going on. Like if people go to YouTube Live, rwxrob, and if they see, wow, I went up fast. Holy shit. Somebody must have come and visited. 7 watching. So if it says here, it says live. See this right here? I want to be able to change that from a single command while I'm live. And I know it can be done. In fact, I might go look at that right now. If I can look at that, then I can make one command and I could actually change my topic as I go. And that way, if I have like a 7-hour live stream video, I can actually change the topics in the middle of it as it goes along. So I'm going to spend a few seconds just looking at the YouTube library, at the YouTube API. And I'll just go look for it here. It might be a really easy curl command to do that. If it is, I'm going to go for it. YouTube API to change live stream title. Live streaming API overview. I'll open this up with a browser. And let's see if we can find directly. Authorizing API requests is just OAuth, right? Yep. So there's a difference between a live broadcast and a live stream. This is a weird thing. Start an ad break, and that's another thing, to be able to start ad breaks. Contains information about the video stream that you are transmitting to. The stream provides the content that the broadcaster of the YouTube live stream resource can be bound to exactly one live broadcast. Similarly, a live broadcast resource can only be bound to one live stream. So the broadcast is and the video resource shared. So this is they've added on to their API. I think I don't know their API very well, but one of them is the thing that becomes a video after it gets saved, and the other one is only for this current live stream. An event that you are broadcasting on YouTube. A live broadcast resource is an extension of YouTube video source. So yeah, set with video metadata that would be pertinent to a live broadcast, but not to other videos. So that's like I think this is like. Actually, I don't know. I think it might be the reverse of what I'm thinking. So this thing here is like, what is this stuff here, right? So I wonder. See, you can change the live chat. I can turn the live chat off. I can upload the thumbnail. I can do all the video editing, this stuff. And this reminds me, this stuff is all video related, like for any video, live chat monetization. This live chat is not, though. This live chat's like part of broadcast only. So let's go see. I mean, this is probably just one little quick call, so I can probably do it with the curl command. And the cue point in the video, a single YouTube video is noted live broadcast resource is an extension of the video resources. So I actually think live broadcast is the one that's going to have what I want. That has the, it's probably, I don't know, maybe live broadcast is the one that has the title and the monetization. Authorizing API requests. Calling the data API. Data and policy blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure I just have to get an OAuth token like everything else. Entering content via RTM MPS, we're doing that. Default broadcast, get auth credentials. Yeah, this is standard OAuth kind of stuff. Oh shit, they use they do OAuth 2 or 3. Please tell me they use. Oh no, 2 is the one we want. We definitely want 1. Secure practices for securing using API keys. I know how to do all that, so I made a tool for that, so I'm good to go once I get that. Server-side web apps, client-side web apps. Before we get to, I know all of this, so I don't need to look this up. Yep, same. I have all of this in my auth tool. rwxrob, github.com, rwxrob/auth if you want to play around with that. It's a cool little app. You can put on a command line and integrate with your any of your curl APIs, anything you want to script. Yep, there you go. So I already know all about that. I don't need to mess with that. But then I need to know about how to change. It's probably, I'm guessing it's probably an update, probably a put. Set up a broadcast, claim your content, create and manage the live broadcast. Call the live broadcast, insert method to add your broadcast to YouTube schedule of events. Don't need that. Privacy stats, don't need that. Schedule start time, don't need that. Content details, let's see. If you want to create a reference from your coded broadcast, record from start property, nope. The broadcast title, description, and privacy status. And other metadata fields are part of the broadcast video resource. So all I have to do is change this. That's cool. So the problem is I need to get a reference to the thing. All videos updated via video insert endpoint are unverified API projects. Restricted private viewing mode. Each API project must undergo an audit. What? This is only if it was uploaded with videos insert, which we're not going to do. So if it was made on YouTube, I think we're good. Get rating, not going to do that. Lists, which is a list of videos that match the API request parameters. I don't need that. What I'm looking to do, I'm just going to update the title. All I want to do is update the title. Yeah, all I need to do is go through the title. I need to set a title update, and I already have the curl all ready to go. So I need 2 things. I need to be able to look up the video link, and then I need to be able to do, so let's see. Stage 1 separate broadcast. We don't need it. I need to be able to content record the broadcast. We need to look how to set up a broadcast. Livestream.list. Call the livestream.list method to retrieve the livestream resource associated with your broadcast. That's what we want. Alrighty. Yeah. 94 CE54. You don't have your token in here, right? Just a channel ID. Yeah. Constant API key. Got that. Yep, channel ID. They have a YouTube API? Go has a YouTube API? Get live broadcast channel. YouTube service, printf. What is? These, why are you using the old context? The context isn't experimental anymore. This is old code. The YouTube API? Yeah. Call channel ID, event type live. Service search list, part channel ID. Yeah, this looks cool. Probably do this with the curl command, so I don't need to use a Go API for this. but this is cool. I took that context from the Google API. That's probably true. That might have been true because contexts are relatively new. Channel has an active broadcast. Yay. This channel has a blah active stream blah. Blah. This channel does not have an active broadcast. Live event type live. Okay, so channel ID live. So we just want to. There's only one live video. It looks like. Yeah. Yep. This is nice. Very nice. Thank you for showing me. All right. So I'm going to use the curl command though. So, this is really good reference material. So I'll keep this around. Yeah, you need you need a video. So that's what I'm looking. It says so. This means we're querying events, and we're looking for an event that is a live event that has a type video. Yep. So I just need to do the query. The after date. Well, let's do some curl requests to see what we're going to get here. So give me a second on that. So live streams list. That's what we need to get the live stream resources to see with your broadcast. Okay. We're going to do this. String API. Oh, nice. This is new. Request parameters part. ID string mine. Page token, don't need that. So send Google OAuth to. Don't put my key in public. I hope it doesn't put my key in public. List by ID. Snippet. I don't think I need snippet. Request get HTTP YouTube via live streams. Yep. Listen to Green Day again. Thanks for inspiration. Yeah, they're pretty fun. YouTube read only. Auth YouTube, YouTube force SSL. This requires authorization of at least one of the following scopes. So I'm going to need to create I don't want to go make my token just yet. Part. The part parameter specifies a commissary list of one or more live stream resource properties that the API response will include. The part names that you can include in the parameter value are ID snippet CDN. Part snippet. Okay. And yeah, snippet, got it. And list of YouTube stream IDs that identify the streams being retrieved. In a live stream resource, the ID property specifies the stream ID. I want to say that that's going to be the channel ID, right? Or is it? Let's see. We need the channel ID. I'm trying to figure out where that goes. One of the parameters, mine, can only be used a properly authorized request. Actually, let's have optional parameters. ID. I might have to go get an event before I can get the broadcast. I have a feeling. Because then I have to look at what things it goes with. Could be wrong, but. On behalf of content owner, page token, request body. As if you have that broadcast ID, right? So, I was going to say, if you don't have the ID, you have to. There's a channel ID? Yeah, the channel ID isn't here though. So I think that means that we have to back up one level and go to the events for the channel and then grab the events and then say, well, which one is a live event? And then say which of those live events, and then get the events for the channel. That's what I think you can do. I don't think you can pass a channel ID to this particular API request unless you're doing on behalf of content owner. What is that? This parameter can only be used in proper authorization requests. It's intended exclusively for YouTube content partners, which we are. On behalf of content owner, parameter indicates that the request authorization credentials identify a YouTube CMS user who is acting on behalf of the content owner specified in the parameter value. YouTube content providers that own and manage many different channels. Nope, we don't need that. Don't need that. I mean, we could probably use that and get away with it. But I have a feeling we have to do live broadcasts. Returns a list of the YouTube broadcasts that match the API parameter. Insert the ability to live broadcast made for kids. Delete the broadcast. Up to the broadcast. For example, you can modify a broadcast setting to find in the live broadcast. We should try it now. Oh boy. Please don't put my key there. Okay. So, authorization better token. Good. I can do all this from the command line and not dox any keys. So for that one, you can do a live. Request body part. Are you saying what? I don't know about that. You put the channel ID in where? Here? Your key here. Oh, in the data. I see what you're saying. So, request body, add request body parameters. Yes. Gotcha. Okay, so we're going to request the, well, ID, which is, I imagine that's the channel ID. I don't know, though. I wonder if channel ID is one of the things. Nope. Content details, kind snippet. So kind would be live. Statistics. You know what? Let's go back. I want to rip apart this Go thing again. All right. So this is getting, it's just creating a query, search list part, and part is snippet, and then the channel ID. Call that channel ID. ID. And I want to see how it builds the thing. Response items. I wish I would say what it's doing. Type video, event type live channel ID. Error with get live broadcast. And response to items. Sprint active stream video ID. Video list by channel. Channel state main. YouTube service handler. Channel list by ID. Video list by channel. Snippet channel ID. Get live broadcast by channel. Service. String snippet channel ID. Get live broadcast by channel. Service. String snippet. Get live broadcast by channel. Call do. I kind of want to look at the underlying service. Why is this color? It just suck, man. Yep. Okay. Well, that way I could see the Eureka token. I need to see what the data, this data that gets generated is. So we'll go back and try that. HTTP ID. No, curl. I'm gonna stick with curl. All right, back. What is that? Is that the API library, the Go library? Yep. I'll call the Smith is a quota cost of 100 units. Holy cow. I returns the collection of search results that match the query parameters specified in the API. I could use this API. I just need the list in order to find the current ID number. In fact, I could probably look up the ID number in here. Yep, there it is right there. That's it right there. That's the ID. I don't need to do anything else. I can just, so this is what I'm trying to say. I probably could just use this. I'm almost guarantee you that is, that's the channel ID. You know what I'm saying? So then I can just do something with that. Yeah, if you use the page I gave you, I am looking at the page. Yep, but I don't want to do it that way. I need one call to get everything. What? This isn't one call. This? The problem is we don't know what the underlying call is because it's buried behind a freaking API call. Yeah. It's one call. It built up a call and then it does the one call. Okay, fine. but it doesn't tell me what the URL of the REST API is. So I want to find what that is, and the way I find that out is to go dig into this particular. This is one of the reasons I like curl more than anything else. Search list, right? Right, and that, I mean, that's a nice call, but it doesn't tell me what the curl API is, and that's what I want to know. So I wish I could tell the equivalent. It looks like it's a search list call. So I'm gonna. This is it right here. This is search list. So this is the call. This is the API call, and yeah, right. This is the search list call, and then we can do, and then it's just to get. So there's YouTube v3 search. Good. And then we just need to know these are the pieces. So part is the snippet. For content owner, we don't know. See, I don't know how these other parameters are being set. I'm going to guess that channel ID is, let's go figure it out. For mine, yeah, I know, I see it. I saw that like 10 times. So, but I need to know where it gets translated in here, whether it's in the data section of the request, or it's one of these specifically called out things. Channel ID is your channel ID. Well, it needs to be specified here before I believe that. Topic ID, I imagine it is. Video caption, it would have to be in here. Yeah, and I'm just looking for channel ID, which I'm sure is here somewhere. Channel type, channel ID, there it is. Okay, good. It is an optional parameter though. Okay, fantastic. This is the page we want for sure. Now this is going to get us the list, but this is not going to update. I'm going to have to do a secondary put for that, because this is just going to get me the broadcast, which is what I need, and then I need to do a put against this resource. So I assume it's a put. It's usually a put. So yeah, I could actually, let's try this. A snippet, channel ID, and I don't know what my channel ID is. Yeah, we're updating the stream title. That's it. The only thing I want to update is the stream title. That's it. I want to make, I'm going to make a quick little tool that updates the title of, I think you're trying to do the same thing for IRC, right? So I wanted to update the title of Twitch, which I already have. I already do that. It's already working. And the title of the live stream, so that it changes while it's running, while the live stream is running. And potentially the IRC chat as well, but right now I'm focused on just the other two things. So the channel ID is something I'm going to have to pull off the channel. I can't use this. I have to actually look at the channel ID from my settings. I could do a lookup on that, but I'm going to do this because I don't know how many keys are hidden in there. Oh, in that one you have the channel ID already? Where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? Oh, wait, I'm talking now. I know, but where did you get it? Did you go? You went to the page and found it someplace on here? All right, fine. I don't pull it from the URL. Oh, right. Oh, right, in the video URL itself. I see. Yeah, let me try that. Yes, I want to start the stream. But, maybe not. I don't know. We'll go see. I mean, that's not important. Oh, view source, right. The API. Yeah, I was going to say, because my short name is keeping me from getting it. Is it in? I don't want to skip that step. I want to know how to look that up if I had to do it myself. So, I mean, normally it would be in your channel, right? So let's do an inspect element on this guy. Wait, can't do that. I mean, not inspect element. Let's just do view page source. Wait, where are you? Oh God, damn it. View page source. Nonce. Nope. Do. Applied back channel. Oh, Nothing so far. Doesn't look like it's in here. Just the nonsense here. Huh. Well, I mean, I know I can go look it up in my settings because it's under my the API to get it. Yeah, I'm gonna save that because I'm gonna hard code the channel ID. So yeah, I'll save time on that. I don't need to do it. I just wanted to see where you guys got it, so I could make sure to reliably go get it again. So put the channel ID in there. Channel type is live, right? No, we don't want channel type any. We want event type live. Curl command. You got the whole curl command? Open link. Oh gosh. This isn't my token in it, does it? I was going to say. You wouldn't have my token anyway. Yeah, there it is. Bearer token. All right. Yeah, this is perfect. So search, give video key your API key and the bearer token. Interesting. You search particles to bit. I wonder, can you use URL encoded data segments? I think you can on this. Yeah, I don't think you need to do it like this. I think this is another way to do it. I would rather not have it be a query string if I can help it. But I think they're both the same. But let's try. So, and then what? That's it. Let's try this. You probably have to have published after, right? If I don't do that, it's going to be like credentials provides authentication scopes. I'm afraid of this, so I'm going to hide it for a second. Oops. Yeah, okay, that does it. There's my code. You're right, they use a query string. Yeah, they use a get. Huh. Lame YouTube. All right, well, let me try that. And yeah, that's this. Did you put the I was just gonna say, did you put the update in there? Yeah, you made one of those too. Yeah, I was just gonna ask because that's you just put the live streams, string add request body parameters, update, right? Google developer profile. I don't have one yet. Oh boy. Okay, gotta do this off stream. Oh, what am I doing? Google developer newsletter. Okay, fine. View Google developer profile. One badge earned. All right, I think I know enough to finish this up. So I'm going to skip this for the rest of the day because the rest of the stuff here is not stuff you can watch. Because there's just too many keys and tokens and stuff. I have a tool to hide all those things, but I don't want to depend on that for this particular task. But thank you for getting me started. It's easy. The rest is all downhill. So as I suspected, it's an easy curl call to do that. So I'll put a bash script together to do that, and we can build that into something more substantial later. I just wanted it something quick and dirty, so I can finish that script up and share that later with people. I already have a script that does that in Twitch. So if you for the title for IRC, well, no, I mean, the title for IRC is nice too. I would like that to also eventually be updated, but that's I can easily do that just with a topic command. I'm not talking. Look, it would be nice to have a really formal tool to do all of this, and I'm cool for do that. But right now, I just want a script that does the 2 curl requests to update the title, and then just sends the slash topic to the, to my terminal, and then we're good. You know what I'm saying? And then that'll just keep my topics up to date, so people can know what I'm doing. And then, but then we can need, that's just the prototype, right? And then we can like put together something more formal that fixes all of that stuff. And I'm always changing the topic, so we can come up with like I've noticed you guys have kind of a specific format you're doing for the topic there, and so I'll just add that to the stuff that goes to that. And honestly, all I'm gonna do is type to the terminal, to the tmux terminal that I'm streaming from, for now, and then later on, yeah, and then later on we can do the rest, because I can just use the hex the integration with WeChat for that kind of stuff. All right, so that was kind of a fun divergence. So I replaced text. All right. Oh, do you really? Okay. I was wondering if you had maybe some sort of thing you were doing. Yeah, that's all good. Good to go. Fun stuff. All right, so let's go back to coding. I was wondering because there is stuff there. People are going back to work. All right, let's do some coding then. Working on the pagan graphics, we got that. All right, so I got to go back and find and work on the mem library and the mem utility. Both of them are made for modifying the notes. So where am I? Memworks, and you're not crashing. Read me. Auto management utility. I know, is it crazy? So this is going to be the command itself. So I'm going to need to make another one for the library. And so I've decided to keep the Go library separate from the mem utility, even though it's common to put the commands inside of the library that use the library as a reference point. I go back and forth on that sometimes because, when people like doing import, they don't necessarily want to use the app that goes with the thing that's being imported. So I don't know. I'm got mixed feelings on that. I mean, I did that with pagan as well. So we have the pagan command, which is separate from the pagan library, the pagan reference library. And I think it's because the API, I don't know. I mean, you could do both, but I mean, the idea is that we would have like a mem.js as well, so the API can be consistent across the board for mem things. And when people want to write code, I really want to create a consistent language API as much as possible and keep it very functional. So as much as we can do that. And I'm just trying to decide whether I should put the command and the library together in the same project or not. That's always a tough call. I don't know. I mean, there's reasons to do it and there's reasons not to do it. Yeah. So yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is a tough. I always have a hard time with this decision. It's always more convenient to use it, but there's really no reason it should be the same. So yeah. Technically, they're different. Well, it's like whether I want to put the. It's like whether I want to put the library with the command. And most of the time, in any other language, it's an easy question. Do you have the command in one, because the command is an implementation that uses library in a specific way, and the library is, even if it's a high-level library that gives you like really loosey-goosey parameter signatures and stuff. It's at the higher level. So sometimes combining those two together is nice. And you can do that. You can do that by you just use a different folder. In fact, the convention is to create a directory called CMD, and then under there you would put the command mim or something, right? CMD is the one I use. I don't use PKG. I think PKG is only for large projects that are like large applications that are being built. I usually use it as a top level thing because I don't like, mostly because I'm making a library that's meant to be imported, and I don't want to force people to put PKG in their import path. And I don't believe there's a convention to find PKG automatically. If there is, it's a new edition since 1.13. So I'm going to do slightly more work for this, but that means that I'm going to just make another repo for the library. And if I have to smush them together later, I can do that. It's no big problem. What do you send to me? Now, this is somebody's idea of Go. This is not the actual Golang standards. I've seen this thing a million times, and it makes me upset. Look, it's got a fucking make file in it. This is not Golang standards. No, this is an attempt to find best practices, but with what people do. This is a basically AlphaGo application project. It's not official standard. The end of conversation. It's actually way overkill in a lot of cases. I'm not mad at you, but I'm tired of people throwing this at me because I'm like, this is not required for lots and lots of things. Style guidelines for Go. So CMD is this I follow. Putting stuff in PKG is a waste of time. And it's actually putting it up to get your thoughts. Oh, okay. Yeah. The use of internal is deprecated. Nobody does that anymore. And the only time you see a PKG is if you have a massive project that is not a library. Okay. Because otherwise they have to do import PKG, and nobody wants to do that. So, do you know what I mean? And that's actually one of the reasons that I am breaking mine out into two separate pieces, is because the people that are importing it are going to be importing github.com/memworks/mim-go. Boom. Nice, clean URL to import. The people that are installing the mim command will be doing go get-u for update github.com/memworks/mim. And if I were to combine the two, they would have to do /mim-go/cmd/mim, which is annoying. I mean, let's just be real. So Slack, Netflix Engineer ripping into them for PKG. Oh, who did? I'm pretty sure internal is deprecated. Because that was a part of the vendor and internal. You remember that stuff? I could have that wrong though. So take my, I don't use internal at all. I'm pretty sure it's been really deprecated. This page in general hasn't been updated in a long time. If I remember right, it was really, look at this. Look at how old it is. 8 months old, at the least 2 years old. This is ancient. We're talking about pre 1.13 standards. You know what I mean? And so just take it with a grain of salt. Has been converging on the idea of PKG is a useless abstraction indirection. You read that somewhere? Instead, people are encouraged to either put the packages in the top level, amen, or to create a repo that structures everything based on the primary functionality of the domain of the business logic, amen again. And that's where did you read that? That is literally the perfect way to say what I believe. So, open link. It's really too bad that that site is out there. The reason I got a little frustrated is because people keep freaking sending people to that page and saying this is how you have to do it. And I'm like, no, that's not what's used in the wild. Go look at hash. If you want to get a good example of how stuff is used, so a lot of HashiCorp stuff actually uses PKG because they're big projects. You know what I mean? And they have a lot of shit at the top level, make files and readmes and CI/CD stuff, and it's just a big mess. And so if you want to actually see the libraries in the package, going into PKG in that case makes sense, right? Because you don't want to have it just totally strewn in there with another 30 other odds and ends files at the top level. So I can see a case where you'd want to do a PKG for a huge project, but what they're saying to do is to like refactor and keep those projects small so that you have libraries, you break the things into libraries that are top level libraries and then, you know, compose those together into smaller things. But you can overdo it too, right? And then you end up getting monorepos and stuff. So yeah. The other thing you have to remember is that if you're going to do any imports, if you're going to import anything from these packages, you're going to have to put that package in the URL when you import it, even in your project internally. So in the Slack workspace, there are over 30K registered users. We cut off and need to correct people who are using package and have them ignore the recommendations here. It actually says that? Whoa, that's encouraging to hear. That's actually really encouraging. The CMD directory is as is similar to the usage of the PKG directory. Thanks. And that's the conversation I was just having with myself. All right. So the reason I paused so much at the beginning of this project is I was debating with myself about whether to use the CMD thing, which is more of a site reliability engineer at Netflix. Cool. Is that Parmesan? No. My point is that it's almost, I told you, I know, I recognize that name somewhere. I don't know where I recognize that name. Yeah, and there's a lot of combat. The problem is there's never been anything standardized on this. So I think I answered my own. I think granular. This is the thing. People go back between monorepo and granular repos, right? They go back and forth between this. And now that GitHub has a command line interface, I have a feeling that more and more people are not going to use monorepos. Because monorepos are a bad idea because ultimately, especially on GitHub, you're going to hit a file size limitation. At some point, you're going to hit a file size limitation. So if you're going monorepo path, you're going to get screwed eventually. So I actually am not a fan of monorepos. I'm a fan of more granular repos that you bring together that can individually be monitored and used, even though they're not so granularly as in kind of the NPM node, ethos of make them as small as possible. That's what gives you, the opposite problem where you get like 20,000 dependencies for a single little hello world script or something. And so I think the thing that should guide this is what are your paths going to look like, and that that really boils down to that. Of course, I've never worked on a project that has more than 7,000 lines of code. So if you're working on a project that's got like anything from HashiCorp, if there's one company to maybe take some leadership on this, it would definitely be HashiCorp in my opinion, because they're a very well established company that's been doing Go programming since 2012. And so, you might not like Terraform or any of the stuff that they make, but they have got quite a bit of, look at this, built-in command, a communicator configs, experiments, helper, HTTP client. I think all of these at the top level are packages. You notice how none of them are in a PKG subdirectory. So I'm going to say, yep. So this is my preference. This is my preference is to actually take a lot of direction from following what HashiCorp does. And I actually recently discovered their HCL, HashiCorp command configuration language, which is pretty interesting. This is their own take on configuration, which is very Nginx like. Pretty interesting configuration. But I actually wish that that the cloud native world would have gone with this instead of YAML. To tell you the truth, YAML. I think YAML like runs out of steam, and when it's used like at the level it's being used right now. Personally, but I mean I love YAML. I use it for read only databases kind of thing that I edit by hand with an editor. But for configuration files that might be auto generated, I kind of have a problem with that. So which one is that? Creating a template repository. GitHub docs. What is this from? Free Pro Team. Who made this? Oh, god damn, it's so freaking ugly. Why can I not turn off this stupid... No, I don't trust GitHub on Go development in the first place. Go development I way trust HashiCorp over these guys. Template repository. Oh, you're talking about template repos. Oh, you're just talking about template. Yeah. Template repos is a good idea. Yeah. That's a great idea. I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to suggest we look at them for things about Go. No, they're not the authority on Go programming. That's for damn sure. But the idea of having a template repo is really a great idea, and I really like that. However, I don't feel like you need it with Go. You don't need anything. you don't need anything. I mean, it's like so easy to make a new project, right? So, and now that we have this, so let's do this. So git repo create mim.go. Actually, I need to do mimworks mim.go public, and that'll give me a new repo. All right, and then inside of here, I can just go this. I mean, that's I'm glad you got me to stick with it for a bit, because I was just doing deletes recently. And you had the list too, right? Somebody was asking about that earlier. They were really pissed off at GH. They were planning on trying to use it. Are they still here? And they were like, somebody else was like really going off on the GH tool. You can't even list repos. What the fuck? And then I told them it was out there, and I hadn't incorporated it yet. I think creating a GH configuration file is on par with like having a vimrc file that you share with people, because there's going to be so many things that people are going to want to do that are not supported out of the box in it, that I think building one up that I can share quickly with people is a good idea. Now that we know that what we have to do, right? Beginner, how's it going? We are talking about coding in Go right now, and working on a little project here. So let's see here. So what did I call this? This is the MimWorks Knowledge Management API. That's what this is. That's the GH repo list. Oh, you found it? I might go put that in right now, actually. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add it. That's a long one, man. JQ and everything. Now what are we doing? Now we're like doing this. So somebody was asking what we're doing. So, please tell me I have that sim linked. I think I did, right? I did that the other day. Config. Yep, I'm pretty sure. Yep, there we go. I don't need to go there. I can go ahead and edit that one since it's sim linked. I'll need to commit it later, but I get so scared when I open this thing, I tell you. List. Oh, he calls it repos. Well. Oh my God. Wrong thing. I'll just keep this. I'll go back. Yep. And affiliate owner. I guess dollar owner and page view is, oh no, those are variables from the query. So that's good. We're good to go on that. Very nice. All right. So, and then we'll move that over a little bit. Why is it full tabbing over? I hate visual mode, man. I imagine there's tabs in there. Yep. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Sorry. That's my editor that's doing it. You know why? Because it doesn't know what file type this is. Oh, it's YAML. Why is my YAML putting tabs in here? That is not something that should be happening. No, it's not. I have a problem with my vimRC. I'm going to have to fix that right now. I know the command to do it. Oh, man, it just makes me wonder about some of my other files. Anyway, soft tab stops, shift width, smart indent, all that should be there. That means that whatever's doing YAML has decided that it does tabs. Don't auto wrap text, auto wrap comments, don't insert a comment later. Trail the white space, disable auto formatting, paragraph changes. Long lines are broken, multi-byte, don't note space. I need to do a specific file type map. Manage milestones, nice. Vim plugin. Yeah, I don't have. I'm gonna have to do. Nope. Where are you? Where are you? I think I might have deleted him a long time ago. I mean, I know what to do here. I want to try to fix it permanently. So. There we go. So, pagan. We need to do a YAML. Yeah. For some reason, the built-in YAML stuff. I'm gonna see if this has already been covered on Stack Exchange. YAML tabs, 2 spaces. I mean, I know the things to set, but there's probably already a rule written for it. Can't use tabs. See, you can use spaces. I obviously, good old news, hacker news. It's so bad. See, tabs have been outlawed since they were treated differently in data centers. This is what I don't understand. So why does the default YAML syntax in Vim use a tab, allow a tab? It shouldn't. So there's a problem. Good old tabs versus spaces fight. That's people would cut each other's heads off over that. Go forces you to use a tab for all the right reasons, and I completely agree with it. But it can be annoying because it looks really ugly on GitHub rendering. I did not want to have to do this. Yes, there is, dumbass. You have to have 3. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this person who wrote this entry on March 2nd, 2004. You don't need that triple dash. Yes, you do. What's the reason for not using tabs? What's the reason for not using tabs? because it looks different on everybody's editor. That's why. Oh, you found one? Yeah, I was about to add just something like that. So it's not required by Kubernetes for YAML files. What are you talking about? It doesn't require tabs. This is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you for putting that in there. I'm almost positive it still requires it. Yeah, I've got to figure that out now. So first things first. It doesn't matter if they don't do it. You know what else Kubernetes does? Names files YML when the creator specifically says use YAML. It doesn't make it the right thing. So let me, here, before you scroll off, I want to put this stuff in here. Thanks for looking that up. That's exactly what I was looking for. Yep. So we're going to go to, oh wait. Oh gosh. What's going on? Oh. Don't go away. Do. Okay, and then this one is right here. That's nice, very nice. Thank you for that one. That one should get points for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I would bet you anything that that's true. I want to just find it out because I'm pedantic, but I would love to be able to drop triple dashes because I use them in everything. So mostly because you have to have a header, and I would just love to get rid of it. What are you looking at? Random aliases for what? For what? I think first things first. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's a very valuable find then. Yeah, I imagine there's like a whole ecosystem of aliases. It's like the whole, like the one true of MRC. The one true, oh God, what am I doing? That's not what I wanted. Where did my aliases go? Was it in here? Here. Oh God. Why are you collapsing? I freaking hate collapses. I thought I had disabled that. Why is that turned on? I did not turn that on. I have to turn that off immediately. I freaking hate those things. Fold method indent. Get the frick out of my life. Whew. Didn't swear. It's okay. I hate folds. That's like, just give me the actual thing, please. Set list. So now what? Nope, not there. No worky. No worky. I know what to do now, but expand tab. Oh wait, set file type YAML. Maybe I got too much. I mean that's already there. That's like unnecessary, frankly. Unknown option YAML. Wait, set file type equals YAML. Auto command. File type YAML. That looks about right. Nope. I hate Vim. Why don't you not do what I want you to do? So this is being overridden somehow, and I don't know how. So I don't know where. I'm going to go all the way to the end. And I'm going to put these way on the bottom just to be sure there's not something else going on. Yep. It's completely ignoring it. So, file type YAML, that's like a no-brainer. This is actually picked up automatically. I didn't even need this really. Well, no, because I did lowercase y. Actually, no, it picked it up. I don't need that. I don't need it. File type YAML set locale, set local, ts equals 2, tab space equals 2, sts2 equals to software expand tab. Yeah. What I don't understand is the expand tab's not taking. Maybe I forgot something on the end of it. Nope, there it is. See, I have it on for everything. This is what I don't understand. It's like, somehow it's reverting. I don't know why it would. Maybe there's something broken in my. I mean, it sees it as a YAML file. See here. Yep. No idea why that is. No idea. Set expand tab. Somebody tell me what's going on there. The fact of the matter is, I think I need an exclamation point on this. Nope. That is really fucking weird. I mean, that's really weird. Sorry, I swore. Oopsie. Still does it. I don't want fold method equals manual. I have fold off completely. I'm not turning it back on. Something is overriding after this. And I just don't understand why. I have a problem someplace in my configuration, because watch. And now it'll work. That means that something from the time I load this up is set no foldable. That's a good one too. What's happening is that the expand tab is being overtaken by something after my thing opens up. That means there's an event in here someplace that's turning expand tab on for YAML. Because watch, if it's off, watch. Right now I have it turned off. So there's something about this that is not happy. And it concerns me, because that means it's not even reading this. This is the last thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even know if it gets down here. I should. I do not know. I wonder. There must be an event here. Vim safe text. I'm not using Vim YAML, no. I don't want to use that one. I want to use the built-in one. It should be fine. Yeah, I could use Vim YAML. I might have to use it if this is going to be a thing, because this, I imagine, there's probably an argument to use Vim YAML, because I'm betting the Kubernetes stuff is going to be more finicky about, and it's not, the default YAML's not going to be doing it, not do the trick. At least that way it'd have consistency. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm going to try that actually, because I cannot afford to have YAML not work. And frankly, I've never had that problem before. So watch, if I, right, watch. So this is really curious. I actually think it might be a problem with the syntax of the config file. See, look. This is specifically a problem with that config file, which just freaks me out. I'm not going to put it any other way. It totally freaks me out. So there's something going on with that file. Let's actually go pull it in. This config.yaml file, this stuff that I grabbed, there's something about it that's causing YAML to not see it. So, oh, now it's fixed. I'm telling you, there's some problem with that file format that causes it to not open properly. And I don't know what it is. So watch, these are all, so this was one tab before. Oh, look, it went back to tabs. Did you see that? Did you see that? What did I delete? I deleted the header. Oh. Yep. Nope. You know what it is? It's because it's not a fucking YAML file because it doesn't have triple dash in the front. Watch. I'm telling you. This is something. Oh, look at that. Nope, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It's because it already has a tab in there. Wow. That's so dangerous. That is dangerous. That's a default YAML behavior. And now it makes me wonder if the other YAML file doesn't have that problem. I mean, because it's going to sneak in a tab on me just because there's tabs used elsewhere. It should watch. Look at that. Everything I add is adding a new tab file. It's auto detecting the most used white space or something, right? Some editors do that. That is what it's doing. That's exactly what it's doing, Juicy. And that, I bet you, let's see how much it takes for it to get smart again. I wonder if it's part of the block. Let's just try it all and get rid of it all. Now watch it use space. Oh, what? Oh, there they are. Oh. A little bit of reconnaissance work. Still tabs. What the fuck? That is so weird. I have never seen that before. I think it actually is an event when I pasted it. And I think I think it changed the setting of the expand tab. That's what I would bet you anything. That's what it did, because it's almost like it detected that particular type, and then it changed expand tab permanently after that. And that would be like an event-based thing, right? Because look, it's fine now, right? But if I put an actual tab in here, watch this. Watch it go back to tabs. No. You know what it was? I didn't exit the file before. That's what it was. Yeah, I didn't exit the file before, and so it was something to do in insert mode. No, it doesn't. So that's super interesting. So watch, I'm just going to make all these. I have to figure this out. This is a very interesting quirk I've never seen. So if I put a tab here, Exactly. It's a start detection. And it lasts for the duration of the editing session unless you explicitly change it. So if I put a tab in here, watch, this will be tabs. I wish I could see the value of expand tab. Yeah, you normally you can do that with normally you can do that when you just do the thing without a thing, but it's a boolean. So how do you look up the values? I know how to do file type, so I can do set ft to see what the file type is, right? But you can't do this expand tab in insert mode when dealing with C files. There is a way to output a value, and I don't remember how to do it, so it's worth looking up how to do that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, here. How do I display the current value of expand tab in Vim? Good stuff. Oh, question mark. Right. Thank you. I think I saw that before. So it is set. So now it says it's set. So that has a tab in it, right? So apparently one tab was not enough to trigger it. So how many is? Insert paste mode gives me no problems with expand tab. Well, yeah. I mean, I have to turn, so I did set paste on this anyway. Actually, yeah. I'm just curious because something about this overrides it. And so there's clearly a way to cause it to do it. And I think you guys are right. I think it's something to do with the number, the amount of white space. It's some sort of percentage of white space thing. That's what I think. I'm going to try. It's just a really interesting case to recreate. So that would mean, where do you go with? There, okay. There, and then you go, whoopsie. And you go here. All right, and strange auto detect, yeah. Yeah, I may have something to do with paste mode as well. I agree. But I'm just really curious. So, okay, wait, we were using another file, so that's important. So let's keep doing that. So watch, if I do set expand tab question mark, see that? We learned something today. Today I learned, I'm gonna put this in my notes, man. Too bad I don't have my cool thing to do that with. What? I did set list. It's got tabs in there. I know. So the conclusion is if more than 50% of the file is using tabs, it will set no expand tab. That's the behavior that I'm observing. I mean, let's see. I have to put this in my notes. Sorry. My log. I need a command for this. I'm gonna go crazy if I don't get one. That's what I'm trying to write, by the way. It's just taking me forever. 58th readme. Oh God. I do that all the time. Observed that when pasting text into Vim, that contains tabs. Yeah. This is why tabs are the devil. Yeah, with set paste or otherwise, that if more than 50% of the file results in lines beginning with tab, the entire file will be set to no expand tab, even if I explicitly set expand tab as the last line in my vimrc. Removing less than 50% of tabs causes the set expand tab query to return the wanted expand tab setting. So this is something that overrides all the other behavior that Vim does automatically. Very annoying. Did I say less than? Removing, let's see. Let's see. Removing. Oh, right. You're right. That doesn't make sense. Making, let's see. Changing more than 50% of the initial tab characters tabs to spaces causes query. That's like a really weird behavior. I've never seen that. That's super cool to figure out. These are the kind of rabbit holes that I don't mind running down, particularly on live stream, because maybe somebody else will get something out of it and not get confused. This is why people don't like Vim, because that kind of, there's other nitpicks in something like VS Code. It has different nitpicks, so it's not free from this kind of nitpickiness. But there's no book that's going to tell you that. Tabs make sense for an efficient compiler, and that's why I like tabs in Golang. Golang can get away with using tabs because it very, very strictly requires GoFMT for the compiler to use it. So you don't ever have to think about it. It's constantly reformatting with the tabs, and so you don't even think about them. Yeah, and I happen to agree with all the arguments for tabs. I do. I don't use them because they're not practical for me. But C directive equals what is that about, Vera? Oh, right. This is a common issue for many editors, right? JavaScript comments. Nobody talks about the real reason to use tabs. Yeah, there's it's a great fight. Do you guys see that scene on Silicon Valley? The whole thing reminds me of that one scene about tabs versus spaces on Silicon Valley. You guys know about that? Why didn't you do my... Oh, I know why. There, this will do it now. I have a thing that populates it with a DuckDuckGo query. See that? That reminds me, I need to fix that query so that it uses stuff around refining tab size. It sucks. To look actually as the author intended. Redefining tab size. Yeah. Yeah. Is no longer the start of that. Whoa, where did they say that? Is no longer the start of a document. Really? It is now the end of the document? I don't believe that for a second. Are you sure? Okay, I'll go find it. Dude, if that's true, I'm never combining YAML data with my Markdown ever. Thanks. I really want to get these easier, but oopsie. Let's patch igni.net. Greg, who's on our stream a lot, he actually knows igni. He learned how to do Vim from igni. He worked with him side by side pair programming for years. So yeah, he knows him quite closely. And document markers. Oh, the private chats as well. Why? Oh, you can unlock all of those so we can have evidence to convict people. The bot is document markers. Yeah, I know. 9.1.2, thank you. Document markers. Use directives creates a potential ambiguity. It is valid to have % character at the start of a line. Single line and other things. Yeah. No, you still need one at the beginning. Yeah, you definitely do. This is a conversation. This is the % symbol. That's a different thing, I think. C directives end. C document end. Yeah, the triple dot. Yeah, okay. At the end of the document end marker. Yeah, you can use the triple dot. Pandoc does that, by the way. Pandoc will take either 3 dashes or 3 dots. We can scan any directives again. The essence of this option, yeah. So the way I remember it, the triple dashes says, get ready, here comes more YAML. And the triple dot says, I'm done with YAML, now I got regular content. Obviously, the actual content lines are therefore forbidden to begin with those markers, yeah. And that's so you can put your stuff in with other things. So, yep, there you go, your document suffix. Yeah, nobody puts YAML 1.2 in there. But it's you can't omit it. You can't omit the YAML header. If I tell you what, if they're doing it in Kubernetes just to make it easier, I understand why they're doing it, but that those documents would never pass. Yeah. Bear document does not begin with any directives or marker lines. Okay, well, there you go. It must be a bear document. In this case, the first non-comment line may not start with first character. Was it in 1.0? I'll go look in a second. Document nodes are indented as if they have a parent indented -1 spaces. Since it must be more indented than its parent node. Document start, yeah. Means 0 more spaces. For document, no document. I don't know, man. There we go. This is explicit document. This is what I'm normally most people use. But you're telling me Kubernetes doesn't use that? That's super fucking annoying. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? I've never liked mixing metadata with data. It's always bothered me. I think front matter was one of the stupidest things ever invented. And because you don't mix your metadata and your data. If you look at SMTP send mail, the way it handles mail, it takes the header part and writes it to a file, and takes the body and writes it to another file. They're never in the same file because you have to parse the thing all over again every time. If you can deal with static data in two separate places, then you can alter your metadata in a separate and it also doesn't freak out your editor. Your editor can't figure out. It's the same separation of concerns things with the HTML and CSS and all that stuff. You have a specific language in a specific file, and you don't have to fuck around with it with metadata in the header. It should be in a separate file. And people argue against this all the time and say, well, yeah, but then people are going to be sending around the file, and they're going to forget the metadata file, and they're not going to send it with it, and all this other stuff. And I don't buy into any of those arguments. Imagine file systems if files contain their metadata. Right. I hate it. I've always hated it. It's a horrible architecture that was thrust upon us by the fucking Jekyll static site engine that lets you do this in the very beginning. So Tom Preston Werner, I blame you, Mr. Tommel. We love GitHub, but I blame you. You're the one who started this front matter shit. And that has forever been a problem. And Pandoc does the same thing now too. Pandoc has template headers that you can put inside of it. And I've always hated that. I've always hated mixing the two. And I'm glad we're going through this, because this just made a decision for me that I was kind of on the fence about, which was whether I should put YAML metadata in the header or not. But here's what's really gets really easy. If you put YAML metadata in a separate file, and then your knowledge node is just a README file, readme.md, and then you have metadata.yml, then you can put whatever you want in that YAML, in that metadata, and you can load that metadata as Pandoc variables, and you can put them in the file however you want. And you can just throw out all of the ideas that Pandoc allows. Pandoc allows you to like intermittently put YAML documents within the main content, which is just annoying as hell. So at first it seems like a good idea, but it's never a good idea to do that. And this is a good example of that. So here's a case where the spec went from using triple dashes to define the beginning of YAML metadata. And you could either use a triple dash or a triple dot to end the YAML metadata and begin the body data. And then it went to saying, okay, triple dash is the end of the document. Well, which one is it? And if you've got all your content doing that, now a YAML stream doesn't require it to start it. Where did you read that specifically? A bare document does not begin with any directive or marker lines. Such documents are very clean. I read that, but it doesn't say a bare document is a YAML document. So I think there's some knowledge. I know I'm right there. I think there's some stuff here that's intermixing what a document is that has a body and the YAML section that has a key value pair stuff. Because and I don't know that for sure. This is a bare document. See, here's a bare document. See this? See, there's a bare document. It just has comments in it, and bare document is nothing, right? First, not the first line. YAML bare document. Yeah, that's not a very good. That's tough to follow. And say a directed. What time is it? I gotta go to bed. That's the CSS encoding. You can't see it. Which one is? Oh, right. I got you. YAML. Bare document, no document. Yeah. Yeah. This is just another reason to simplify YAML. I like YAML links. I do, but this is why people hate it. They fucking hate YAML, man. People hate YAML. And I don't, that for lots of reasons that we've gone over. This is a really good example of a configuration. The streams is on your screen. What are you talking about? What are you saying? It's nice on the screen. YAML streams. Yes, where it was. Yes. Thank you. No, I know. I'm done. I saw all that. I got enough information on that. I don't need to spend time on that. This is a really good example of where YAML falls on its face. Because this is, that is not consumable very much, you know? And all these spaces don't really matter. These are tabs, by the way. So whoever this is, cut and paste this from their document with tabs in it. Think about that for a second. Those are actual tabs. I'm almost positive. Let's go check. Let's check. Okay, we're gonna blind it here. Sorry. Somebody figured out, Raritan, he's gone now. He figured out how to make view page source not do this. You have to set a CSS page for it, and I don't feel like doing it right now. Is this tab or not? Nope, that looks like a single space. So why did I get a tab on the first one? Do not know. Anyway, I mean, this has been fun and educational and all. Also, I'm just annoyed. All right, so let me go back and fix my. I'm sorry, I'm getting grumpy. I can feel it. Yeah. Oh, you found it. Yeah. It's the Chrome user content CSS. Thank you for that one. Yeah, I don't. You have one already that does it? Yeah. I have some food, but oh my God. Seriously, GitHub? Will you please give us your dark mode on gist? When are you going to do that? There's got to be a thing on this. Because they've convinced us to use their dark mode for everything else. You can't even turn it on. Look at down here. It says you can't. This is like, you cannot use it. Oh my God. Just no. I'll do this later. I'll leave that tab up. I'm not doing that right now. In the general direction of Rob. So let's do. I want to get my lists work. So yeah. GH config. Now that we know what's going on. There's all these beautiful tabs. Set no expand Arabis. Expand tab. No superior. What the fuck, Vim? You saw me do that, right? I don't have any words for that. Vim literally overrode my command line setting while I'm editing it. Did you see this? Watch. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Set no expand tab. Boom. All right. And now watch. Look, Vim is a very powerful tool, but this is brain dead. So if I do this, tab, it puts an actual tab. That means that it's thumbed its nose at my directive completely. So watch, set expand tab, question mark. It's even set to not do tab expansion. It still doesn't. How stupid is that? What is that about? Well, it didn't work. I don't know, man. That is just like, I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that it's still doing tab. I don't know. You're right. But if it's language handling that's overwriting it, it's overwriting it out on it. Here's the thing. The thing that's so screwed up about this is actually set. I have set it to do this, and it's still not doing it. That is a fucking bug. I don't care how you call it. That is a bug. I explicitly said that I wanted my tab expansion off. And it's doing exactly what I told it to, and I feel like a dumbass. Okay, I'm going to take that all back. That's what happens when you stream, guys. I feel dumb now. It's time for me to quit. So, yeah, there we go. Yep. Now when I open it up, it's gonna work. I scratch that last rant, the last little bit there. It was just me being really stupid. I need to go away before I break something. This is when, just note to everyone out there, this is when it's time. I was dyslexic about it. I do that all the time. I'm a very dyslexic guy, and I'm pretty sure I dyslexicized that situation. Yeah, I know the rant is documented eternally. Every single mistake I make these days gets documented eternally for you guys to laugh at over and over and over again. And if it makes you feel good about it, so be it. I'm willing to be your punching bag. All of you guys who selectively publish your triumphs and leave all of your screw ups for everyone else to just think about. Yeah, it's the life of a streamer. I tell you, it's the life of a streamer. It's not for everybody. Not for everybody, man. I'll tell you that right now. There's no hiding when you're stupid. Everybody can see it. So you might as well just own it. The truth is we need more people to just own it, I think. So because the danger is that these influencers present this notion that's been captured in Black Mirror in many different ways. Or Lucifer, there's an episode where there's an influencer and it comes unraveled when you just try to figure out what's actually happening with the influencer. It's all pretty imperfect, and perception management is exhausting. Just be who you are. Just own your errors. Own your rants that are totally stupid rants. Yeah, I tell you what it does for me is every time I make a stupid error like that, it makes me a better person because I feel it more. I feel my errors more because I can't deny them to myself. It's like, it's right out there. I got mad at somebody for no reason. I said a swear word when I said I wasn't going to. I mean, all of these little things add up, and particularly when I'm watching myself, and it makes me better because I see me and there's no fucking denying it. That is me, and it's just who I am. So, it's terrifying, but it's also very enlightening. So, has flip sides. Anyway, I want to try this. Let's try this, shall we? Now I'm all excited. Maybe I can end on a positive note. So let's actually, warts and all, yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I don't think I have to do anything here. Oh, I don't. Watch this. Repos. Cannot iterate over a null. Oh, I know why. Minor triumphs are worth celebrating. I don't know why I'm doing this weird clap motion. It's funny because my picture is like right here on the screen, right here. and I don't even look at it. I just know I'm there so I don't overwrite things. This is, if somebody else's code works on my computer, I'm a happy person. I'm going to hurt myself. I know, let's do this. Oh, you want to see Essential Web? What? I think it's .web. What did I name it? How about KnowledgeNet? Yep. And how about SkillStack? This is going to be huge. SkillStack Yoga, SkillStack Week, Yoga Winter. So there was a time when I thought the proper thing to do was to add a repo for every single knowledge node. And you've seen how many knowledge node I have, right? That was stupid. Stupid idea. Stupid. One of my most stupid ideas I've ever had. See, look, I made a separate repo. Oh, Brachium is there still. Oh my God. Caesar's blog is even there. I gotta go. Oh man, this stuff is so old. So totally. Oh, the original Flappy Bird is there. This here is like a really popular. I redid. This stupid DK Help Your Kids code was disastrously bad, and so I made a scathing review of the book on Amazon, and I rewrote the final project for everybody so they could do it. It's like one of my most popular Amazon posts ever because it was just so freaking bad. And man, I got Dodge here too. Wait. I wonder if this is still up. Thank you so much for helping me with that. Dodge the Doge. Doge. Damn it. It's not there. Damn it. Oh, I know. Skill stack dot github.io/Doge. It's still there. It's still there. Oh my God, this is such many memories making this thing. This is actually one of the easiest phaser games you can make because it doesn't have, you don't have missiles. Bullets are freaking hard for beginners because you have to recycle them, otherwise you'll run out of memory. So, and there's no point system in this one yet either. Doge to Doge to Doge 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 to Doge to Doge 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 Doge. Oh, I keep losing. Man, what else is there? Oh man, this is great. I'm happy now. Oh, hey, the fall schedule. Should I go look at the fall schedule? What is the fall schedule? Oh man, I wonder if my story game is there. Oh, story eng. Nope. How about Skizix? Is Skizix here? Damn it. Flappy's there. I know Flappy's there. I've seen him a while. Here we go. Oh, crap. Dang it. Wait, that's like way too loud. I gotta turn it down or I'm gonna get demonetized. Wait, ready? Go. I forgot what to do. Oh. I'm not very good. I'm used to space bar. It's much easier. God damn it. This is the high score on this computer. I can't play games. Have we established this? Come on. You know what's funny? You can totally hack this thing. Yeah, you can like you can make it so you can jump off the screen. We were like totally hacking it and cheating. Oh man, I suck. I really suck. Oh well, that was fun. Fun. Skill stack fun. What is that about? Nope, nothing there. Fall essentials 8-ball. Ooh, 8-ball. We're gonna make that too. It's horrible, isn't it? I know, it's absolutely horrible. That game has been you can change all the parameters on it. You can hack it. That game has been remade as Flappy TARDIS, Flappy Trump with his hair flying. It's been made as Flappy Peak. Flappy Pidgey, Flappy. It's been remade in so many different versions. Yeah, it's like, yeah. There's a tank game out there too somewhere. We should probably go find it. Doge to Doge. I'm happy. Hello Box. Gokemon. We never finished Gokemon. That was too bad. That was going to be a fun one. The Golang course. I have a whole Golang course that I did. This is great. I can probably go narrate. I forgot about these. I have written so much freaking code. It's just not organized. Home config Z shell. There you go. Everybody really wanted their Z shell. Internal projects, Java course, jump scare. Learn to code book. Linux Pi. I wonder if my Christmas lights is out here somewhere. Old game, new that skill select. Old learn, operations phaser, ES6 examples, Pylights. Damn it. We gotta go find Pylights. Give me a second here. This is cool. This is github.com skill stack Pylights. Oh man, this is Python. Good old Python. RPG. Oh yeah, my library of blinky light functions. So this is, I helped them make this. So we would play with their Raspberry Pi, and then we would make the lights chase and do Cylon and do up down and stuff. I have to write it all. Yep. A reference I have accumulated over the years is gold. Yes. I need to like, oh my God, my posters. I forgot about my posters. I'm sorry, you guys. This is like really fun for me, not you. I just can't help myself. This is like finding an old family photo book. Spy agency font, the one that I bought. And like this is back when I was using Macs, and everybody commits their DS store because they don't put it in there. Skill stack Ford. Oh, my original artwork for the van wrap. Yes. I still have this. Learn code, save the world. What? Wait, is this public? No, private. Okay, good. Oh my God. 3 years ago. Core offerings. Oh my gosh. This is a big old poster I used to have. I would have a new poster every week. I got so much, like, they would razz me about this all the time. They're like, we have a new poster yet? So I was always, yep, essentials. And this was like how many blocks it would take. Foundation, JavaScript, Python. At the time, you could pick which path you wanted to go. Like, did you want to go JavaScript and then go to the web path, or did you want to go Python and go kind of the embedded path sort of thing? And you could go to the web and go, and then these would join up. And we tried an AI segment for a while. This was difficulty. So this is how many blocks it would take, like 2 or 3 blocks. And we had these different things. These ones had certificates with them at one point. And then we threw Ruby in here because this is CyberOps, and this was back. Go goes to AI. Well, yeah, but you've already had, if you go this path, you've already had Python. You're supposed to have already had Python. You couldn't do Go until you had JavaScript and Python. You didn't get to go into AI unless you learned these 3 languages. I was really big on forcing people to learn 3 languages before they went on to anything else big, because it's just not, learning just one language is never enough. Anyway, so yeah, old school stuff. Are we learning yet? I don't know. You tell me. Let's see. Does floppy run entirely on client? Yeah. No server syncs. Nope. The high score is just saved in a local. It's just saved in your localized cache. So yeah, you can go in and change it and give yourself whatever you want kind of points. Certificates is mostly on non-engineers. Yeah, that was more me catering to sort of, people who wanted to say they accomplished, kind of like the reason Free Code Camp has them. Of course I don't love that. I don't like that at all anymore. I'm I've gone back and forth with whether or not to have certificates for a big part of my life. I'm sorry for the white. Delivery driven instruction. So this is my thing. Teach project students declare the item will be delivered. So this is project driven stuff. I still do this actually. Assess mystery for each student, record blah blah blah. God damn, so much stuff. The enroll sandwich. I don't remember this one. What is this? Oh, right. That was our big sign that we put outside of our place. And you could go get IKEA bulletin boards. So much freaking stuff. Prep work. Power Git. Quiz app. Oh, the quiz app was cool. Project Mad Libs, that was cool. No engineers get certificates. Those certificates were, it said ops, but op was hacker. So cybersecurity, they get certificates all the time. To work for the government, you have to have cybersecurity certificates. Period. So press releases, project work, quiz app, redirect, SAS. That's right, I did SAS for, no wait, I think that's the administrator. You once almost got an Amazon cert. Amazon cert would, I mean, I don't know. Skillbot. Wait, this has got the original SkillStack site. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, it redirected. It's a redirect. Okay, that makes me feel better. Whew. It's using AWS architecture. Wow. What university did you finish? I went to Brigham Young, and I got a Russian major. But I spent most of my time in the language learning lab where I did a lot of coding. I'm really glad I got to do that because the coding I was doing was making things and not learning about random computer science. How's it going, D-Flare? Yeah, you're teaching people at your company. Nice. Oh, my Skillbot stuff is still there. Holy shnikes. Oh, please let it be the one. I don't think it is. I think it's the old. I didn't commit the final version before we moved. Stupid me. Uh-oh. This is not the token you think it is, by the way. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's Donovan's. That is Donovan's. He's safe. I wonder if his token is still good. That's his Discord token. Sorry, Donovan. I hope you change it. Oh, my. Wow. Yeah, they are so sticklery about that. Wow. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. SKMC boilerplate, SKS silverized. Oh my gosh. And you just never rescheduled the test, huh? Yeah, that's certificates in general. The story engine. Oh, I gotta go get the story engine started again. The story engine was a really fun project. And now that Bandersnatch is popular again, people want to do story games, except for small kids will not be watching Bandersnatch, probably. Yeah, A+, right? CCNA. Yeah, I don't. Am I just reminiscing? Actually, no. It started at me. So this is what we did. So this is what you will be interested in. I added this alias to the gh command that so thanks to Vera, he showed me that you can add aliases to the gh command to do the things that you want to do that they don't support, like remove repos and list your existing repos. And so we've been going down and creating like the one aliases file to rule them all so that it does what I want and I don't have to rewrite a shell script. I already have a shell script that does most of this stuff, but I kind of wanted to get on board with using this gh tool. And this is, I mean, I was kind of annoyed by it at first because it didn't do these out of the box, but it's too dangerous to delete stuff. So they said you have to upgrade your token and all kinds of things. So and then this became, oh hey, look at this! I can list all of my projects from the command line. And if you've ever tried to go through all your projects through the GUI graphic interface, you know how annoying that is. I mean, it's really, really annoying. Oh my God, the skill stack blog is there. Wait. I have to go look at that. Oh, this is it. This is the original from a long time ago. Oh my goodness gracious. 5 years ago. You don't need getters and setters. Do I need getters and sectors? No, never. So that's what sent me down deflare. That's what sent me down lane. This lane. This just proves I was coding Go 5 years ago. There it is. There's the proof. Go. Great things about Go. I've been smitten with the language badly since Perl in the 90s. This is great. I am so glad I wrote this. October 9, 2015. This is after I've been coding in Go for almost a year. And I had just gotten really into it. Here's a running list of all the reasons I love Go, and you might too. While I admit I'm a fanboy, I've been around the tech block enough to know there's always many ways to do something. But I first saw Go in 2010, but dismissed it. And the language fits very nicely between C, C++, Python, and Java, Perl. The biggest wow after reading Rob.live's personal background was his pet project at Google. He poured his precious Google free thinking time into. I started to look at the libraries available and the contributors. Annoyances. Very cool. Strong Vim support. Back then, Go Vim was pretty damn good too. It did have problems though. At this time, there was no such thing as VS Code. It didn't exist yet. CCNA was back in Cisco, had a total of 4 or 5 certs. Yes. I can imagine back then. First time I saved my Mango, I had everything and it magically filed magic correctly. Go FMP integration, Vim. It made me miss it from Python Perl. Set paste. Yeah, this is true. Vimgo, when you just paste stuff in and it fixes it. 98. Yeah, that was a while ago, man. When did you use gulp over grunt and harp? Oh my gosh, harp. Do you guys remember harp? Who here remembers harp? I wonder if it's still there. It is. Oh, that's sad. Surge.sh. It looks like harp finally left. Surge and Netlify were in strong competition, but they did not have a CDN, and so they lost. But I miss it. I actually had this they had the better icon, hands down. It's really funny because they're still around. See, look at the pictures even gone now. This poor site has just languished and slowly died. FYF the fastly.cdn. It's so sad. They don't even have the picture anymore. Their site is just totally dead now. This was a freaking awesome site when it came out. And which one? Fastly? CDN? Oh, I kind of feel bad for... I kind of feel bad for Surge. I was a big Surge nut because they had a really kick-ass API from the very beginning from the command line. I still have stuff on Surge somewhere. Whoa. Played a free domain for free. Oh man. They can't be around anymore. They've got to be dead by now. 4,000 followers. Looks like they're still around. 2018 was their last post. Uh-oh. Or Edge knows this morning, which was corrupted files. That's 2020. That's not too late. Yeah. DDoS attack, data centers. Anyway, I need to go. Hey, nice follow. Thank you. This is great. This is exactly what I needed. I'm glad we got this, because one of the biggest tasks I have to do going forward is clean stuff up. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to do web development tonight. In fact, I'm going to take it off my stream. I'm not going to do educational streams on Friday night. I'm just going to, because it's Friday. I do them on, I do the educational streams on Saturdays and Sunday nights, but I'm not going to do it on Friday night. And I don't know if anybody, I mean, I'll be back on, but I'm going to tell people that right off the bat. But the reason for that is because I'm working until 9 tonight. So I have to get off and sleep, and then I probably won't be back on until around 2. No, it's only, yeah. CS degree at 32. Good job. Schadenfreude. So hard to finish one. Is it not, Neil? Just LN-just command do Linux. It does a symbolic link. Hello, Dumbledore. I'm not Dumbledore. I wish I was. I'm losing people. 20 people. Oh no, people are going away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go change my schedule before I get offline here. For mirroring a repo as well. I don't need to mirror repos. Yeah, I can do that. GitLab already does it too. No job. Well, I mean, I've had a job for the last 8 years. The difference is I need a job with insurance. That's the difference. Have not got that yet. My goal is to have that by May. What are we talking about? You don't do tickets or anything for what? No traffic or anything. I'm not following. I'm going to go change my... Oh, GitLab. Well, I'm getting off GitLab. Everybody wants to know. You can go watch that. You can go see why I'm getting off GitLab if you want to watch that. Oh yeah, I'm going to put everything that's not a reusable package that somebody might have already had a dependency on GitLab. Everything is leaving GitLab and going on to GitHub. So, oh, sorry for that link. That was kind of yucky. Here's a better one. No, I don't want a program for that. I appreciate that, Vera. I don't want that. In this particular case, I don't want that because I'm going to go through every project because I need to make sure I go through the stuff and mine out the good stuff and consolidate it into other projects. So it's going to be a very exhausting task. I need to do that over the rest of the year. It's a secondary task. It's not going to be the primary thing I do, but I do that when I don't have a lot of brain power. Do you know what I mean? Or like when something else is, I'm going to get interrupted or something. So I did have a couple of big successes today, despite the frustration with tabs. I now have a GH command that lists all my projects. And anybody else want that file? I'll give it to you. So here's the config file that I've created so far. So you can go follow that link. Yeah, I stream quite a bit actually. I break my day into 2 parts, and I'm winding down for the first part of this day. Obviously, I do want to. There's just the one thing I don't remember where. I don't remember where my schedule is. I've got to go figure that one out. Yeah. And so as usual, hopefully that will help you if you guys want to use the GH repo tool. If you're going to try to use the remove thing, though, you need to add some permissions. So I need to do a review of that. Click me to chat. Click me to chat on the rwxrob.live. Edit the panels. Oh, what are you going to do today? Oh, the write-up? Yeah, you should do one, Vera. It sounds like you're ahead of me on the GH stuff. If you know what's going on with that, let us all know. Oh yeah, I put mine's RM, but no. Oh, Coding Guard's on. Nice. And Veganbot, he's always fun. A lot of the regulars during the day are here. Yeah. Well, mine's RM. I just, yeah. I just because my fingers know it already. What is Mr. Veganbot up to these days? Marvel Studios. Well, he's definitely still doing Twitch ads. What the heck? What is this? They come up with a new thing? Apparently they are. Apparently they are. That looks... Am I going to get dinged for this? If you're not a supporter on Twitch now, Twitch forces an ad when you go in. Oh, nice. What's he working on? Oh my god, I hate that thing. Oh, he's doing Rust. No, he's not. That would be F. So this is Vim script. Yep, Vim script. Lift Dev Collins. What's he working on? Oh, he's doing more. Oh, Lua. That's what it is. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like making Lua additions to NeoVim, which you'll never see me do ever. Love you, Baconbot. Just no. Just say no, man. All right, so. Career dashboard. What's in IRC? Oh yeah, it's in IRC. I'm really trying to find my. I want to say it's in my. It's not Mystery Manager. What is that? What do you keep sending me, Vera? Get lab migrate. Nope. That's not my style. I don't want to do. I know how to do this stuff. I can do this stuff already just with like git pulls and git pushes or just do migrations, but I'm not into doing this. No way would I do this. Oh god, this is cake shit. No, thank you. No, thank you. Go away, you foul beast. I'm sure they're wonderful people. No. Stop torturing me. Really. All right, I'm pretty sure it's here. I'm just doing all this because I need to remove Friday nights because I am not doing anything on Friday night. I refuse to be held accountable for Friday nights anymore. Trashed. Boom. So I will do Saturday and Sunday though. And by the way, the last time I did Friday, we got so stuck in IRC that the whole thing became just not educational anyway. And I felt guilty for a full day after that. So bye-bye Friday. So I might come back on Friday night, but no promises there. Because I do this a lot every day and I'm making a lot of progress. Is it a bad day for me? Yeah, well, PHP version 8 was just released. It might be good. Who knows? I'm you know what? I'm not gonna judge it because I don't know I can't say anything about PHP because I have not used PHP specifically for anything significant in over 8 years. So it's not fair for me to say anything about it anymore. So I can say that pretty much every year somebody gets hacked that I know using WordPress, but that's a different situation. I was going to learn I had to do everything. Had to do everything. Okay, if that's how you see it. Had to do everything. All right, so yeah, you did great though. It was great work. Great work from Vera on that. Thankfully, we have lots of people in the community that have been helping out a lot. I'm just gonna put a plug in for Quint as well, who's just really taking up the flag with the pagan stuff, and I love that because I don't always have time to do all of that stuff that I want to do. And this has been a goal for me in 2021 is to let go. I need to be able to let go, and that means if somebody's available to help, that means I need to let go of the desire to control everything and, you know, have other people like do stuff, right? It's hard. It's hard for me. I'm a kind of a control freak. Not kind of. I really am. And that is. I mean, it's not like Anyway, I've been burned too much by people who help me who screw stuff up. I have stories about that I won't get into. That it makes me very uncomfortable. So I'm not saying I'm always right. I'm just saying it's happened to me. I'm sure I've been that guy for somebody else, you know, but yeah, it's happened enough times that I'm just nervous. I get nervous. You know, do you understand that? Yeah. I mean, I don't know where that comes from. It comes from it's a sincere desire to do the right thing. Of course you don't everything. Yeah. So, but to the 25 viewers on Twitch, thank you very much for checking in. And let's see, it's IRC. I'll explain if you read below. I thought you didn't read Twitch chat. That's what I said. I don't read Twitch chat. I occasionally come in here to say hi and see if I missed anything and laugh at the people who don't read the title. But that's about it. And it's nothing personal, right? I just don't have, I want to have IRC. I want you guys to get used to IRC. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. You know, you can just watch. It comes from having to spend 10 hours to fix it. Oh God. Yeah, I know, Vera. And frankly, that's another thing too, that you might get this from me, but you know, sometimes you'll tell me to just do something and I'm like, no, I need to understand this because I want to be able to recreate it. And not everybody has that instinct. There are some people, if you tell them to do something, they don't want to know why they're doing it. They just want to be told how to do it, or better yet, worse yet, they want somebody to do it for them. And I'm constantly trying to beat that out of people so that they understand what it is they're doing. And let's see, disable chat all over the place with IRC. I thought about doing that. Lundmar, I really did. I thought about doing that. I'll never go to sleep. I seriously thought about doing that, and then I thought, well, why? Why do I have to do that? What do I think about PureScript? I haven't seen it yet, Horatio. But I just to my YouTube people and to the Twitch people, please take the time to click the link rwxrob.live, click chat, and you don't have to do anything else. You can just go in there. If you're on a device, a mobile device, or there's some reason that you cannot do that, please let me know. Please reach out to me in Discord or something and let me know. The system you have set up now makes it so I cannot participate. Because those are the cases I really want to be sure that exists. If you have a mobile device, you can put IRC on a mobile device. And we know because Vera took us jogging with him the other day. And you can do, you can do videos, of course. So I use web chat. Oh, do you? Okay. I found myself right in the YT chat by accident. Yeah, I use ARC client now. Yeah, yeah. So, oh, you didn't do your run? Okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to go ahead and wind this down. I'm really grateful to everybody. IRC on your phone right now? Wow, Q, that's really cool. If somebody asks me why we're using IRC, the number one reason is choice. It gives us choice and sustainable longevity. That means that our community will continue even if Twitch goes under or Twitch decides to screw up their whole Twitch interface. It allows us to have power over the chat so we can save it so you don't have to feel like you're missing out. You can go back and read the logs, which you cannot do unless you really know how to use IRC Twitch, which is, not a common thing for people to do. So that's the primary reason we're doing that. The YouTube chat interface is just too laggy to use reliably because you have to pull it all the time. So that's why we're not using that one. And that's the explanation there, if anybody's watching. Otherwise, I'm going to take off. It's been really fun. I am a little bit grumpy and hungry, but that doesn't mean I don't have a blast doing this stuff. So I'm gonna relax a little bit before I have to work, and I'm gonna be working after that. I'm gonna come back. If anybody asks in the IRC what's going on tonight with the learning web design, just let everybody know that that's gonna be Saturday night, so they can enjoy their Friday night. If they want to come enjoy the Friday night with us, wonderful. We'd love to have you. But I'm not gonna have any agenda. Have a Snickers. I'm not going to have any agenda tonight on this Friday night. I'm just going to have fun. And I may even not even go for monetization, but more likely I'm just going to do Spotify party and do that kind of thing. And, just something that's fun. And, but yeah, I'll definitely be coding still. Thank you so much. Bye.